Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Anbu Operative? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The QB no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, was known as the most powerful of the Bijou, a living natural disaster. For ages, it had been heralded as a sign of impending destruction, a mass of hatred and evil that instilled fear in mortals as it swept across the continent. However, this formidable creature found itself trapped within a young boy named Uzumaki Naruto, a child from the shinobi village of Konohagakure. 7 years prior, it had been released from its previous host under mysterious circumstances, only to be sealed into a newborn, leaving behind a trail of destruction that would haunt the village's memories for generations. Now, the mighty Bijou lay confined within the dark, dank space of the 8-trigram seal that served as its prison. Great metal bars stretched across its vision, leading into a brighter room beyond, where it anticipated that one day its new container would stand before it, just as others had. If this new host was anything like the last two, it would likely be the final encounter. The QB would be commanded to remain silent and obedient, like a domesticated pet, or forced into servitude, just as it had experienced before. The QB cared little for the fleeting whims of mortals. They would pass on while it remained, as it always had. Yet, for such a long-lived creature, being imprisoned for even a fraction of that time was not only insulting but infuriating. To add insult to injury, it was humans who had done this, the weak and feeble beings that its progenitor held in high regard. A low growl escaped the beast, echoing into the vast emptiness of the seal, which felt infinite. For the first time in 7 years of imprisonment, the echo was met with a response. Still as grumpy as ever, foolish fox? One great, bloodshot eye snapped open in the direction of the familiar voice. There stood Kushina, his former container, her vivid red hair cascading down her back, tantalizingly out of reach behind the bars of the seal. Kushina remarked on how much smaller the QB appeared compared to her memories, attributing it to the sealing done by her husband. The QB's eye narrowed dangerously as it snorted, sending a gust of air that ruffled Kushina's hair. It retorted that she looked much less dead than it remembered, having hoped she would stay that way after their last encounter. Unfazed, Kushina leaned casually against the bars, her easygoing grin unwavering. She declared her intent to protect her son, Naruto, for as long as she could. The QB, intrigued, turned its massive head to scrutinize her. Despite its diminished size, its eye alone towered over her, reflecting her image in its scara. Kushina expressed her determination to ensure that the QB could never harm Naruto again. For a moment, her expression faltered into a frown as she acknowledged her son's suffering. The QB, however, merely laughed, its booming sound reverberating through the seal. It welcomed her challenge, reminding her that this was not her seal. With a powerful slam of its forepaws against the shadowy ground, the entire seal trembled. It warned her that if she stepped into its domain, it would make her end both long and painful for the imprisonment she had subjected it to. Kushina, momentarily concerned, quickly regained her composure, her violet eyes filled with resolve. She reminded the QB that it only possessed half its power now and that her chains had held it before, and they would do so again. As she spoke, she made sweeping motions with her hands, drawing large black characters in the air that snaked around her arm and down to her stomach. These characters formed a replica of the seal on her son's body, and upon completion, the small paper tag binding the bars of the cage fluttered to the ground, revealing a spiral lock. The QB warned her that she would regret her decision. In response, Kushina twisted the spiraled seal on her stomach, mirroring the action with the actual lock, a defiant grin on her face. As for Uzumaki Naruto, the average villager of Konohagakure might not have had pleasant thoughts about him. He was often seen as a hyperactive, ever-smiling nuisance, known for his loud voice and large mouth. However, few would recognize the sad child slumped on a swing in one of Konoha's parks, gently pushing himself back and forth with sluggish movements. His sunflower yellow, spiky hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks gave him away, but the tears slowly streaming down his cheeks were a rare sight. From a young age, Naruto had realized that he was not well liked by the village. Years of being ignored by adults, children playing with him one day only to shun him the next, or worse, calling him names and bullying him, had taught him that lesson all too well. Under the guidance of the kind old man he had recently come to know as the Hokage, Naruto persevered, striving to gain the acceptance or at least the acknowledgement of the villagers. As a child, his patience had its limits, and occasionally he would resort to pranks to get noticed. For a time, these antics brought him some recognition, albeit in the form of infamy, but soon enough, people returned to ignoring his outbursts. It was becoming clear to Naruto that he needed to do something bigger or more extravagant to capture their attention. With a quiet sigh, he pushed himself off the ground, keeping his gaze fixed downward. It had not been a good day. That morning, he had prepared his usual breakfast, but the milk had turned out to be spoiled, despite having bought it just the day before. The unpleasant experience left him feeling queasy. Hoping to make up for it, he had ventured to the park, seeking out children to play with, but found no luck. The first group he encountered had invited him to play ninja, allowing him to hide first. However, nearly an hour passed before he realized they weren't even looking for him. Hiruzen's tired eyes watched as a ring of smoke drifted lazily from his pipe, carried by the breeze to the open window overlooking the village he cherished. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood with a rigid poise that might have made him appear like a statue at first glance. Yet, the illusion shattered as he let out a troubled sigh, revealing the weight of his age. A migraine was brewing, and the cause was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, or perhaps the two civilians who had met their end. They're demanding justice, Hiruzen. You can't keep them at bay for much longer. Any attempt to protect the boy's innocence now will be a fool's errand. One of his oldest friends spoke from behind him. Hiruzen's frown deepened at Danzo's words, but he remained silent, still gazing out at the village framed by the brilliant hues of the setting sun that made Hai no Kuni famous. Don't think I don't know that, Danzo, he finally replied, another weary sigh escaping his lips. It was troubling to find himself agreeing with the old war hawk regarding Naruto's situation. The boy is clearly unstable. He can't remain among the normal populace as he is, Danzo insisted. Hiruzen's frown deepened further, but he took a long drag from his pipe, a gift from his son before their relationship became strained. And whose fault is that, Danzo? His tone held no accusation, only a sense of hopelessness. The boy has every right to be unbalanced with everything that has been moved upon him. He could hear the tap of Danzo's cane on the wooden floor as the older man crossed the room to stand beside him, a rare sight in recent years. Regardless, he poses a risk to the village. This isn't just a case of an average shinobi having emotional issues. The boy is a literal bomb. The yondaime is no longer with us. A pained expression crossed Hiruzen's features as he was reminded of yet another failure in his long life, some might say too long. And we would not survive another attack from the beast. Slowly, the sun slipped behind the horizon, casting more of the village into shadow. So you would have me hand him over to you? To strip away his emotions just so he won't be a threat anymore? Hiruzen didn't need to turn to see Danzo's curt nod, yet it still elicited a small, frustrated sigh as he closed his eyes for a moment. Destroying one life to preserve thousands, even if it was a child already burdened with too much. Was this how the yondaime had felt? It is the only safe option at this point, and we both know it to be true. You had your chance, and it turned into yet another debacle, unsettling the already delicate situation with the Uchiha. We cannot wait and hope this passes, Hiruzen. The academy proved that well enough. The tapping of Danzo's cane resumed as he walked out of the office, leaving Hiruzen standing in the light. He felt ashamed to admit it, but sometimes he wished it were the other way around. The expectations upon him were supposed to have been relieved 9 years ago. You will eventually have to agree with me, Hiruzen, we both know it. With that, the sound of tapping faded away, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts and memories. I can't believe that, not yet. He looked up at the Hokage monument, drawing strength from the silent visages of his predecessors and the man who was meant to take these burdens from him. I couldn't do that to Minato. Yet, despite his resolve, an alternative did not present itself. It was true that Naruto needed to disappear from the public eye, preferably somewhere he couldn't hurt those around him. He would need to be with people who could understand his situation and contain him if necessary. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that the boy was a Jinchuriki. He would eventually need training for his own safety. Hokage-sama. A lone Anbu dropped silently from the ceiling, emerging from the shadows without a sound. Hiruzen didn't turn to face the masked shinobi, but they continued speaking. Saru's squad has returned to the village ahead of schedule. Do you wish me to redeploy them as soon as possible? At that moment, Hiruzen felt the urge to bury his head in his hands. If there was anything that caused him as much trouble as Naruto, it was that squad. However, just as he was about to agree with the ANBU's suggestion, a tiny flame ignited in his eyes. Actually, no, bring them to my office as soon as possible. Though hidden behind the emotionless mask, Hiruzen was sure the ANBU had raised an eyebrow. There was no questioning the village leader's orders, and the only visible response he received was a slight tilt of the head before the ANBU vanished as quickly and silently as he had arrived. Slowly, Hiruzen nodded once, thinking that this might just work. As Naruto walked down the central road in Konoha, a toothy grin spread across his face. People gave him a wide berth, some even choosing to walk in different directions upon seeing him. Whispers floated through the air, accompanied by fearful glances. This was what Naruto had wanted, not their respect or love, but their acknowledgement through fear. The long golden chains that flickered around him, tipped with sharp blades resembling kunai, likely contributed to their reaction. Some chains swayed behind him like tails, while others reared up over his shoulders like cobras poised to strike, all of them exuding a menacing aura. He couldn't help but smile as he replayed a particularly amusing memory. About a week ago, the Hokage had informed him that he would be entering the academy, and Naruto relished the idea. It seemed perfect. Learn how to become stronger, walk out, and do just that. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Boredom settled in as he sat in the classroom, causing chains to subconsciously emerge from his shoulders, moving as if they were living entities. The mousy-haired boy to his left seemed particularly unsettled by this, as no one wanted to sit next to the freak who had thrown a boy named Kiba across the room and nearly through a wall. Kiba had mocked Naruto's height, claiming that only strength and dominance mattered. Naruto had simply shown him that appearances could be deceiving. He wondered if Kiba would respect him now, or when he finally regained consciousness. The new academy entrants were seated in a tiered classroom, listening to their instructor's lecture. Naruto had tuned out the instructor's words about some flaming will half an hour ago. His ears perked up when he finally heard something interesting, causing his chains to twitch as well, which only made the other students shuffle further away from him. The instructor smiled brightly as he looked around the room, avoiding eye contact with Naruto, and clapped his hands together. Just moments earlier, he had asked Naruto to put away his chains because they were unnerving the other children. After Naruto had pinned him to the wall, the instructor had become a bit more accepting of the golden attachments, though the holes in his clothes remained. Perhaps that was why the other kids kept their distance. The instructor announced a fun exercise to help the students acclimate to academy life. They would head to the training fields for some test spars to assess their abilities. He quickly addressed the concerns of the civilian children, reassuring them that they had no need for prior training before leading the class outside. A simple rope marked a circular boundary for the sparring matches, sufficient for students who had yet to learn any devastating techniques. The instructor asked for volunteers for the first spar, but when no one stepped forward, he encouraged them not to be shy. Eventually, a dark-haired boy with bright black eyes named Sasuke raised his hand. The instructor smiled and welcomed him into the ring. However, he paled when he noticed another hand raised, which was accompanied by a gold chain that snaked up into the air, making the child more visible. The instructor nervously glanced between the two kids, aware of Naruto's intense expression, which hinted at his eagerness for the fight. The instructor explained the seal of confrontation, an important aspect of traditional shinobi sparring that acknowledged their equality. After demonstrating the hand sign, he stepped back and prepared to signal the start of the match. With a raised arm, he felt the tension in the air. When he shouted, "Begin!" Sasuke bolted forward, confident in his training as an Uchiha. However, Naruto had no intention of limiting himself to taijutsu, knowing that his smaller stature would be a disadvantage. Sasuke was taken aback when a bright gold chain lashed out from Naruto's midsection, striking him just beneath the ribs and sending him skidding backward, breathless but still within the ring. Naruto had not struck hard enough to knock him out. He wanted the match to last. Sasuke's eyes widened as another serrated chain flew toward him, forcing him to roll aside. The chain, however, adjusted its course, looping around Sasuke's ankle and lifting him off the ground. The instructor called out for Naruto to stop, reminding him that it was supposed to be a taijutsu match only. Naruto snorted, his chain whipping Sasuke across the arena and slamming him into the ground before lifting him again, dragging his face along the surface. Naruto questioned why he would limit himself in such a way. Naruto felt a surge of determination as he clenched his fists, vowing to himself that he would not be defeated again. His spiky hair fell across his eyes, casting a shadow as he focused intently. Suddenly, the chain he had conjured snapped, sending Sasuke soaring into the air. The instructor rushed to catch him, but the chains were mere constructs of chakra, light and swift, and they pulled Sasuke back to the ground with a painful thud. Naruto couldn't help but grin at the sound of Sasuke's cry, while their classmates looked on, a mix of fear and disgust on their faces. Just as Naruto was about to slam Sasuke down again, the Chunin instructor intervened, swiftly removing the chain from Sasuke's leg. Naruto took a moment of satisfaction from the second scream that escaped Sasuke. He had no personal grudge against the boy, he barely knew him before this day. Sasuke had simply been unfortunate enough to volunteer. The Chunin shot Naruto a quick glare before rushing Sasuke off to the hospital, but not before Naruto called out, expressing his confusion about the seal of reconciliation they were supposed to perform. With the instructor gone, Naruto was left alone with the rest of the class, who stared at him with varying degrees of unease. He smirked at their reactions, enjoying the moment as he walked past them, realizing that perhaps the academy wasn't as dull as he had thought. Still smiling, he made his way to the training grounds, unaware that he had already arrived until he stepped into the large grassy clearing. After the incident with Sasuke, he had been temporarily removed from the academy. The Hokage had deemed him unsuited for that environment. Recently, however, he had learned of an alternative, which brought him here. Leaning against a tree, he waited for whoever was supposed to meet him, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Suddenly, he dove forward as a line of kunai thudded into the tree trunk where he had just been resting. His heart raced as he summoned chains from his body, just in time to deflect another volley of deadly weapons. A calm voice echoed around him, commenting on his unexpected survival. Naruto's head darted around nervously, but he quickly replaced his fear with a scowl, demanding to know who was there. A nasally laugh responded, and Naruto felt a growl rise within him at the casual tone. The voice suggested it was someone else's turn to attack, and he sensed movement in the trees. Reacting purely on instinct, he launched a volley of chains from his back. He felt the clash of metal against metal and sensed resistance, but when he rolled to his feet, he found himself alone in the clearing. A sixth sense warned him of an approaching threat from behind. He spun around, chains whipping out wildly, and caught a fleeting glimpse of a pale mask and long dark hair before they vanished in a blur of motion. To his shock, he noticed that several links on one of his chains were nearly severed. Though lighter and faster, his chains had never shown such vulnerability before. This revelation made him even more anxious, despite his determined expression. He channeled chakra through the chains to repair them, though it drained his energy. Suddenly, a loud and lively voice interrupted his thoughts, announcing that it was Kuma's turn. A creature resembling a human but covered in muscle burst from the bushes, calling out a playful attack. Before Naruto could react, he was struck and sent into darkness. As he regained consciousness, Naruto felt a familiar, dizzying pain. He heard laughter echoing in the distance, and as his senses returned, he realized he was not dead. Voices surrounded him, discussing his abilities. One voice remarked on his reflexes, while another noted the sharpness of his chains. Confused, Naruto remained still, not wanting to reveal that he was awake. The second voice, filled with childlike enthusiasm, expressed regret for hurting him. Hearing that made a shiver run down Naruto's spine, and he prepared himself, knowing he was in the presence of powerful individuals. The chain he was extending was almost. There was no need for concern, as he was awake right now. Suddenly, Naruto sprang to his feet, dashing off in a random direction as fast as his small legs could carry him. At the same time, his chain burst through the ground, branching off into numerous smaller chains that shot out in every direction like shrapnel. Paveru was futile, as he hadn't taken 3 steps before a slender but strong hand grabbed the back of his shirt and hoisted him into the air. He felt a surge of desperation as he struggled, but the moment he realized he had been caught, he scowled, suppressing the helpless feeling within him. He prepared to unleash as many chains as he could, ready to retaliate against the person holding him. But then, a sword's edge came dangerously close to his throat, freezing him in place. He felt his body go limp in the woman's grip, unable to even swallow as the blade hovered near him. The voice of another figure broke through the tension, suggesting there was no need to be so forceful with the boy. Naruto was turned around, still held by his shirt, and for the first time, he got a good look at his captors. The moment was fleeting, but he recognized the white porcelain masks and slate-gray body armor of the Anbu, Konoha's watchful protectors he sometimes spotted darting across rooftops at night. The one standing slightly in front, wearing a vaguely monkey-esque mask in red, spoke in a voice that immediately identified him as Sarutaishu. He commented on Naruto's quiet demeanor, noting that the boy had a bit of a bite. Amusement laced his tone as he held the chains Naruto had launched out all of them. Naruto growled, refusing to get up from the ground, knowing he couldn't outrun them. It pained him to admit it, but he was helpless before them. One of the men, who seemed more like a mountain of muscle than anything else, bounced excitedly, eager to speak. His blue markings indicated he was a bear, and Naruto couldn't think of a more fitting representation for the massive man. The last man, shorter in stature, calmed the enthusiastic giant, suggesting he should leave the explanations to them, as Kuma's explanations tended to be a bit boisterous. The large man nodded, turning away, while Saru seemed amused by the interaction before addressing Naruto again. Saru attempted to continue, but Naruto interrupted, demanding to know why they hadn't killed him. The trio paused, and the man Naruto assumed was Teiko began to laugh, questioning what had given him that idea. As Teiko approached, crouching in front of Naruto, the boy tensed, ready to defend himself. But instead of an attack, Teiko produced an ANBU uniform. This was his initiation. "Welcome to the Corps," he said. Naruto blinked in confusion, staring at the simple black clothing and the standard gray armor, seemingly made in his size. He stammered, unable to comprehend the situation. His scowl returned as he glared at Teiko, chains beginning to writhe menacingly from his wrists. He questioned why he would want to join ANBU when he wasn't even a shinobi yet. Instead of a serious answer, Teiko chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair, much to the boy's surprise. "Who said anything about wanting to join?" Teiko asked, suggesting he could be called Karasu. The mask did resemble a crow, and as Naruto processed this, he slowly retracted the chains, getting to his feet. He surveyed the 4 ANBU members, sensing their readiness to strike at any moment, yet their postures remained calm and relaxed. He questioned whether joining ANBU meant he would simply disappear, suspecting that was why the Hokage had sent him there. Saru confirmed this, explaining that the Hokage believed ANBU would provide an outlet for his more unsavory tendencies. He reminded Naruto of his past actions, killing 2 civilians, injuring a clan child, and attacking a full squad of ANBU. Naruto snorted indignantly but kept his eyes narrowed. Saru continued, stating that under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to see the outside of a prison cell for the rest of his life. However, his special circumstances changed everything. Naruto smirked, fully aware of what Saru meant. He contained the Kyuubi. Without missing a beat, the masked Taicho nodded in acknowledgement, showing no surprise or concern. The Hokage had theorized that some kind of interaction with the beast might have triggered Naruto's sudden change in personality. He was informed that he would be trained, live, eat, and go on missions with the ANBU until he was either deemed safe to re-enter the normal shinobi corps or until he could no longer continue. The masked figure before him exuded a calm yet dangerous aura, and Naruto could sense the smile hidden beneath the mask. He was welcomed to ANBU as Karasu Kohai. Naruto observed the three men in front of him, noting their poised but intimidating stances, the strength in their arms, and the glint of metal he glimpsed in Teiko's sleeves. These individuals were seasoned fighters, tools of the village to unleash upon their enemies. The prospect sounded thrilling to him, and he eagerly asked when he could start. The four ANBU members exchanged subtle smiles behind their masks. Naruto found himself in a small, minimalist room within a large apartment complex shared by all ANBU operatives. It seemed that extended time in what they referred to as the corps brought out unusual aspects of their personalities, and many were not the most stable individuals. In that regard, Naruto felt he fit in perfectly, despite being notably shorter than the others. However, his stature made others regard him with caution. Konoha had a long history of child prodigies and the potential dangers they posed. Currently, he sat on a hammock made of thin chains, as the bed in his room was less comfortable than he was accustomed to. This arrangement served as good training, and his teammates encouraged it. Although the chains emitted a slight glow, making them unsuitable for covert missions, he didn't mind. Perhaps that was due to his lack of understanding of what covert truly meant, but he was confident he would learn eventually. For the past few days, his squad mates, the same group that had initially kidnapped him, had been putting him through various drills to assess his abilities. The training was intense, leaving him battered and marked with minor cuts, yet he felt an odd excitement being surrounded by strong opponents to challenge himself against. They were formidable, and he knew they would make him stronger. He looked down at the mask in his hands, aware that once he donned it, Uzumaki Naruto would cease to exist, and Karasu would emerge. He grinned at the thought. It suited him just fine. The uniform was comfortable and warm, though the new tattoo on his right shoulder stung slightly. The strength of those around him meant he would soon embark on missions where emotions like empathy held little value, and only focus would be the next target. In ANBU, he was just another monster among monsters. Karasu felt like home. As he practiced in a small training field, Naruto executed a backflip, chains erupting from his body to deflect his opponent's sword slashes. A few chains anchored him to the ground, allowing him to use the leverage to plummet toward the earth. Over the past few months, he had refined his use of chains to the point where they felt like extensions of himself. Whenever he utilized them, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had wielded them for years. His training with his teammates had been relentless, aimed at bringing him up to speed for their upcoming missions. This involved rigorous stamina, strength, and speed training, but they also focused on enhancing his chain techniques. He discovered the versatility of the chakra constructs and spent hours experimenting with them, thickening, sharpening, and extending them to the limits of his chakra reserves. He had a considerable amount of chakra at his disposal. However, this abundance posed a challenge, as stealth was crucial for every ANBU operative. Currently, Naruto was a beacon for any potential censors, while his comrades could suppress their chakra to blend in with civilians. When he inquired about why they didn't completely suppress it, they explained that a location devoid of chakra was just as suspicious as one overflowing with it. Thus, part of his training involved learning to reduce his chakra levels to avoid drawing attention. He darted back, spinning his body and causing his chains to whirl around him. Where they had once flailed randomly, they now moved in sync with his movements, creating a buzzsaw-like effect. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as Naruto was suddenly yanked to the side, his chains tangling around his sparring partner's naginata. Narrowing his eyes, he dodged back, forming two chains in his palms like kunai to deflect his opponent's sword strikes while his chains worked to free themselves. One significant drawback of his chains was their considerable chakra drain, but not in the usual way. When outside his body, they radiated a small amount of chakra, and as his control improved, that amount decreased. Most of the time, he could retract them without feeling any change in his reserves. However, if a section of the dense chains was severed or dissipated, he would feel a sharp drop in his chakra levels. This rarely posed a problem, as the chains were resilient, but it didn't deter his Kenjutsu trainer. Nezumi was the most enigmatic of his new squad mates. Saru was a mystery, but that was only because he often spoke in strange, sagely phrases. Naruto was fortunate if he heard Nezumi utter more than a sentence in a day. Yet, her skill with weapons was undeniable. Even a simple wooden spoon became a lethal tool in her hands. She favored the long, unadorned katana she always carried, though Naruto couldn't quite grasp the reason behind her choice. The blade was painfully plain, with a simple linen cloth wrapped around where the hilt would be, lacking even a tsuba for decoration. Yet, it was longer than he was tall, and Nezumi could swing it faster than he could follow if she chose to, so he had no room to complain. He leaned back as a line of white appeared across his vision, and for a rare moment he thought he saw an opening in Nezumi's guard. Immediately, he rolled forward, the chains in his hands extending as he forced the individual links to become rigid, almost like he was wielding a sword. He lunged forward, aiming for her hip, but it was in vain. In a fluid motion, Nezumi circled around him, her long dark hair in a trademark ponytail whipping out as she cleanly severed the chains emerging from his back. He gasped in shock as his body reeled from the sudden loss of chakra. He stumbled but did not collapse as he might have a few months ago. However, he found himself limited. There were many chains wrapped around that naginata, and Nezumi had severed them as close to his body as she could with the opening he unwittingly presented. Slowly, he sank to one knee, panting heavily, feeling a surge of anger as Nezumi returned her blade to her back. These sparring sessions excited and infuriated the young chain wielder. While they provided strong opponents and he could feel himself becoming stronger, they also confused him. In the end, he would always be at their mercy, yet they let him live. But he was clearly weaker than them. They could defeat him with almost effortless ease, and yet he continued to breathe. He questioned why this was happening. Nezumi turned to look at him, her mouse-patterned mask tilting quizzically, even though it showed no emotion. She spoke with a meticulous manner, as if measuring every word, and he figured she was a bit socially stunted, but who was he to judge? He pressed for an explanation, still struggling to understand the situation. Nezumi crouched down in front of him, the small black dots of her mask's eye holes staring at him for a long moment. She admitted that she didn't know the answer. He blinked, feeling the rest of his energy leave him suddenly, allowing himself to fall back onto the ground, supported by his arms. He wondered if it was fun for her. The woman seemed to genuinely question him, her thin pink ribbon fluttering in the breeze. Finally, he grunted unintelligibly before pushing himself to his feet. The rest of their squad had just entered the clearing. He asked what was next. Suddenly, Sar disappeared from where they were emerging from the treeline, and he felt a sharp, acute pain on the back of his head. Saru reappeared in front of him, and he could sense a smug smile hidden behind that monkey mask. There was a pregnant pause before he muttered what he wanted to hear, filled with scathing sarcasm. Saru nodded once, stroking the bottom of his mask thoughtfully. He encouraged Naruto to be happier, revealing that he had come to inform him they finally had their first mission. Naruto's head shot up so fast it felt like it might crack. A shark-like grin began to grow behind Saru's mask. However, Sar quickly put a damper on his excitement by giving him a light tap around the ear. He confirmed the mission was indeed real. Another long pause followed as Naruto stared at the ground, his expression intense. Saru reassured him that it wasn't anything too serious, just a domestic dispute. However, depending on his performance that night, he might be going outside the village next time. Naruto chose not to risk saying anything further, simply nodding stiffly. Saru was a dangerous man, and his hand could move like a viper, even faster than Naruto's chains. He was the one who kept their ragtag squad functioning, and for that, Naruto felt a tiny bit of respect for him. Excitedly, he declared that Kuma would try not to cause any trouble this time. Anyone who could rein in that beast deserved some praise. He ignored Kuma's happy clapping and turned back to his commanding officer, his toothy grin returning slightly. He inquired about the domestic dispute. Meanwhile, Hana Inuzuka was not having the best of days. Today marked the first time the head vet had allowed her to perform surgery on one of the older, retired ninken. Tragically, The poor dog had died on the operating table with Hana's hands still inside. For a 14-year-old girl, that was traumatic enough, but Hana was an Inuzuka, she was made of tougher stuff. Shortly after, she had been called to the academy to pick up her brother, who had been causing a ruckus and was sent home. With their mother on a mission and their father absent, it fell to the recently promoted Chunin to handle the situation. Around Konoha, Hana was known as the Inuzuka who wasn't completely wild, the responsible one even. She lacked the wild hair that distinguished her clan. However, anyone who knew her understood she could be just as fierce as her mother. Unfortunately, Emi Inuzuka seemed to forget that fact when she approached Hana and made fun of her for dyeing her hair bright orange a few days prior. It wasn't her fault that her teammates thought they had a sense of humor and her sensei was a lazy idiot. In response, Hana quickly reminded Emi of that fact by introducing her fist to the annoying girl's nose. As was typical in the Inuzuka clan compound, the scuffle escalated, and soon they were rolling on the ground, tugging at clothes and trying to claw at each other. Hana's Nin-ken, witnessing the chaos, decided to join in, not holding back against anyone attacking their master. Naturally, Emi's Nin-ken was not far behind, and the situation deteriorated from there. Naruto felt an ominous presence rise behind him and quickly caught himself. Saru appeared alongside him on the branch above the Inuzuka compound wall a moment later. He pointed out that they were indeed fighting and within the village, prompting Naruto to question whether this truly qualified as a domestic dispute. His eye twitched, he hated being called Kohai. As he surveyed the scene, which could only be described as a battleground, his adrenaline surged. Kuma, the large man, declared that he could intervene, his massive frame causing the branch to bend under his weight. Nezumi, light as a feather, gracefully landed on the opposite side of the tree, embodying the elegance her codename suggested. Teiko, the last to join them, appeared upside down beneath Nezumi's branch, his mask failing to conceal his wandering gaze. Naruto had quickly learned that Teiko was the worst kind of pervert. Kuma insisted that he meant no harm, claiming that people were simply too fragile. Nezumi then playfully stomped on Teiko's face, causing him to tumble off the branch with a muffled yelp. Meanwhile, Teiko reappeared above them, seemingly unscathed except for a small crack on his mask. Saru, considering the situation, suggested they let the rookie handle it, confident that the team would step in if necessary. Naruto glared at Saru for a moment before silently dropping off the branch. The ANBU uniform, while comfortable, also muffled his movements, allowing him to approach the two fighting girls unnoticed. As he walked through the compound, the Inuzuka members parted for him, despite his small stature. It was strange. While he enjoyed instilling fear, the respect he received in this uniform felt almost disingenuous. He scowled, realizing that once he removed his mask, they would see him for who he truly was, and their feelings would shift to either hate or fear. With a scowl still on his face, long golden chains suddenly emerged from his body, snapping at the ground and creating loud cracks that echoed through the compound. The nearby Inuzuka cringed at the noise, but the two girls fighting remained oblivious. A wicked smile crossed Naruto's face as he recalled a comment from Kiba about respect being rooted in dominance. The chains lashed out again, lifting 4 Nin-ken into the air, finally catching the girls' attention. But it was too late. 2 chains struck their ribs, flipping them onto their backs, their heads just inches apart. Naruto's sandal pressed down on Emi's neck while Hana found herself pinned to the ground. He commanded them to sit, and the 2 Inuzuka women, fueled by adrenaline and instinct, growled at him. Naruto pressed down harder on Emi's neck, adjusting his chains to lightly dig into Hana's skin. With a commanding presence, he repeated his order, and the weight of his chakra snapped them out of their battle daze. Emi let out a slight whimper, prompting a smirk from Naruto as he released the pressure on her neck. Just then, a fierce-looking woman with spiky brown hair entered the compound, accompanied by a grizzled canine wearing an eye patch. Seizing the moment, Naruto withdrew his chains from the ground, letting them rattle ominously as they re-entered his body. He sarcastically remarked that he was merely cleaning up a dispute, gesturing to the compound's damaged grounds. He advised her to keep a tighter leash next time before walking away, leaving Tsum to observe the 2 sheepish girls, their cheeks flushed. She couldn't help but smirk, recognizing Hana's reaction as a sign of her daughter's spirit. Naruto dashed to where his squad awaited him, and Saru tilted his head, prompting Naruto to quickly amend his statement to address him properly. Saru acknowledged his approach, suggesting that while he might have handled things differently, the direct approach had its merits. Naruto smirked beneath his mask, glancing at his teammates. Nezumi appeared indifferent as usual but offered an awkward thumbs up. Teiko chimed in, praising Naruto's performance and teasing that he would attract attention from the ladies with his commanding demeanor. However, he quickly cringed under Nezumi's silent, disapproving gaze. Kuma expressed his approval, noting that no one had been harmed. Naruto felt a strange warmth in his chest at the praise, realizing how unusual it was to be recognized for his actions and to feel genuinely validated by his peers. He did his best to ignore the feeling, instead thinking of when he might next go on. Another mission, perhaps something a bit more exciting. A small group of shadows moved stealthily through the night, darting from tree to tree without a sound, blending seamlessly into the scenery. Not a single branch creaked under their passing. Finally, they stopped at the crest of a large hill, the faint glow of campfires illuminating the sky just beyond. Slowly, the shadows transformed into people, their black and gray armor allowing them to merge with the surroundings. The only thing that stood out were the white porcelain masks, glinting in the moonlight as the hunters surveyed their target. Their leader, resembling a monkey despite his calm demeanor, quickly signaled to his companions, waiting for their nods of acknowledgement. As he counted heads, he noticed one of their number was missing. He signaled again, but received only shrugs or silence in response, causing him to place a hand on his mask in frustration. He wondered where Karasu had gone, speaking in a hushed tone so low that even someone standing beneath them would not have heard. Again, silence met him, and irritation flickered in his eyes. One of his teammates suggested that perhaps they had left the kid behind, noting their rapid pace. The leader dismissed the idea, insisting that Karasu was fast. Sar sighed, acknowledging that Nezumi was right. Naruto would not have been left behind so easily. He cursed having such a loose cannon operative under his command, even more so than Kuma at times. With a deadline looming and the bandit encampment threatening to overrun Okazu town at first light, he shook his head and reviewed the plan with his team. Once they received the all-clear, he led them over the crest of the hill. Below, a massive collection of tents sprawled across the valley, surrounded by campfires. This was the group of bandits that had been terrorizing the region of Hai-no-Kuni, amassing forces to quickly overrun towns, draining them of alcohol, resources, and money before moving on. The only reason they had not been dealt with sooner was that they rarely left anyone alive to reveal their actions. However, what they expected to see did not match the reality before them. Instead of drunken bandits wandering about or men sleeping in their tents, they found a scene of chaos. Tents lay in ruins, fires blazed where they should not have, and the ground was soaked in blood. Bodies were scattered haphazardly, left where they had fallen. In the midst of it all, laughing and holding 3 bandits by the throat, was Naruto. He was covered in blood, his normally blonde hair darkened by it. He watched with a twisted amusement as he slammed the limp body of a man into the ground repeatedly, creating craters with each impact. The other 2 men watched in horror, struggling against the golden chains around their necks, desperate to avoid the same fate. Just as Naruto was about to turn his attention to the remaining survivors, the chains around their necks were suddenly severed. He winced but remained unharmed. It was only a small section of chain that had been cut. However, the blow to the back of his head was more significant. He looked up at Saru, feeling the intensity of his gaze even through the mask. Saru reprimanded him for acting out of line. Naruto grumbled that he had completed the mission, but Saru's stern expression made it clear he was not pleased. They needed at least 1 bandit alive to question, as their movements had been too organized. Naruto shrugged, admitting he rarely listened to the briefings, which tended to drag on. He noted that there were no shinobi present, or if there were, they had been dealt with. Saru dismissed his thoughts, reminding him that he had disobeyed orders and had used unnecessary brutality. Just then, Kuma approached, carrying the 2 survivors with ease. Saru sighed, reiterating the need for one of them to be questioned. In that moment, Nezumi's sword flashed from her back, cleanly taking the head of one of the men in a single motion, leaving her blade spotless. Naruto pointed at her, indignantly questioning why she could kill without reprimand. Saru explained that they were Anbu, and while they did kill, what Naruto had done was not simply killing, it was slaughter. Naruto shrugged, not seeing the difference, as the fear on their faces was the same to him. Saru reminded him that there was a reason they were on the right side of the law. A shinobi must know how to show mercy as much as how to kill. Frustrated, Naruto questioned the meaning of that statement. Saru took a moment, then turned back to his squad, issuing orders to destroy the camp. The silence hung between him and Naruto for a moment before he stated that Naruto would learn eventually, something he could not teach him. With that, he walked off to assist his team in burning the camp down. Naruto was left standing amidst the destruction he had caused, feeling a mix of emotions. Previously, he had felt joy at the chaos, hearing the bandits scream and beg for mercy, finally acknowledging his existence as he had always wanted. Now, the warmth that once filled him felt cold, and the echoes of screams reverberated in his mind, leaving him feeling hollow. Naruto stared blankly at the plain white ceiling of his apartment, unsure how long he had been lying there, perhaps 2 or 3 hours. He swung lazily in his hammock, hands resting under his head, allowing his mind to drift. Normally, he preferred to keep busy to avoid such thoughts, but recently he had changed. It was a gradual transformation he hadn't noticed at first, but lately he found himself lacking the motivation to do anything. He figured it was due to his introduction to Anbu, which provided him with new things to ponder. He had rules and regulations to memorize, a complex yet straightforward hand signal system to learn, and even his squad mates to consider. A thump from upstairs interrupted his thoughts, and he sighed, guessing it was Kuma rolling out of bed again. For such a large man, Kuma's room was surprisingly sparse. Aside from a small cot and a comically tiny table, there was little furniture. The defining features were 2 large fridges filled with food and a stack of children's board games in the corner. Naruto's mind wandered to the glimpses he had caught of his teammates' rooms. He had never seen inside Teiko's room. Every time he was invited, Nezumi would intervene, often scolding Teiko for suggesting it. However, he had caught glimpses of the interior, which seemed filled with a variety of strange artifacts he couldn't identify. Nezumi's room was somewhat similar but was crammed with weapons of all kinds. There were more types of weapons in her space than he knew existed, sometimes with multiple copies of the same kind. The oddest thing was that Nezumi seemed to value them all equally. Old antiques sat alongside brand new, standard-issue ninjatos. To a weapon expert like her, all weapons were of equal worth as long as they fulfilled their purpose. Yet, she appeared to hold one particular katana on her back in higher regard than the rest. None of the rooms could compare to Saru's, which was more like a museum than a living space. Masterfully painted artworks adorned the walls, sharing space with beautiful calligraphy and handmade sculptures of various sizes and materials. The air was always filled with the rich scent of tea, and stacks of books filled every corner of the room, as the few shelves he had were completely full. If it wasn't books, it was scrolls, and sometimes Naruto wondered if Saru would have been better suited as a librarian than an assassin. But then he recalled the man's lightning-quick strikes and dismissed that thought. Lost in his musings, Naruto's head drifted upward, only to JRK in shock as he suddenly fell out of his hammock. Above him, Nezumi clung to the rafter with her toes, effortlessly balancing without using chakra. She tilted her head curiously at his reaction before dropping down silently. Seizing the moment, Naruto stood up and put on his signature scowl, relieved that his mask concealed his surprise. He wondered how long she had been there. Nezumi seemed to take a moment to count in her head before revealing that it had been half an hour. Naruto blinked, astonished at how she could remain so still and quiet for so long. He then questioned her motive for being there. Nezumi, seemingly unfazed by his irritation, stated that she didn't want to disturb him. Frustrated, Naruto placed his hand on his face and told her to leave. However, Nezumi quickly shook her head and moved toward the window, silently indicating that he should follow her. Questioning her would only lead to more frustration, so he followed her without hesitation. They hopped across rooftops until they reached a training ground he didn't recognize. The numerous slash marks on the ground and trees suggested it was used for kenjutsu training. Once they arrived, Naruto asked what they were supposed to do next. Nezumi held up a hand and moments later, produced a long, thin ninjato that glinted in the fading light. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the weapon, unsure of what she expected him to do with it. When a chain extended from his wrist and tentatively poked the blade, Nezumi pulled it back protectively. She accused him of being too reliant on chains, which deepened his scowl. He retorted that it wasn't like he ever ran out of them. Suddenly, Nezumi vanished, and an overwhelming exhaustion washed over him, forcing him to take a knee. It felt as if he had stretched out the longest chain only to have it severed at the base. Looking back, he saw Nezumi behind him, having just placed a tag on his back. Confused, he managed to ask what was happening. Nezumi crouched down near him and explained that it was a chakra suppressor. Gritting his teeth, Naruto pushed himself to his feet. The shock was immense, but once it subsided, he found he could move again. He felt as weak as a toddler, and his body was chillingly cold, but he could move. Nezumi extended the sword toward him again, and he glared at it for a moment. He knew that if he tried to remove the tag, she would stop him. After a brief pause, Nezumi pointed to herself and then to Naruto, indicating their roles as teacher and student. Grimacing, he snatched the sword from her hands and declared that they should just get on with it. Nezumi seemed to bounce on her feet in excitement, a strange sight given that he couldn't see her expression behind the mask. Instead, he focused on the sword in his hands. He had never held one before, but as he ran his hand down the steel and over the hilt, he felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. It was almost as if something had snapped within him. Nezumi's eyes widened as Naruto suddenly collapsed to the ground, one hand gripping his temple as he began to scream. His other hand clutched tightly around the blade, his knuckles turning white and blood seeping from his palm. Naruto took a long, deep breath. The cold night air allowed him to watch the mist escape his mouth before it vanished. He held out his blade, a long, straight ninjato, devoid of ornamentation. It was a weapon for battle, not for ceremony. The few scratches along the steel and the wicked gleam of the edge made that clear. He took several more deep breaths, focusing his gaze ahead. From his perspective, with the sword raised horizontally, it appeared as though he was splitting the waterfall in two. Slowly, he stepped forward, his foot light and weightless before it pressed down on the damp ground. The slight crunch of dewy grass was lost in the roar of the waterfall. It was why Naruto cherished this clearing so much. It made focus effortless. As his foot pressed down completely, he moved. Forward, a stab. Sidestep, a sweeping slash diagonally upward. He hopped back, blocking from the left while dodging to the right. He dropped down and swiped out to both sides so quickly that his blade left a silvery trail in the air. More stabs followed, and another invisible opponent fell as the blade spun once in his hand. It was unnecessary movement, but it diverted attention from his footwork. A sudden backstep brought him within another shadow enemy's guard, and a lightning-fast jab through the crook of his shoulder finished the imaginary foe. His body bent back at an unnatural angle, the sword keeping him propped up just above the damp ground. He spun, legs flashing out to take the footing from his final two attackers, visible only to him. With a final flurry, Naruto flicked the imaginary blood from his blade and sheathed it in one smooth motion. His breaths were calm and collected, though slightly deeper than before. Even after hours of practice, he felt only a bit winded. His eyes traveled up to the moon, hanging in the sky like a watchful observer. Speaking of observers, he was jolted from his daze by a slow, rhythmic clap from behind. He turned, blood rushing to his cheeks as a bashful smile appeared on his face, and he nervously rubbed the back of his hair. The young boy standing across the clearing smiled warmly, and Naruto took the opportunity to let his long red hair fall messily about his face, like a curtain he could hide behind. The boy remarked that the Chunin exams wouldn't know what hit them. The blush on Naruto's cheeks intensified as the boy moved closer, brushing the hair out of his eyes and over his ear. For a moment, he was lost in those startling blue eyes, like deep pools he could gaze into forever. Realizing where he was staring, He quickly looked away, his face aflame as he clenched his fist at his side. A second later, he regained his usual composure, a fire burning in his violet eyes. He declared with determination that he would prove himself. The blonde boy chuckled in an irritating yet endearing way. Suddenly, Naruto shot up straight, his eyes wide and his chest rising and falling rapidly with his quivering heartbeat. For a moment, he gasped for air, unblinking and unmoving as his mind struggled to comprehend what he had just experienced. No, experienced wasn't strong enough. He hadn't just seen that, he had lived it. Every sense was there, from the slight dampness on his skin from sweat to the scent of wildflowers. It felt more like a memory than a vision, a memory that certainly wasn't his. Nezumi, sitting a few feet away with her legs tucked up to her chest, regarded him curiously. He blinked behind his mask, thankful it concealed the full effect of his panic. When he asked what had happened, she shrugged, causing the large blade on her back to jostle. "You screamed and fell unconscious," she explained. Naruto frowned. Was that all some kind of messed up dream? He looked down to see his hand trembling slightly and grabbed his wrist to stop it. No, it was definitely not a dream. Suddenly his hand shot up instinctively, catching a blade thrown by Nezumi. With a start, he realized it was the same one he had held earlier and nearly dropped it, but his grip tightened. Reflexively, his hand slid into a more comfortable position on the hilt, causing Nezumi's eyebrow to raise behind her mask. "What happened to you?" she asked. Naruto continued to stare at the blade. It was roughly the same length as the one he had seen in that strange moment. It glinted in the moonlight, giving the edge a fierce gleam that made the blade seem almost alive. "I don't know," he replied. They fell silent, the wind blowing their hair, reminding them they were more than just statues on the grass. Suddenly, Nezumi stood up and drew her blade in one fluid motion, the tip lightly brushing a stalk of grass. "Show me," she commanded. Naruto frowned but stood up nonetheless. His eyes were drawn to her stance, the way her hand gripped the hilt, and how her shoulders were slightly tensed. Without realizing it, his feet moved in unconscious motions that felt familiar, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times before. Nezumi pet her head at his odd but familiar movements, convinced she had seen a similar stance somewhere. Deciding not to give Naruto time to gather his thoughts, Nezumi flashed forward, her blade leaving a streak in the air. To her surprise, Naruto's eyes followed the motion, and he stepped aside, raising his blade to deflect the slash before flowing forward with a swipe of his own. To Nezumi's confusion, the perfectly executed maneuver fell short, the swipe only stirring the air. Naruto looked similarly perplexed as he examined his hands, wondering where these movements were coming from. It was as if he had seen Nezumi move and his body responded automatically. Nezumi pressed the attack again, coming down with an overhead slash. Naruto dodged back, moving further than necessary, as if he had something to protect. He attempted to use the momentum to swing around and take out Nezumi's footing, a strategy that would typically work well. However, he overextended himself, stumbling as his legs fell out from under him. Nezumi quickly straddled his midsection, her blade poised at his throat. After a brief struggle, where she pressed the blade slightly harder against his skin without breaking it, Naruto finally relented. He grunted in irritation, conceding defeat. Nezumi immediately got off him, offering a hand up, which he ignored as he stood up on his own. Nezumi was puzzled by his movements, comparing them to inexperienced Yamanaka genin who struggled to control bodies that were too dissimilar to their own. Their clumsy movements were reminiscent of Naruto's current performance, which was unusual for someone of his skill level. Naruto, increasingly identifying as Karasu, sat on a tree branch, swinging his leg back and forth lazily. He swayed the glowing golden chains beneath him, delighting Kuma, who stood below, batting at the chains like a playful kitten. The man's childlike demeanor was surprising, especially given his immense strength. While waiting for the rest of their squad to report back, Naruto had little else to occupy his time. His silent pleas were answered when Saru, Teiko, and Nezumi flickered into the surrounding trees. Naruto, much to Kuma's dismay, stopped his playful antics and retracted the chains into his body. The other 3 members of the squad exchanged silent glances before shaking their heads and moving on, which relieved Naruto, as he didn't want to explain himself. Saru asked about the situation, and before Naruto could respond, something fast and powerful hit him in the forehead. He glanced over to see Saru's fingers retracting from a flicking motion, realizing a small pebble now lay at his feet. Saru nodded happily, while Teiko took the lead in briefing the group. They had scouted the camps, and the reports were accurate. The team was out here due to increasing reports of organized bandit raids on nearby towns, which reminded Naruto of his first mission. However, these bandits had some shinobi influence, displaying trained abilities that made them a significant threat. Naruto inquired about the leader, as there had been sightings of a man using high-powered jutsu during the raids. Teiko confirmed they had located tents, indicating a substantial number of bandits. He explained that it would be challenging to search through them all without being spotted, and they couldn't afford to alert the bandits to their presence just yet. Frustrated, Naruto dropped out of the tree, using a chain from his tailbone to swing down. He questioned why they couldn't just eliminate the bandits like before, as their team had considerable firepower. Saru reprimanded him, explaining that they had a confirmed leader this time, and if they tipped him off, the cycle would repeat. Naruto, ever the optimist, suggested that it would mean more work for them. Saru stressed that Konoha was not like that and that they would lose faith with their clients if they acted recklessly. He then outlined the plan. Kuma, Karasu, and Nezumi would infiltrate the camp using henge, as they could cause significant damage quickly. They were to remain undetected and eliminate the leader and any higher-level subordinates immediately if spotted. Teiko and Saru would wait at the edges of the camp to deal with any stragglers. Naruto grinned, finding the plan appealing. When he learned they would be infiltrating under henge, he had not anticipated the transformation. He had chosen a nondescript appearance with mousy brown hair and added a few inches to his height. His clothing was plain and utilitarian, and the sword on his back appeared more weather-beaten than it actually was. Kuma had similarly altered his appearance, shedding some bulk and adding a few scars to blend in. Nezumi had a flair for the dramatic. She knelt in the mud at Naruto's feet, dressed in tattered cloth that offered little modesty. Her sandy blonde hair framed her watery, bloodshot eyes in disheveled bangs, making her appear the part of a beaten captive. Fortunately, Naruto was too young to fully grasp the implications of what he was witnessing, as Nezumi's appearance had not been altered to conceal her figure. This attention to detail allowed them to be waved past the entrance to the camp, with most eyes focused on Nezumi's defeated form as she was roughly pulled forward by Kuma. They were directed toward a specific tent to deposit Nezumi. Naruto understood her choice of disguise when he entered a tent filled with women in similar or worse states of dress and health. He stared blankly at them from behind his disguise before turning and leaving, a strange feeling stirring in his stomach. Suddenly, he found himself inside the camp. It was surprising how easy it was, given that these people were supposed to be trained and organized. They seemed unprepared for an attack, which worked to Saru's team's advantage. Discreetly, Naruto pressed a finger against the invisible tattoo on his shoulder and pulsed his chakra through it twice, signaling that they had successfully infiltrated. After receiving the correct response, he nodded to himself and ventured into the main section of the camp. For a while, he blended in, observing others as they went about their business. Occasionally, he passed tents where bandits drank, ate, or fought among themselves. Other times, he encountered more tents filled with women, and that strange feeling in his stomach returned. His mind kept drifting back to how Nezumi had appeared, even if it was just a disguise. The thought of the quiet woman he had come to know in a similar situation felt inherently wrong to Naruto, but he couldn't explain why. He tried to push the feeling aside and focus on the mission, certain his teammates were also doing the same as they searched for the leader. After about an hour of seemingly no progress, moving from campfire to tent to training field, frustration began to creep in. The idea of flushing out the leader by taking down a few subordinates became increasingly tempting. Just then, he had to dodge as the tent to his right erupted outward, a smoking figure being propelled through the fabric. The figure landed in a crouch, irritation etched on their scarred face. The man's eyes locked onto Naruto, and with a start he realized his disguise had dropped due to the debris. The man's coal-black eyes narrowed before he straightened and called for the nearest bandit. "Konoha Shinobi! Get them!" With that he bolted, using his followers as a shield. However, the bandits nearby could only turn in surprise. In an instant, each found a glowing gold chain where their heads had just been. It seemed that granting a bandit chakra didn't enhance their reflexes, which Naruto found somewhat interesting as Kuma emerged from the smoking wreckage of the tent. "The bad guy's getting away, Kuma," he noted, anticipating the reaction. Naruto could almost see the man's eyes widen in shock behind his fierce mask. "No, wait. Bad man." Kuma charged after him, resembling a rampaging demon. A bandit bravely tried to intervene but was swiftly overpowered, his head caught and crushed in one fluid motion as Kuma continued forward without slowing. Another bandit found a knee buried deep in his chest, sent flying aside as easily as one might swat an insect. There was a reason Naruto feared sparring against Kuma. Kuma's apparent inability to hold back and his near invulnerability made him a formidable force. Some speculated it was a Kekkai Genkai that toughened him, as Naruto had once seen kunai bounce off him. Kuma's origins remained a mystery. He had been discovered in an underground fighting tournament by an ANBU raid. Despite his raw potential, he had managed to retain a childlike innocence, which Naruto sometimes envied until he witnessed Kuma chasing a butterfly for half an hour. There was a fine line between innocence and foolishness, and Kuma often blurred that line. It would have been amusing to watch the brutish Anbu chase down the bandit leader if the thugs hadn't immediately swarmed toward Naruto. Unfortunately for them, they had identified him as the less threatening target. While that was true, it was akin to saying the Ichibi was less threatening than the Kyuubi, accurate, but not helpful. Naruto quickly demonstrated their mistake with the sharp ends of his chains, a smile creeping onto his face as blood began to stain his blonde hair. In ANBU, Naruto was often joked to have red hair more frequently than blonde. In the midst of that bandit camp, among men slightly more powerful than common thugs, he showed why. His chains moved like the arms of an octopus, stabbing and slicing without Naruto needing to move at all. Suddenly, his arm whipped around, sword in hand, as the clang of metal rang out. Around him, a dozen kunai fell uselessly to the ground, easily deflected. Naruto found his swordsmanship to be much easier and more natural when he stood still, as it allowed him to avoid messing up his footwork. In front of him stood a tall young woman with cold gray eyes that burned imperiously at him. She expressed her disdain for the ANBU masks, calling them emotionless and superior. As she dodged a chain that erupted from the ground, she mocked him, referring to him as just a kid. Her taunt was met with a flurry of chains that forced her into various flexible positions to escape unharmed. She challenged him, questioning if that was all he had. Her eyes darted to the men standing uncertainly behind Naruto, and she barked orders at them to act. They scrambled into action, but their efforts were cut short when Naruto suddenly melted into the ground as if it were liquid. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she attempted to warn her comrades, but it was too late. Chains burst from the ground, ensnaring the men and yanking them off their feet, pulling them toward Naruto, who stood behind them, using their bodies as an impromptu shield against a barrage of kunai and shuriken. The woman was taken aback, having never witnessed such an ability. Her surprise turned to shock as chains extended toward her, and she fell to the side, leaving the remaining bandits frozen in fear at the sight of their fallen leader. They quickly decided to flee, calling for their lives. Naruto smiled beneath his chipped mask as he watched them run, the limp body of one of their commanders still suspended in the air. He walked after them at a steady pace, knowing that stragglers would be picked off by his teammates. He moved deeper into the camp, aware there would be more to confront. After the mission, Naruto stood with his squad, looking down at the two fallen leaders of the bandits and the unconscious body of the last member of their group. Teiko had swiftly dealt with him when he tried to escape during the chaos. Behind them, a group of dirty, crying and barely clothed women huddled together, as Nezumi had prioritized their safety, ensuring they wouldn't be taken as hostages. Naruto, drenched in blood, felt little concern for the situation. With the mission accomplished, they needed to figure out what to do with the women, as it hadn't been part of their briefing. Naruto drifted out of the conversation, as he often did when the topic didn't interest him. Each mention of the women reminded him of their plight, stirring an uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. He was the first to notice the last of the shinobi stirring on the ground and helped him wake up with a chain that inadvertently pierced the man's leg, causing him to scream in pain. Naruto felt regret wash over him, apologizing profusely as he backed away from the injured boy. The boy glared at him, expressing his frustration and anger, which stung Naruto deeply. He brushed his hair away from his eyes, trying to hold back tears, and turned to find their sensei, horrified to realize he was smearing the boy's blood on his cheek. He fought the urge to retch from the smell as he ran off, tears streaming down his face. As Naruto swayed slightly from the memory, the now awake man seized the opportunity to grab something from his pouch and brought it to his mouth. Nezumi's sword was a silver streak as she moved to stop him, but it was too late. The man swallowed the powder just before slumping to the side, lifeless. Teiko's succinct remark captured the squad's feelings perfectly. Meanwhile, Naruto clenched his fist tightly, his fingernails digging into his palm. The flashbacks had cost them an important captive, and he felt powerless against them. He rubbed the side of his face with a sigh, feeling an itch on his nose that he couldn't scratch due to his mask. It was a testament to his ANBU training that he didn't simply remove the mask. He had grown accustomed to seeing the world through its holes, and it had become a part of him, like his uniform or his sword. He rarely took it off, even when he was too tired to bother. Now, he sat in front of a medium-sized polished black stone in Training Ground 3, his eyes scanning the names etched in small, tight script on its surface. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of names on that stone, each representing a citizen of Konoha who had sacrificed their life for the village's protection. This would be where he would end up one day if he fell while serving in the ANBU. Those who died in the field left no evidence of their passing. He had only recently learned about this place, having overheard other operatives discussing it. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure why he was here, slowly letting his eyes drift across the names. He was surprised to find several people with the name Uzumaki, even though he was currently the only one in the village. He wondered if they were his relatives. However, the Hokage had never mentioned anything about his family. He had always assumed that as an unnamed orphan he was given a random name, and that was the end of it. Naruto was startled when he heard a voice asking about his thoughts. He jumped to his feet so quickly it seemed as if he had flickered away, his chains snapping out with a sharp crack. Fortunately, the person who had approached him was quick enough to evade what could only be described as a torrent of chakra constructs. The young blonde halted when he recognized the figure, an irritated growl escaping him as he retracted the chains. It was Teiko-senpai. The short man chuckled as he surveyed the pockmarks and small craters Naruto's attack had left on the ground. "Feeling a bit touchy today, kid?" he teased. Naruto grunted in response and settled back down to look at the memorial again, relieved that he hadn't damaged it. That would have been frustrating to explain. "What do you want, senpai?" he asked. Teiko, like Suru, had the annoying habit of correcting Naruto when he forgot the proper suffixes for his superiors. However, in Teiko's case, those corrections often involved introducing Naruto to some rather confusing magazines. The young blonde preferred to avoid the topic and just referred to Teiko properly. "Nothing, kid. I'm here for the same reason you are. For the memorial." Naruto blinked, realizing that of all his teammates and makeshift senseis, Teiko was one of the more mysterious. He rarely talked about himself without prompting, and Naruto wasn't the type to ask, so he knew little about the man. He was aware of Kuma's origins, the reason for Nezumi's fascination with weaponry due to her father, and Saro was an open book if you asked him anything. Normally, Naruto would have ignored the comment and remained in comfortable silence, but today felt different. "Family," he managed to ask, struggling with his own stubbornness and naturally antisocial behavior. The topic of family was particularly sensitive for the young ANBU member, being an orphan. Teiko chuckled quietly as he took a cross-legged seat beside Naruto. "Here? No." Naruto tilted his head in confusion, prompting another chuckle from Teiko. "I had family, yes, but not in Konoha. Coming out here reminds me of them somewhat. I suppose." It's just the atmosphere. Naruto nodded slowly, though he couldn't say he understood. Still, something about Teiko's answer lingered in his mind. Where exactly are you from? He inquired. Despite the slight distortion from the ANBU's mask, Teiko had an unusual accent that Naruto had never encountered before, even after visiting various countries during his brief time in the Corps. Oh, you wouldn't know it. I'm from the lands out west of the elemental nations. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He didn't know much about that area since it wasn't even charted on most maps. Sensing his surprise, Teiko gave him a reassuring pat on the back. I wouldn't put too much thought into it, kid. It's not a great place, just arid land with a few towns. They have chakra, but they don't use it quite like shinobi do here. Naruto found himself wanting to ask more, but Teiko continued before he could. Out there, they have something like samurai acting as a police force for the rest of the nation. All of them are under the control of one man. He calls himself the Huangdi. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious about why the two nations had limited interactions. Once again, Teiko anticipated his question. There's a massive stretch of land that's completely inhospitable between the two continents. Trying to move an army across it is nearly impossible. Occasionally, a traveler or small group can get through, but it lacks the resources to be worth fighting for. He leaned back and gazed up at the sky as silence enveloped them. For the first time in a long while, Naruto found the quiet uncomfortable. You said you had family? He asked, surprising even himself with the question, though it came out somewhat gruff. A wife and 3 kids, 2 sons and a daughter. Teiko's response was curt, and once again, an awkward silence settled over the small clearing. Sensing a sensitive topic, Naruto chose not to press further and turned back to the memorial, his eyes scanning the names for those that began with you. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly froze. Uzumaki. Kushina. Teiko looked over at Naruto, who had fallen to the ground, hands clasped to the sides of his head. Worry creased Teiko's brow as he noticed the twin streams of blood trickling from Naruto's ears and, though he couldn't see it, from his nose. Naruto regulated his breathing carefully, forcing himself to remain still in the darkened corner of an unassuming ceiling, grateful that the meager candlelight in the room cast long shadows to hide in. 2 men sat at a table, quietly discussing various unimportant topics over a simple kotatsu. The young blonde, now entering his teenage years at the age of 13, had been trailing one of the men for almost a week. He found it to be one of the most tedious assignments he had ever received. Normally, given his short temper, it would have been a miracle that he hadn't already confronted the man to extract information. However, Naruto had matured during his time in Anbu. Sara's idea, humorously dubbed tomato therapy due to Naruto's initial aversion to the term, had proven to be a tentative success. The blonde's emotional control had improved significantly, and after about 5 months, the flashbacks to Kushina's memories had ceased altogether. He continued to wear the deactivated collar as a reminder to avoid slipping back into old habits. His control was not the only thing that had changed. He had grown considerably, reaching a height of 151 centimeters, which was above average for his age group. His training had given him a well-defined muscle tone, showcasing strength without making him bulky like Kuma. His hair had also grown longer and wavier, though he was unsettled to find the occasional red strand among his blonde locks. Any changes to his face were rarely visible, as he was seldom seen without his mask, except when it was damaged on missions, which happened more often than he would like to admit. Overall, one might say he had truly grown into his role as an Anbu operative, earning respect from several members for the efficient way he handled missions. However, there was no denying that he was bound to cause chaos wherever he went. It had simply become a part of life. This was as much a norm as seeing Kuma challenge other ANBU's summons to board games, Teiko being thrown out of the women's hot springs, or Nezumi wandering around the apartment complex almost completely unclothed. He stirred slightly as the 2 men exchanged farewells and quickly parted ways. Determined not to lose his target, the blonde made his own exit, using a chain from his back to lift a ceiling panel and slip inside. Normally, his chakra chains would have been a liability for stealth missions due to their inherent glow. However, over time, Naruto had worked on dulling them to a pale gray color. While this made them less conspicuous, it also rendered them brittle and likely to break against bare skin. Nevertheless, they sometimes came in handy, and soon Naruto was on the roof, blending into the shadows cast by the crescent moon. He continued to silently follow his target, an older man with a receding hairline dressed in a rough, worn kimono. The man rarely strayed from his routine of home, bar, and business meetings, but tonight was different. He abruptly ducked down an alley, quickly followed by Naruto. Another man awaited him by an unlit door, and both were swiftly ushered inside. Intrigued, Naruto slipped in before the door could close, moving like a whisper through the air. The target spoke in a low voice, expressing uncertainty about the location. He questioned why they would take such a risk so close to Konoha. The other man reassured him that they would never be suspected and explained that Konoha maintained only a fledgling guard between them and Kawa. He added that any greater presence might provoke Suna. If he were to be completely honest with himself, Naruto felt rather confused as he knelt before the Hokage. It was unusual for him to be alone without his squad, and it was even stranger for him to be summoned at all. The Hokage typically dealt with a set of experienced and loyal ANBU operatives directly, including the ANBU commander. Simple operatives, even with 5 years of experience, reported to their captains, who in turn answered to the commander, currently known by the pseudonym Ukami, a name every good ANBU aspired to. For Naruto to be kneeling in front of the Hokage was unorthodox. Missions handed directly from the village leader tended to be of the upper S-ranked kind, or they involved delivering bad news, which the aged Sandaime was known to do personally. As Naruto tried to avoid looking up at the Hokage's kindly but age-wizened eyes, he felt an unsettling sense that he was not here for a routine mission. After a long moment of the Hokage observing him and gently puffing on his pipe, which made the silence awkward, the man gave a subtle motion for Naruto to rise. "It's good to see you, Naruto-kun," the Hokage said. Behind his mask, Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't heard his own name spoken in 5 years. He had grown so accustomed to being called Karasu that hearing his birth name felt almost unsettling. Furthermore, during his time in the Corps, an ANBU's name was considered their greatest secret, even if their identity became compromised. "Hokage-sama?" he managed to say in as neutral a tone as possible, attempting to mask the confusion that would have been evident on his features were it not for his mask. Although he had a few issues with authority and Saru occasionally overlooked his lack of proper suffixes, he knew no such courtesies would be extended in the presence of the Hokage. To his further confusion, the Hokage seemed mildly bothered by his formal greeting. "Ah yes, Karasu-kun, I apologize for the slip." Naruto suspected it was nothing of the sort. It hadn't taken long into his first year for him to realize he had been placed in ANBU to temper the more abrasive side of his personality. He had thought the Hokage would be pleased or at least satisfied with the changes he had made. Even he had to admit that he was thinking more clearly and acting with greater efficiency than a few years ago. While he couldn't say the changes were entirely welcome, there were certainly benefits to not being a reckless individual with no regard for life. Now, at least, he was only a sociopath with very little regard for it, a marked improvement in his squad's eyes. "How are you doing in NBU, Karasu-kun?" 5 years is a considerable amount of time for any operative to remain in service, especially for someone as young as Naruto. As he blinked, his initial confusion faded, and he began to grasp the purpose of the meeting, though his response remained uncertain. He assured the Hokage that he was fine, stating that his mission record exceeded the organization's standards, his training was progressing well, and he maintained a tolerable relationship with most members. However, he omitted the fact that several members of ANBU did not tolerate his presence at all. It was hardly a secret who he was to anyone who had been on a mission with him. He had never been one to hide his past. Despite his clinical response, which would typically elicit a cheerful nod from most members of the organization, the Hokage's expression remained displeased. He inquired about Naruto's relationships with his squad mates, prompting Naruto to tilt his head slightly in confusion. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. It would be inappropriate to express that he had never felt more like part of a family than he did with his squad. Instead, he settled for a safe answer that wouldn't reflect poorly on him or his teammates. They had an amicable working relationship, he stated. When he noticed the Hokage's brow furrow slightly, he worried he had misspoken. Positive relations were encouraged within ANBU due to the stressful nature of their work, but close attachments were discouraged because of the high mortality rate associated with their missions. The Hokage remained quiet for a moment, his hands clasped as he contemplated. Finally, he looked up with a serious expression and asked how Naruto would feel if he were to leave ANBU. Naruto instinctively opened his mouth to protest, but only a strangled gasp escaped. He stood in silence, grateful for the mask that concealed his emotions, as he felt them swirl within him. He did not want to leave ANBU. For the first time, he felt accepted. The thought of losing that connection was unsettling. Yet, the mantra drilled into him over the years echoed in his mind. ANBU were tools for the village, to be discarded when no longer needed. As long as he wore the mask, he was a tool of the Hokage, and that thought stifled his voice. If that is what you think is best, he managed to say through gritted teeth, loathing every word. The Hokage regarded him for a long moment, observing his stiff posture and clenched hands. His gaze flickered to the window, where the Hokage monument loomed over the village, silent and judgmental. Very well, Operative Karasu, the Hokage declared, releasing him from ANBU service to return to the normal shinobi corps. Naruto hesitated before removing his mask and placing it on the desk. Underneath was a face the Hokage hadn't seen in 5 years. Naruto had matured, where once there was a pudgy-faced boy with wide, innocent blue eyes, now stood a young man with more angular features and a colder gaze, the whisker marks on his cheeks appearing more pronounced. "It's good to see you again, Naruto," the Hokage greeted, as if the blonde had just stepped into the room and Karasu had walked out. In a way he had. Naruto's smile grew slightly, softening the hardness that had taken root in his features. Despite the changes, Hiruzen could still see the eager little boy who once played in his office, donning the oversized hat of his position. "Now, Naruto," the Hokage continued, "your departure from ANBU puts me in a bit of a situation. Your skills and mission record indicate that you easily qualify for the Jounin rank." Surprise washed over Naruto, easing some of the tension in his body. It felt like only yesterday that Sar had deemed him eligible to move squads, recognizing him as being around Chunin level. He had always thought that position would be beyond him until he could fight one of his squad mates and feel like an equal. Unbeknownst to him, while Naruto's impressive skills influenced the Hokage's decision, it was also heavily weighted by the concern that Naruto might overwhelm any genin team he joined due to sheer boredom. Despite reports indicating Naruto's mental stability, Hiruzen remained biased by memories of the early days when it seemed the Jinchuriki might lash out at anyone who looked at him the wrong way. Any Chunin team he would join would also be unbalanced by Naruto's superior abilities. None of Sar's reports had ever particularly highlighted Naruto's abilities as a leader, mainly because he had never been forced to assume the role. However, the Hokage explained that becoming a Jounin was a somewhat complicated process, usually involving himself and the council of clan heads reviewing mission records to determine readiness for the position. He sighed, releasing a stream of smoke. Unfortunately, as an ANBU, Naruto's relevant mission records were heavily classified, accessible only to the ANBU commander and himself. Additionally, the fact that Naruto did not possess an official shinobi license complicated matters further. Naruto's fingernails began to dig into his palm as he restrained himself from interjecting and arguing against being removed from the ANBU. Fortunately, the independent Jounin exams were approaching, and any shinobi of Chunin rank or higher was eligible to participate under the Hokage's recommendation. The Hokage could grant Naruto the rank of Chunin immediately once he obtained a license. The aged man paused, wearing a pleasant smile as if expecting gratitude. When Naruto remained silent, still maintaining a stiff posture, the Hokage frowned and continued. He reassured Naruto that he would not be the only one from Konoha participating this year, ensuring he had the village's support behind him. The Hokage smiled warmly, hoping to see a similar expression from Naruto, but received nothing in return. Naruto finally spoke in a curt and professional tone, devoid of the intense emotion he felt. The Hokage sighed again, releasing another cloud of smoke as he leaned back in his comfortable chair. He mentioned that his door was always open if Naruto needed anything. Naruto nodded once before turning around and marching out of the office, feeling unaccustomed to leaving like a regular shinobi, just another face among the crowd. The thought left him feeling cold inside. Deep within the training ground area, near Training Ground 44, an area most Jounin avoided, people skirted around a particular clearing. The sounds emerging from the treeline were anything but inviting. The crash of toppled trees and thunderous explosions echoed through the surroundings. An aura of anger and frustration weighed heavily on anyone who dared approach, reminiscent of the Kyuubi attack, which deterred most from getting too close. In the center of the chaos he had created, Naruto snarled as his chains ripped another tree from the ground, throwing it in a random direction like a child discarding a toy. It crashed through several trees before falling with a painful creak, further expanding the already devastated clearing. Panting, fatigue began to set in, and the first signs of chakra exhaustion emerged. Still, he was not satisfied. A growl rose from deep within him, and the orange aura shimmering around his body condensed around his fists as he launched himself at a boulder. His fists smashed through the rock, momentum carrying him a few more feet before he came to a halt, leaving 2 ragged trenches in the earth. Small pieces of rock fell to the ground with a satisfying clatter as the dust slowly settled. With a scream of frustration, he looked up at the sky and released a roar that echoed through the clearing, likely alarming anyone nearby. Fortunately, training with the Kyuubi's chakra had become a common event with his team. Suddenly, his thickened, spiked chains lashed out at everything around them, slicing through the ground and trees, grasping at rocks, and flinging them haphazardly in every direction. It was a way for Naruto to vent his frustrations. Eventually, when exhaustion caught up with him, the orange aura dissipated, his chains retracted, and he fell onto his back, breathing heavily through stinging eyes blurred with tears. A familiar voice broke the stillness of the wrecked clearing, commenting on the state of the training ground. Naruto blinked and craned his neck from his position on the ground. His entire team stood across from him at the treeline, though the boundary between forest and clearing was now blurred due to his outburst. He clambered to his feet and rubbed his eyes as subtly as possible, realizing he must look like a child throwing a tantrum. As he looked at his teammates, he noticed something important. None of them were wearing their masks. They still wore their customary uniforms, but without the pale gray body armor that typically accompanied them. It was a startling revelation, having worked, eaten, and lived with these people for so long without knowing what they truly looked like. His captain addressed him directly, asking if he should call him Naruto now. The blonde nearly flinched. Hearing his own captain say his name felt like the final nail in the coffin. He was truly out of the Anbu. The captain reassured him that he didn't need to call him Taicho anymore, suggesting that for security reasons he should still call him Saru. The man appeared surprisingly kind, with a thin, scraggly mustache and narrow, pale eyes. Suddenly, Naruto was nearly overwhelmed as Kuma, the massive man who had been standing behind his companions, shot forward, his innocent eyes welling with tears as he opened his arms for a hug. He was halted, however, as Teiko grabbed him by the collar and, with surprising strength for his smaller size, held him back. Teiko explained that Naruto had to go his own way eventually, offering a saddened smile to the blonde. It was just sooner than they had expected. Teiko was not what Naruto had anticipated. For one, the man was bald, a fact previously hidden beneath his Anbu cloak's hood. He also had an oddly styled bushy mustache that arced out on either side of his face. Naruto let his eyes drift over to Nezumi, taking in her half-lidded, bored-looking violet eyes and the way her eyebrows had an almost zigzag shape. Without her Anbu chest armor, her figure was accentuated by the simple black vest they all wore. When she looked over at him, her gaze softened considerably, and a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She quietly remarked that this didn't mean he wasn't part of the squad. Naruto asked cautiously if she wasn't there to say goodbye, almost afraid of the answer. Saru raised an eyebrow at the young Jinchuriki, a bemused expression crossing his features. He assured Naruto that he was still part of the squad, regardless of any decisions made by Hokage-sama. Saru cast a sly look around the wrecked clearing and added that if they didn't keep him, he would fear for the safety of training grounds everywhere. Naruto looked down at the ground, grumbling unintelligibly. When he looked up, he found Teiko next to him, arms slung around the slightly shorter blonde's shoulders. Teiko declared that this called for a celebration. It wasn't every day. Their Karasukun grew up and became a jounin. If Naruto hadn't been exhausted from venting his anger on the surrounding plant life, he might have reacted differently to the comment. He corrected Teiko, stating that he wasn't a jounin yet, he had to take an exam first. It felt strange to think he had to take an exam to achieve such a revered rank, though he supposed it wouldn't be a typical pen and paper test. His teammates exchanged amused glances, and soon Saru and Teiko began laughing. Even Nezumi's lips turned up slightly as Kuma laughed along, simply because everyone else was. Saru reassured him that he had nothing to fear as long as he remembered everything they had taught him. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye, then added as an afterthought that he should avoid accidentally harming one of his comrades, as it might not reflect well on him. He was only half joking. Saru agreed with Teiko that since Naruto was no longer their kohai, perhaps a drink was in order. That was how Naruto found himself surrounded by his former teammates in a small bar near the seedier area of Konoha, often frequented by older Anbu. Having seen the effects of alcohol before, Naruto had previously steered clear of it, confused about why anyone would want to act that way. However, with Kuma and Saru on either side of him in the spongy booth, the clear and innocent-looking liquid placed in front of him felt more like a command than a request. After a moment of hesitation, he swirled the sake around in the saucer before finally tipping it all down his throat in one go. If his teammates expected a strong reaction to his first drink, they were disappointed. The burn as the drink went down his throat was minimal, as Naruto had faced worse while training with the Kyuubi's chakra, and as an ANBU, he wasn't one to show discomfort. Instead, he focused on the flavor of the rice wine, noting the faint hints of fruit in the surprisingly dry liquid. For a moment, he felt a warmth spread through him, but it quickly passed, and soon he felt no different. He looked up to see his squad staring at him expectantly. He shrugged and remarked that it was good. His teammates frowned at their own drinks before downing them as well, the sight looking comical as Kuma struggled with his tiny saucer. Slowly, the evening progressed into night, with Naruto sitting among his former squad, occasionally drinking and watching them do the same. They talked about missions they had been on and shared amusing anecdotes from their time outside of missions. Many stories revolved around Naruto in some compromising or embarrassing situation, often instigated by Teiko. As the night wore on, Naruto found himself wearing an uncharacteristic and vaguely melancholic smile, only to quickly correct himself. During one story about Teiko trying to convince Naruto to peek at the women's hot springs, only to be caught by Nezumi and left to face the consequences, Naruto actually laughed. It was a rare moment of joy for him, especially as he recalled Teiko's screams while being overwhelmed by a crowd of furious kunoichi. To his teammates' surprise, the night continued without Naruto showing any signs of inebriation. He had consumed nearly the same amount of sake as Kuma, who was beginning to look tipsy. Teiko was sprawled out on the table, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Kuma was giggling to himself for no apparent reason, and Saru, while appearing fine, was slurring his words slightly. Nezumi was the most amusing. She simply stared ahead, her body swaying slightly before correcting itself with the smallest hiccup. Saru eventually called it a night, still disgruntled at having been outdrunk. He bid farewell to the others, promising to do it again as he slung Teiko over his shoulders and walked out, visibly trying not to sway. Naruto, to his own surprise, found himself grinning at the sight. Looking around again, he noticed Nezumi still staring ahead, her eyes narrowing and widening intermittently. She made no sign of moving, and Naruto sighed to himself, wondering if it would have been better if he could indeed become drunk. In a rare moment of genuine compassion, he managed to guide Nezumi out of the bar. The woman appeared to be in a complete daze, struggling to comprehend her surroundings. Hauling her back to her apartment was surprisingly simple, despite the excessive hand-holding that Naruto would have preferred to avoid. He considered carrying her with his chains but hesitated, uncertain of how she might react and how the villagers would perceive him taking a dazed woman home late at night. Instead, using a rare moment of foresight, he guided Nezumi through the back alleys and quieter streets he knew well until they reached their apartment complex. With a hint of irritation, Naruto realized that as a former Anbu, he might have to leave this place, which had been his home for the past 5 years. Pushing those thoughts aside to avoid accidentally causing damage in his frustration, he half-guided, half-pushed Nezumi up the stairs and through her door. Navigating the various traps she had set around her apartment had become second nature for him, as she had eagerly shown them to him during her lessons. Fortunately, Nezumi seemed to regain some coherence as she spotted her bed, murmuring her gratitude. In a practiced motion that no amount of alcohol could erase from her muscle memory, she removed her sword from her back, spun it once, and planted it firmly into the wooden floor. The indents in the floor indicated that this was not the first time she had done so. Embarrassingly, Naruto witnessed her suddenly shrugging off her clothes in one fluid motion. Realizing that Nezumi was not one for modesty, he quickly turned away, feeling an unwelcome sensation in his stomach. Just as he attempted to leave, a slender hand grasped his wrist, pulling him back. In response, chains burst from his back, poised threateningly close to her. Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes wide as he felt the uncomfortable proximity of her body. His face ended up pressed against Nezumi's side, and all he could sense was her warmth and the rhythm of her heartbeat. Above him, she muttered softly in her sleep, curling around him as if he were a comforting object. After a moment, he calmed down, the warmth from her body lulling him into a drowsy state. Gradually, the chains retracted, returning to him and dimming the room's glow. In the darkened apartment, with Nezumi holding him close, Naruto had to admit that perhaps this situation wasn't so bad. He would deny it vehemently and would be gone long before she awoke, but it was certainly not unpleasant. Standing in front of the mirror in his apartment, clad only in his ANBU leggings, Naruto realized he needed to prepare for the Jounin exams. However, he faced the dilemma of having nothing to wear. He had always relied on his ANBU uniform, but now that was no longer an option. Shopping for clothes had been an awkward experience, as he had no prior experience in that area. Ultimately, he ended up purchasing a variety of random clothing items that now lay scattered around him. Feeling somewhat secure in just wearing his ANBU pants tied around his ankles with his usual sandals, he looked at the rest of the clothing with disdain, wishing he didn't have to worry about such trivial matters. He reluctantly put on a chainette shirt similar to Nezumi's, only to realize he resembled someone from an underground scene. To remedy this, he quickly donned a pale green shirt with a black stripe, only to become frustrated with the sleeves. After struggling with it for a moment, he ended up tearing off the left sleeve entirely, leaving the mesh shirt to peek out halfway down his bicep. The right sleeve hung too low, but he decided to leave it as it was. He tied a new headband around his neck, which he had previously found little use for. Glancing at the Chunin jacket lying on the floor, he sneered and ignored it. He had no desire to wear something so bulky and restrictive. Instead, he strapped on his ANBU arm guards, recalling how useful they had been in deflecting weapons. Finally, he looked back in the mirror, deciding that this would suffice. As he stared, he noticed his face, which he hadn't paid much attention to in recent years. A thought crossed his mind about how he was supposed to look. It had never mattered much while hiding behind his mask. Now, his expression was set in an irritated scowl, which he quickly smoothed out into a neutral demeanor, the expected appearance of an Anbu. He attempted a smile, but it came off awkwardly, revealing too many teeth. Discarding the smile, he ran a hand through his hair with a disgruntled sigh. His hair had grown quite long during his time in Anbu, reaching past his neck and beginning to shadow his face. 2 bangs had formed on either side, becoming increasingly bothersome when he turned his head without the protection of his mask. He tried to sweep his hair back, but a single lock fell back down, nearly touching the bridge of his nose. He growled deep in his throat before deciding to tie back his bangs with a bit of bandage he had lying around. Looking at his reflection, he noticed the deep, angry-looking whisker marks on either cheek and thought his hair resembled the old clan styles from before the village system. Sar had shown him many pictures from that time, insisting that Naruto learn at least a bit about history. However, he couldn't find the motivation to care as he struggled to tame a stubborn lock of hair, eventually crying out in frustration. A chain lashed out and smashed through his mirror as he fumbled with his blonde hair for a few more seconds. Finally, he gave up and left it as it was, moving to the window and jumping out. He would sort out his appearance later. Not that it would matter much. His hair had a tendency to fall flat when he was covered in blood anyway. It was a series of confusing and fast-paced events that found Uzumaki Naruto standing on a barren dirt track in the middle of Kusa no Kuni, holding a fluffy and rather nervous-looking white rabbit. The petite creature stared up at him with innocent black eyes, occasionally shivering as it caught the painfully neutral gaze of the teen holding it. He was sure that if his former squad mates could see him now, holding what should have been a young girl's pet, he would be the target of their jokes for weeks. Currently, he was charged with protecting the rather helpless creature, naturally making the first test of the Jounin exams more difficult. After all, what other reason would Naruto have for taking responsibility for such a fluffy animal than lack of choice? He stood at the end of an overgrown path in a darkened corner of one of the famously oversized forests. This was where the biannual, independent Jounin exams took place, again, a matter of lack of choice. The heat within the jungle environment was stifling, and he had seen a few prospective Jounin from Kumo forced to remove their bulkier clothing. They were accustomed to the frigid temperatures of mountainous regions, not the sticky, humid heat of such thick jungles. Even in his admittedly light clothing, Naruto found himself with a noticeable sheen of sweat without needing to exert himself at all. It was unpleasant, and as far as Naruto was concerned, the sooner he could return to the familiar, less humid heat of Hai no Kuni, the better. His reception in the exams was mixed. Nobody seemed to recognize him at first, and a few even ridiculed his presence, claiming that a pipsqueak like him had no right to be at the big boy exams. He quickly altered their perceptions on that matter, nearly getting himself thrown out of the exam in the process. However, when rumors began to spread that Kusari no Naruto was present, he received a much wider berth. On the flip side, many of the prospective Jounin now stared at him with more calculating, even hungry looks, no doubt looking to prove themselves. The reactions from his own village's shinobi were less mixed. They simply chose to ignore his presence completely, as though he would vanish if left unacknowledged. Luckily, there were few representatives from any of the villages present, as the Jounin exams were a much more selective affair than the comparatively friendlier Chunin exams. Of course, irritatingly, there seemed to be one glaring exception to the rule. A voice that had been pestering him for the past 2 days spoke up, causing Naruto's eye to twitch. The purple-haired woman leaned into him, pressing her presence against his back. Years of desensitization from her lack of respect for his personal space quelled any less than professional reaction he might have had. It was still annoying. He ground out that he didn't know, hoping she would take the hint and leave. The animals suggested some aspect of protection, so they would likely either be pitted against one another or against some form of proctor. The former seemed more likely in his mind. Kusa had already shown themselves to be rather hands-off in their approach to the exams. The first real test they had issued was simply finding the start line to the first official portion of the exam. Presumably, they were supposed to use information-gathering skills to glean the information. Naturally, Naruto had threatened the nearest proctor until the man revealed it. People tended to talk when suspended over ravines. The woman told him he needed to lighten up, claiming that his stern attitude would add years to him. After a pause, she seemed to think, a barely restrained grin on her impish features. She suggested that he could use those years, calling him a shrimp. Again, Naruto's eye twitched violently as he methodically counted backward from 10, a technique he had used to quell his anger in the past. He warned her that his stern attitude was the only thing stopping him from throwing her into a tree. She looked amused as she spun around to face him, crouching slightly so they were around eye level. She had a small animal tucked under her arm, a terrified little cat that was shivering as if it had been rolling around in snow. She told him that he didn't need to hold back around her and seemed proud of herself, claiming that if she could snap Naichan out of her funk, she could do the same for him. She grinned broadly, the same smile that would make anyone who knew her wary of whatever plans she had brewing behind that innocent facade. Naruto managed a perfect monotone response, his eyes lidded and disinterested, hoping to make her lose interest. Saru's parting words about not harming comrades from the village echoed in his head repeatedly. It seemed that Anko was unfazed, smiling as if she hadn't noticed the lack of enthusiasm around her. She assured Naruto that if he stuck with her, she would help him become a respectable man. With her thumbs tucked into the lapels of her oversized trench coat, she mimicked the gestures of some merchants Naruto had seen before. Naruto responded with a hint of skepticism, but he was soon relieved when a Kusa Jounin finally arrived, signaling the start of the proceedings. Anko blended into the crowd of Chunin milling about on the wide dirt path, leaving Naruto surrounded by unfamiliar faces. The old, gray-haired Jounin stepped forward, his voice rough and hoarse as he commanded everyone's attention. He announced that they were all present and ready to begin. With a casual glance around the group, he adjusted the loose headband around his arm and explained that each participant had been assigned a small creature to protect. He gestured to the harmless animals they held, warning that if any of them died, the participant would be disqualified from the exams. Some of the more aggressive Chunin looked down at their trembling creatures with disappointment. The Jounin continued, stating that they had made it this far, so they were ready to proceed. He pointed toward a darkened path ahead, describing it as an obstacle course. To pass the first exam, they needed to complete the course alive and with their assigned creature unharmed. Only the first 32 participants to finish would advance, and while killing was prohibited, that rule did not apply to the creatures of their fellow participants. He cautioned them not to stray from the marked path, as doing so would also result in immediate disqualification, with proctors monitoring for any rule breaches. As he spoke, Naruto subtly positioned himself behind the eager Chunin, his chains quietly extending from his body. The Jounin signaled for them to begin. In that moment, the faster Chunin took off, using their speed to gain an early advantage. Simultaneously, Naruto's chains shot out, incapacitating several creatures and knocking their handlers out of the running. He noticed a flash of blue electricity from his left, indicating he wasn't the only one with a preemptive strategy. Ignoring it, he used the chains embedded in the ground to propel himself forward at great speed. The second exam began slowly for Naruto and Anko. The vast forest, spanning at least 20 kilometers, made encounters with other teams infrequent and strategic. This setup prevented the exam from devolving into a chaotic battle, allowing those who excelled in skills other than direct confrontation to shine. Anko abruptly broke the silence, asking Naruto about his story. She remarked on his ambition to become a Jounin at such a young age and height. The expansive arena meant long stretches of quiet, giving Anko the opportunity to chatter freely. Despite Naruto's attempts to ignore her, her presence made it difficult. She continued, mentioning how she had heard of prodigies like the serious Hyuga and the Uchiha. Anko speculated that Naruto must be one of those ANBU kids fast-tracked from the academy, and her keen observations irritated him. She confidently declared that she could easily read him, claiming it was her talent to bring out the truth in people. As they walked through the forest, her voice was the only sound above the buzzing insects. Anko noted that many ANBU participated in these exams, as their mission records were tightly sealed, and the old man likely used the exams to help them socialize. She playfully winked at Naruto, who remained indifferent, affirming her point. Anko continued, explaining that many participants sought challenges among aspiring Jounin, while others aimed to make a name for themselves without war, often lacking confidence in their skills. A fleeting darkness crossed her expression before she returned to her usual cheerful demeanor, discussing how some shinobi faced prejudice, making the exams their only option for advancement. It helps they're impartial. Naruto sensed a hint of spite in the bubbly woman's tone, but he didn't dwell on it. He felt irritation rise as he asked her if she ever shut up, his voice revealing his annoyance while a chain lashed out, effortlessly slicing through a thick patch of undergrowth in their path. Anko grinned happily at him, letting him clear the way. "If I ever find the off button, you'll be the first to know," she replied, her tone light, which only made Naruto grimace as he uprooted a particularly large tree and tossed it aside with ease. Anko's eyes widened at the sight of the thick golden chains tearing through the tree, which had likely stood for ages. "That's a useful ability. Now I see why everyone calls you that nickname." Naruto, wanting to shift the focus away from himself, asked her why she was participating in the exams. He hoped that by redirecting the conversation, He could avoid answering any probing questions. To his surprise, Anko fell silent, looking down for a moment, her expression hinting at something deeper. Well, actually, I'm already a jounin, she finally admitted. Naruto raised an eyebrow but quickly suppressed his interest, showing curiosity would only encourage her. He maintained a cool demeanor, trying to appear indifferent. Well, a Tokubetsu jounin at least, so I don't have the full qualifications. Her expression darkened. Apparently, it's because I don't have the right attitude or a rounded set of skills or something. She snorted in irritation. As if I couldn't defeat any kunoichi in the village right now, even Nai-chan when we spar. Naruto had to suppress a reaction to her fervor. Anko then seemed to realize how passionately she had spoken and chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head with a forced grin. I'm rambling, aren't I? She asked, and Naruto couldn't help but snort, lightening his scowl slightly. When aren't you? He thought, unable to muster his usual indifference. Anko's arm looped around his shoulder, pulling him closer, and he found himself pressed against her side. You love me for it, don't you? She teased. Naruto shot her a scathing look, though it was somewhat muted by their proximity. I will skewer you, he growled, but Anko only laughed at his words before releasing him, nearly causing him to trip. He quickly caught himself with a chain that embedded into a nearby tree, noticing a faint ripple spreading from the point of contact. Anko grinned mischievously as she saw where his gaze had drifted. Oh, did you just notice? I thought one of you ANBU prodigy types would catch a genjutsu a little earlier. Naruto growled, using one of his chains to lightly scratch his arm, shattering the illusion and snapping back to reality. He could have repressed his chakra, but it would have taken too long. This was quicker, and he didn't mind the pain. A moment later, the glazed look in Anko's eyes vanished, and she rejoined him in the real world. Why didn't you say something sooner if you noticed? He muttered, narrowing his eyes as he scanned their surroundings. Chains crept from his back, vibrating with anticipation. Because they seemed to just be trying to tire us out, I was humorously playing along, Anko replied with a small laugh, her eyes drifting lazily. I would have liked to see them try to attack us while I was in a genjutsu. It might have been amusing. Her grin turned a bit more mischievous as their eyes fell on a patch of tree bark that was faintly rippling. Suddenly, the patch transformed into a tall, camouflaged man who launched himself toward Anko, fists clenched, sinbon protruding like claws, each dripping a viscous green liquid. As he crossed an invisible boundary around Anko, a low hiss filled the air. From beneath her trench coat, a large snake lashed out, its scaly head striking the man's arm and biting into his neck. The man screamed in shock and pain, collapsing to the ground as Anko sidestepped him with ease. Kosuka! Shouted the man's partner, who emerged from the ground behind Naruto, face twisted in anger as he threw more poison senbon. They clanged uselessly against a wall of brightly glowing chains that separated just enough to reveal Naruto's fierce grin. Finally, he snarled, and before the man could fully emerge, Naruto's chains impaled through his shoulders, yanking him out of the ground with a force that scattered dirt everywhere and drew a whimper of pain from the now identifiable Kusa Chunin. Naruto dangled him in the air for a moment, watching him flail helplessly, trying to free himself from the chains. Before he could decide how to handle the situation, Anko patted him on the shoulder. A quick glance revealed that she had secured the other Kusanine with 2 large snakes. Anko praised him for capturing rather than killing, winking at him, which made Naruto blink in surprise before turning back to his captive. Naruto grumbled in irritation, acknowledging the capture with a dismissive huff as he tossed the man roughly towards Anko. Another snake emerged to keep him securely bound. Anko cooed softly to the snakes, patting them affectionately, reminiscent of how one might interact with a dog. The snakes flicked their tongues out happily at her touch. Naruto muttered to himself about how Anko could easily notice genjutsu. Anko, hearing him, smiled proudly as she stroked one of her serpents. She explained that she always brought at least one snake as a familiar, noting that animals were less affected by genjutsu. They could inject her with a bit of their chakra to help her see through illusions. Naruto grunted disinterestedly, but Anko continued to play with one of the snakes, which wound its way up her arm. She encouraged him to say hello, but instead, a long chain emerged from Naruto's hand, hovering near one of the unconscious shinobi's throats. Anko seemed unfazed as her snake slithered back into her clothes with a parting hiss. Naruto scowled as the chain melted back into his skin, turning his attention back to the two unconscious Kusanin. He asked what they should do about them, his voice gruff despite its youthful tone. Anko stared at the captives with little interest, clearly more excited by the fight than the aftermath. She suggested they leave the Kusanin behind, confident that the proctors would come to collect them. As she surveyed the dense foliage, she added that they were out of the exam now. Naruto grinned at this, revealing slightly longer canines in a not-so-friendly smile. He offered to ensure they wouldn't get back up, bringing the chain close to one of the shinobi's throats. Anko scoffed and waved her hand dismissively. Before she could finish her thought, two familiar Konoha shinobi stumbled upon them, nearly falling from the trees. They immediately tried to escape but were abruptly pulled back by glowing chains around their necks. Anko teased them about leaving so soon, while Naruto eyed the newcomers with a predatory gaze. Izumo stumbled over his words, unable to form a coherent sentence, especially with Naruto's chain hovering dangerously close to him. Anko told Naruto to let them go, but he scowled at her, feeling that only a few could give him orders. Anko, unfazed, insisted they were harmless and reminded him that they were from the same village, encouraging camaraderie. Izumo quickly agreed, but Naruto shot him a menacing look, still holding firm on the chains. He insisted they weren't his comrades, though Saru's words echoed in his mind about the exam being a competition. Anko sighed, knowing Naruto would eventually let them go despite his stubbornness. She suggested that if by some miracle they made it through this round, they would be easy targets in the next. Naruto pondered this for a moment, and after a few tense seconds, the chains retracted with an unsettling clink. The two Chunin seized the opportunity and bolted away. A moment later, Anko burst into laughter, trying to muffle it but failing. She enjoyed teasing the two, believing it might motivate them. Turning back to Naruto, she found him already moving into the tree line to continue the exam. Naruto found himself scowling as he brushed his blonde spikes away from his eyes, waking up in his usual manner. However, he was surprised to discover a heavy mass resting on him. Looking down, he was met with a tangle of wild, messy purple hair. Anko, the Tokubetsu Jounin, was clad in her mesh underclothing, and he couldn't help but grunt at the sight, relieved that she wasn't completely undressed. Suddenly, Anko stirred and found herself unexpectedly pinned to the roof by her own clothing. Her eyes flew open, and she wriggled comically for a moment, realizing she was stuck. Once she processed the situation, a sheepish grin spread across her face as she looked down at Naruto. "Good morning, Gaki," she said, attempting to shrug despite her predicament. Meanwhile, Naruto's mind was still racing from the previous day's events. The ambush had been intense, and he couldn't shake the feeling of being tested. He remembered the Kumo shinobi, their swift movements, and the way they had vanished into the underbrush. Anko's playful banter had been a constant distraction, but now, as he lay there, he couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie forming between them. As they prepared to get moving, Anko's usual energy returned. She began chatting animatedly, her voice echoing through the stillness of the morning. Naruto listened, half interested, as he mentally prepared for the challenges that lay ahead in the exams. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, but he was focused on the task at hand, determined to prove himself. They set off into the jungle, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Naruto was ready for whatever came next, his instincts sharp and his resolve unwavering. Anko, ever the chatterbox, kept the mood light, and despite his initial annoyance, he found himself enjoying her company. Together, they ventured deeper into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the next round of the Jounin exams. Naruto huffed as he slid off his bed, putting on his clothes and walking into the small kitchenette of the hotel room. Anko struggled for a few moments before falling slack, casting a sheepish glance in Naruto's direction as he sat down to eat his breakfast. She asked if he was going to help her down, claiming it was just a little prank. Naruto ignored her, focusing on his bowl of rice and the other assorted foods he had quickly prepared. Suddenly, there was a commotion, followed by an undignified yelp and a loud thud. Naruto looked over to see Anko on the ground, now in her underwear, rubbing her lower back while trying to cover herself. Her modesty was surprising. As Naruto's chains retracted, her torn clothing fluttered down from the ceiling, landing awkwardly over her. She quickly picked herself up, still attempting to maintain her modesty despite the challenge. Anko then asked what was on the agenda for the day, sitting down across from him and reaching for a bowl of rice. She narrowly avoided losing her hand as Naruto retracted the chain that had threatened to snag her. Years of dealing with food-stealing teammates had sharpened his reflexes, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry. Naruto told her to get out of his room, continuing to eat while keeping his eyes focused on his food, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Anko grinned and clapped her hands, clearly pleased with herself. She remarked on their newfound familiarity, teasing him about using his first name. Naruto's glare intensified as he considered the implications of her presence in his room. He acknowledged her skill as an infiltration expert but was quickly distracted as she continued to speak. She commented on his fearsome reputation, leaning across the table in a way that would have captivated most. After a moment, she leaned back, expressing mild disappointment and rocking in her chair. Her usual predatory grin returned as she swaggered toward the window, expressing her anticipation to see him fight for real before slipping out without a sound. Naruto sighed and slumped in his chair, a scowl on his face. He missed the Anbu. The remaining candidates of the Jounin exams were gathered in a standard training ground some distance from Kusagakure. The outsider entrants had yet to enter the village, forced to rent hotel rooms from a nearby town. Lacking the military power of the 5 major villages, the minor villages had to employ various tactics, such as keeping their locations secret and concealing their defenses. The only other person present was a youthful girl with dark hair tied in a long ponytail and bright green eyes that sparkled with excitement. She welcomed the candidates to the final test of the Jounin exams with an enthusiastic grin, reminiscent of Anko but without the intimidating edge. She announced that they would be pairing off to fight one another, no holds barred, until one of them could no longer continue. The remaining 8 would then be paired again, but only after 2 fights would they be considered for the position of Jounin. Her cheerful demeanor was almost overwhelming, and Naruto felt a twitch of annoyance at her repetitive phrases. As the first 2 candidates were called to the field, Naruto watched the matches unfold. Each candidate displayed just enough skill to pass, unwilling to reveal their true abilities. A few were flamboyant, clearly aiming to show off, but they lacked substance, confirming Anko's earlier assessment. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. His opponent, an older-looking teen from Iwagakure, stepped onto the field. Bored, Naruto wasted no time when the proctor announced the start of the match. The IWNine began to taunt him, but was abruptly cut off as chains burst from the ground, snaking up his legs and constricting tightly, resulting in a painful crack as his femurs were snapped. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain as he clutched at the chains desperately. Naruto, with a cold demeanor, demanded entertainment, raising and twisting the chains until the Chunin was hanging upside down, still. Whimpering and trying to pry the glowing chakra constructs from his legs. He shook the teen a few times, making him resemble a rag doll in the hands of a displeased child. With a shout, he insisted on action. The chains lashed out suddenly, eliciting another agonized cry, before slamming back down with force, creating a small crater in the ground beneath the Chunin's body. Naruto huffed dismissively as he turned away from the fight and walked back into the crowd. The IWNing got up again, and from the other side of the crowd, the teen's partner shot him a cold look. It was the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, her chubby friend nowhere to be seen. As he returned her glare, she flinched and broke away. If he was going to have a reputation, he would at least drive off the weaklings that bored him. More fights passed until Anko's name was called. Against his better judgment, Naruto looked up with mild interest, curious about the skills of the woman who had been bothering him. However, it turned out to be a disappointment as her opponent, a Kushina, collapsed almost immediately after the match began. Anko had managed to slip a snake onto him the moment their names were called, and it quickly injected him with a potent paralytic. Smart, but incredibly dull to watch. She would have made a good Anbu if she could remain quiet for even a moment. The names continued to cycle through, and suddenly Naruto's ears perked up in interest. The proctor hummed thoughtfully as she closed her eyes and pointed to a random spot on her clipboard with a flourish. The announcement revealed Naruto's name, prompting various looks directed his way, none particularly friendly except for Anko's exaggerated thumbs up. His opponent was Samui from Kumo. Naruto grinned as he stepped out with his opponent, eyeing her in a way that might have made most women uncomfortable. Samui maintained a cold, detached expression as her own eyes scanned the much shorter blonde. She took in everything she could, from his energetic stance to the slight twitch of his fingers at her every movement. The feral expression was the last thing on her mind as she tried to glean what she could from his body language. It was frustratingly little. Every little tick she noticed seemed to vanish as soon as her gaze passed it, replaced by another. It was like watching a constantly changing, complex puzzle that refused to conform to any standards. He had seemingly flipped the shinobi principle of removing tells, creating an almost whimsical demeanor that served only to deceive and confuse. It was frighteningly effective, and neither of them had even begun to fight. Naruto, on the other hand, ignored any kind of initial assessment, having been warned by Teiko many times. Preconceptions could manipulate expectations and lull opponents into certain fighting styles. Presenting false weaknesses or nervous habits was not his strategy. He had been drilled to focus only on what was present in a fight. Fights were savage, brutal, often swift, and most of all, honest. The only truths Naruto believed were found in his fists and chains. Then the arm descended, and adrenaline slowed time for both of them, elongating that initial split second into a drawn-out staring contest. At that moment, the smoke bomb Samui had dropped as soon as the proctor raised her arm hit the ground, enveloping the clearing in thick gray smoke. Naruto recognized the tactic Samui had used in her last fight, creating cover to employ swift guerrilla tactics from the trees. He wouldn't allow the same thing to happen to him, and in one fluid motion he dove to the ground just as a buzzing, electrified sword sailed through the spot he had just occupied. Pulling out the big guns just for him, Naruto thought with a ferocious grin as Samui retreated into the safety of the trees with her sword. He quickly demonstrated how safe the trees were when chains burst from his body, grabbing the nearest trunk and throwing it at her last position. The tree crashed through several others before coming to a stop in more pieces than it had left in. A few of the Jounin prospects on the sidelines winced, already imagining this fight ending as brutally as Naruto's last. Naruto called out, eager to draw her out, but was abruptly cut off as his chains instinctively pulled him to the floor, landing like a strange insect with its many legs splayed out. He scowled as he saw pale yellow hair disappear into the undergrowth. She could activate that right hand chakra like her blade had a switch, meaning the hum that gave her away didn't appear until the last moment. The girl was annoyingly quiet despite her swift movements. Naruto was grateful for his sharp reflexes, otherwise, he might have lost more than just a few strands of hair. These trees and that lightning chakra of hers were a pain, he thought, standing up straighter, a somewhat inadvisable move in most cases. However, the grin he wore dared anyone to test him. The smoke from the initial distraction had cleared, giving the spectators a clear view as Naruto suddenly retracted his chains toward himself like a curled-up spider. A look of concentration crossed his features before a hazy, almost insubstantial blur surrounded half the length of each chain toward the tips. "Good thing I know how to deal with both," he muttered, twisting his body into a tight, rapid spin. The chains reacted to the sudden centripetal force, spreading out as wide as they could. Both Samui in the trees and the Chunin on the sidelines were forced to dive to the ground as the golden blurs sliced through the air in a large 50-meter diameter. As they passed overhead, they emitted an almost inaudible shriek, the unmistakable sound of futon chakra. Suddenly, the chains returned to the blonde, who wore a searching yet amused expression, allowing the Chunin to rise. A moment of deafening silence followed before every tree within a 50-meter radius, extending far beyond the small clearing, toppled over with a shuddering groan. By the time anyone realized what had happened, Naruto was already dashing forward. His feet barely touched the cleanly cut trunks as he leaped toward a startled Samui. The teen had enough sense to bring her now glowing blade around again, blocking the powerful impact of all 8 of Naruto's chains slamming into it like a solid golden mass. She was immediately brought to her knees, but her grip on the blade remained firm. To her surprise, her supposedly Raten-sharpened blade barely made a dent in the glowing chakra constructs. Naruto quipped about the blade's dullness as he increased the pressure, causing the ground around Samui's feet to lightly crater while her grip held steady. Samui managed to rasp out a question, looking up to see the blue glow of her blade clashing with the faintly white edge extending from the chains. The two conflicting chakra natures canceled each other out, leaving just her sword against Naruto's chains. The chains prevailed. With a grunt, Samui watched helplessly as a small chip appeared on her tanto, quickly developing into a crack as Naruto pushed harder, until the end of the blade snapped off. However, she was trained by one of Kumogakure's strongest shinobi, second only to the Reikage. As soon as she saw the end of her blade snap back toward her, she pulled back from Naruto suddenly, her foot striking the flat of the steel and kicking it at him. A few chains swarmed to protect him, allowing Samui the distance she needed. Before retreating, she left Naruto a small surprise in the form of half a dozen explosive tags quickly slapped on the ground. The explosion nearly knocked a few watching Chunin off their feet as the ground quaked beneath them. It became clear, however, from the heavily scorched and ashen tree log left in his place, that Naruto had escaped the blast. This fact was further emphasized to Samui as she made a break for the distant tree line, only to feel the tip of the tanto she had kicked at him suddenly spear through her foot and into the soft ground. She let out a muffled grunt of pain as Naruto dropped to the ground behind her like a ghost. Naruto acknowledged how close she had come to hitting him, noting a small blackened scorch mark on his trousers where he hadn't substituted fast enough. Samui grunted as she yanked the broken blade out of her foot, managing to slice her palms in the process. Without hesitation, she began forming seals familiar to any higher-ranked shinobi. However, her footing was suddenly yanked out from under her as the ground erupted in a small sea of chains, each finding a place on Samui's body until she resembled an image from a book on shibari techniques. For a long moment, especially for Samui, nothing happened except for a snake-like blade hovering in front of her face, as if staring at her curiously. Then, unceremoniously, she was dropped to the ground. The match had already been called in Naruto's favor. Samui blinked in surprise, wondering why Naruto hadn't been more aggressive with her like he had been with the Wagakure shinobi. She also noted a flicker of disappointment and irritation on the blonde's features before the match concluded. Naruto snarled something unintelligible as his alarm clock blared noisily in his ear, jolting him awake. He rolled over to slam his hand down on it, only to find himself closer to the edge of the bed than he remembered. With a muted grunt, he hit the floor face first, glaring down at the carpet as if trying to burn a hole through it with his gaze. After finishing his silent vendetta against alarms, carpets, beds, and mornings in general, he slid to his feet and stumbled into his kitchenette. After a meal, a splash of water to the face, and a change of clothes, Naruto began his morning exercise routine, which consisted mainly of pull-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, and some training with his chains. He could only do speed training outside. The last time he had tried it in his room by running up the walls and ceiling, he had woken up the entire apartment block. It was quite unpleasant to have an entire Anbu battalion glaring at him outside his door, an experience he preferred not to repeat. After a shower and the rest of his change of clothes, he was outside, hopping along the rooftops as the sun rose slowly on the horizon. It had become a habit over the last 6 years to rise at dawn, a routine he had no intention of breaking. This early hour allowed him to move through the village without encountering many people. Even merchants were not crazy enough to be up this early. He might have to deal with the occasional ANBU patrol, but they generally left him alone. He found both amusement and appreciation in that, even if he kept it to himself. This routine had developed after the Jounin exams nearly 2 months prior. Get up, work out, shower, get dressed, go to the mission office, take a mission, return, shower, change, work out, go to bed, and repeat. He had been relentless, barely resting between missions. Initially, the Hokage was pleased with his work ethic, interpreting it as a sign that the ANBU had trained him well, which was true. However, as this continued beyond the first month, he began recommending that Naruto slow down. Fortunately, there were no limits on the number of missions a Jounin could take, so technically, the Hokage could not stop him unless he made it an order. If he were honest with himself, Naruto wasn't sure why he was pushing himself so hard, although it served as excellent training. It certainly wasn't out of any obligation to the village. As far as he was concerned, it could burn while he was out on a mission, and he would barely bat an eye. Naruto had little motivation to protect his village unless ordered to do so or if his squad mates were in immediate danger. Some might find this attitude concerning, especially from the village's Jinchuriki, and they would likely be right. However, Naruto remained indifferent. One reason for his detachment was the presence of a certain purple-haired Tokubetsu Jounin. Anko had taken to tracking him down in the village, and her persistence was puzzling to Naruto. A few weeks prior he had stopped holding back and had begun to confront her if she got too close. Yet, she was remarkably agile and often evaded his attempts. Anko seemed to enjoy perching on his shoulders, grinning as if he were an unusual two-legged steed. Additionally, Naruto had been experiencing flashbacks since his reintegration into the standard shinobi corps. Memories of Kushina would surface unexpectedly, not painfully but certainly annoyingly. People often gave him strange looks when he suddenly bent over, hand pressed to his head. He attributed this to the abundance of triggers in Konoha places Kushina had known, people she had interacted with, and phrases she had heard. It was frustrating. If Naruto were honest with himself about his workaholism, he would admit that he needed something to occupy his time. Outside of Anbu, he struggled to find motivation for anything. Establishing a routine seemed like the best way to cope. In Anbu, he had orders and teammates to guide him, but now, as a Jounin, the newfound freedom felt almost overwhelming. In those rare moments of free time, he found himself lost in thought. By the middle of the second month, he realized he genuinely missed his time in Anbu. He missed the sense of direction, the purpose, and most of all, he missed his teammates. Missions were quiet now, devoid of Teiko's banter, Kuma's childlike observations, or Saru's occasional words of wisdom that always seemed fitting. Oddly, he even missed Nezumi's silence. He hadn't realized how long he and his squad had been away from the village until he was alone. In the past 2 months, he had seen his teammates only 3 times, and they never stayed for more than a day. They were known as the Trouble Squad for a reason. When they lingered in one place too long, chaos seemed to follow. This left Naruto feeling isolated, bored, and anxious unless he forced himself to stay busy. The missions he undertook were merely a distraction from the monotony of life without the vibrancy his teammates brought. Thus, there were many reasons Naruto walked into the mission office early that morning. The sun's orange light streamed through the large window. As usual, the Hokage looked up and greeted the young Jounin with a warm smile, handing off some reports to a nearby Chunin who had been assigned the task for the day. From his conversations with Izumo and Kotetsu at the gate, Naruto understood that this was considered a form of punishment. He felt fortunate to have avoided it. He might have lost his temper if forced to deal with paperwork for an extended PRD. The Hokage acknowledged Naruto's arrival, noting it was a good time for him to come in. He began rummaging through a precarious stack of papers. After a moment, he managed to retrieve a document without toppling the pile and opened it. Yesterday, Kakashi left on a C-ranked mission to Nami no Kuni with his genin squad, the Hokage informed him. Naruto raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that the famed Sharingan user had taken on a squad. It seemed beneath someone of his stature, a waste of talent. Yet, he recalled Anko mentioning that the Scarecrow had to deal with a group of young ninjas, which he found amusing, at least until Naruto pointed out that Kakashi could only do that because he had been promoted to Jounin. That night had been one of the most entertaining Naruto had experienced in weeks. On their way, they encountered 2 C-ranked Nukenin, the demon brothers from Kirigakure. The Hokage continued. Naruto was familiar with them. They were an oddity in the bingo book, as individually they were considered C-rank, but together they posed a significant threat. Team Kakashi chose to continue the mission. The Hokage muttered something under his breath, and Naruto knew the old man would have a discussion with the copy ninja once the mission concluded. They managed to apprehend the two, apparently tied to a tree on the roadside. I need someone to go collect them and transport them to the nearest bounty station where the samurai forces can take them into custody. The Hokage placed the mission dossier on the desk. Feel free to keep the bounty as mission pay. It isn't much considering your skills, but it's fairly simple work. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, much to the dismay of his Chunin assistant, who would have to endure the secondhand smoke all day. Naruto barely glanced at the folder before shrugging and picking it up. It was a light assignment that would take him no more than 3 hours for a round trip, hardly a challenge, but it was a start. The two captives would likely offer little resistance after being bound for the entire night. He agreed that it seemed easy enough. However, he was no stranger to missions taking unexpected turns, even those that appeared straightforward. The Hokage shrugged slowly, offering Naruto a small smile, a twinkle in his eye. "I'll leave it to your judgment," he said amicably, returning to his work as he reviewed the missions for the day. They needed to be ranked appropriately based on difficulty before the majority of the teams started arriving. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the statement. He had essentially been given free rein outside of the village as long as he didn't deviate too far from the mission. Was he being tested? He gave a curt and somewhat uncertain nod before retreating from the room, feeling the Hokage's gaze on him the entire way out. He discarded the mission dossier almost immediately, knowing all he needed to, and made a break for the nearest window. It was the fastest way out, and he suddenly wanted to complete this mission as soon as possible. It was giving him unsettling vibes. 5 years of tense, stressful, and often high-stakes missions in Anbu had taught him to trust those kinds of instincts. He was a shinobi. There was no such thing as paranoia, just a proper sense of danger. By the time the sun had fully risen, casting long shadows to the west, he was already sprinting toward Nami no Kuni. The small waterlocked nation wasn't far from Konoha, and at this pace, it would take him barely 3 hours. For merchants and civilians who usually made the trek, it was more like 15. In that vein, it didn't take him long, only about an hour, to locate the site where the two missing nin should have been tied up. Emphasis on should have been. He found the ropes they had been bound with, along with signs of a struggle, including stains on the ground and a log that had clearly been used in a substitution, but no Kirinin were in sight. Naruto stood there for a moment, blinking and wondering what he was supposed to do now. As far as he could tell, there were no obvious tracks leading away from the site, except for those that likely belonged to Team Kakashi. Tracking had never been his strong suit, that was Teiko's job. However, he had accepted a mission, and he intended to complete it. If two low-ranked missing nin had attacked a jounin like Kakashi, it was likely because they were being paid to do so or they were simply foolish. This meant that if they were now free, they would likely attempt to complete their mission despite their failure. They also had accomplices. Naruto doubted that a couple of Chunin missing nin could have escaped bindings set by an experienced jounin like Kakashi. Why these accomplices hadn't helped during the fight remained a mystery. The mystery was partially solved when Naruto followed the trail of Kakashi's team across the watery divide between Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni. He discovered the site of another battle, this one clearly more intense given the signs of jutsu damage and the greater prevalence of stains. This time, he found 2 different tracks leading away, one belonging to Kakashi's team and the other to their attackers. He found it odd that Kakashi hadn't pursued them, indicating he was missing some crucial information. Not knowing the full scope of the situation, Naruto decided against following the attackers. Technically, he was interjecting into another mission, and as the senior and more experienced jounin, he would have to defer to Kakashi in this instance. He didn't particularly like it, as he was sure it would be much more exciting to chase after attackers strong enough to challenge Kakashi's Sharingan, but as a former ANBU, he wasn't one to break protocol easily. A few minutes later, he was curiously examining a small cottage hidden away in the woods on the outskirts of a nearby fishing village. To his surprise, the door suddenly opened, revealing a young woman with long dark blue hair who seemed to be waving off someone inside. She turned around, and the soft smile on her face changed to shock as she caught sight of Naruto, or more specifically, the flak jacket he wore. She jumped in surprise, a small squeak escaping her lips, which Naruto found amusing. A hurried glance over his form revealed the Konoha headband tied around his neck, allowing the woman to breathe a sigh of relief. A cold, snide voice then asked who he was. The startled yelp from the woman drew the attention of whoever she had been talking to, and Naruto soon found himself confronted by a trio of shinobi around his age. The one who addressed him, a dark-haired boy wearing the Uchiha crest, stared at him intently. Naruto thought he recognized him from somewhere, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He gave a cursory glance to the pink-haired girl behind him before dismissing her. The last of the trio was a pale, dark-haired boy with an unsettlingly fake smile, and Naruto had seen enough of those. He asked where Hatake was, and the abrupt question startled the first two, while the boy with the strange smile remained impassive. The Uchiha recovered first, stepping forward defensively and questioning why Naruto wanted to know and who he was. Not particularly liking this boy, Naruto turned to the more passive one. He addressed the boy with the fake smile, asking if they were Hatake's team. The boy gave a quick nod in response, making the first boy see that being ignored. He introduced himself as Sai, along with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto found it amusing to see Sakura's reaction to his status as a jounin. She was clearly surprised by his age. He was shorter than the two boys, which was somewhat irritating. Naruto replied that he hadn't asked for their names but wanted them to take him to Hatake. He easily pushed past Sasuke and into the house. The woman had scurried off, deciding that whatever was happening was shinobi business. Sai, however, remained where he was, that same eerie smile on his face. Naruto was no stranger to faking emotion, even if he wasn't great at it, but he knew that this was just strange. Sai informed him that he couldn't take him to Kakashi, as the jounin was injured and unconscious. He couldn't be sure that Naruto wasn't an enemy shinobi in disguise trying to harm him. Behind them, Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened considerably. They clearly hadn't even considered that possibility. Now they were scrutinizing him more closely, and rightfully so, considering everything Sai had just said could be true. Naruto growled lowly, releasing a gruff noise from the back of his throat as he cracked his neck. He declared that he would return in an hour, but if Kakashi wasn't awake by then he would wake him up. He couldn't act properly until he spoke with him anyway. As he turned to leave the house, he found his way blocked by Sasuke, who seemed to take some pleasure in standing over the blonde. If it wouldn't cause him serious trouble back in the village, Naruto would have liked to shorten Sasuke's height a bit. He suddenly remembered Sasuke. He wondered if they had met before. Naruto scowled at him and pushed past, surprising Sasuke as he easily shoved by him despite the height difference. If Naruto could block a sword swing from Nezumi, he could certainly push a genin barely a month out of the academy out of his way. He taunted Sasuke, relishing in the rank as he walked away from the small house. Perhaps it was Anko's influence or his inner mischief acting up, but he thought this mission might actually be a bit of fun. Naruto didn't need to return to the house after all, as Kakashi came to him. The lanky man ducked under the curtain of the small outdoor food stall where Naruto was eating just moments before he considered heading back to the cottage. Without looking up from his bowl of ramen, he acknowledged Kakashi's presence with a small grunt. Technically, they were both of the same rank, but with more years and experience, Kakashi was undoubtedly the superior in this situation, and Naruto's conditioning demanded he at least recognize it. Kakashi settled into the seat next to Naruto and casually ordered a bowl of ramen. Naruto noticed the look Kakashi sent toward the stack of bowls beside him. The volume was partly due to Kushina's obsession with ramen, but a trained ANBU knew to take a meal when they could. Field work could often lead to days of inactivity, and that meant no food in some cases. Naruto muttered that he wouldn't say he had shook up Sasuke. Instead, he would use words like stressed, agitated, or even harassed. He quickly finished the broth and turned to Kakashi with a mischievous smile, suggesting those words were more fun. However, the uncomfortable atmosphere he was trying to create was shattered when Kakashi simply smiled back, or at least gave the one-eyed, mouth-covered equivalent. Kakashi remarked that Naruto's reputation certainly fit, although people failed to mention his extensive vocabulary. He chuckled to himself as his own ramen arrived, giving a playful wink to the young girl behind the counter. She seemed too tired to notice, even as a hint of red stained her pale cheeks. Lethargy and apathy seemed to be the norm in Nami no Kuni, with occasional sprinkles of sadness and hopelessness. Naruto shot back that he couldn't say the same for Kakashi. He glanced around to gauge the Jounin's reaction but saw only the man somehow devouring his ramen without ever removing his mask. Naruto was familiar with the technique, having been taught how to do it, but his known dislike for the Anbu mask and tendency to break it in his moods meant he didn't use it often. He noted that others often spoke highly of Kakashi, citing his efficiency and ruthlessness. This seemed to catch Kakashi off guard, making him pause his eating just long enough for Naruto to almost glimpse his face. Kakashi countered that being in Anbu made one a very different person, and he knew that Naruto understood. Naruto bristled slightly at the diminutive suffix Kakashi used. He stood up from the counter, tossing down his money, which the local girl immediately scrambled for as if her life depended on every single Rio. He remarked that he didn't see it. Kakashi looked almost as lazy as a Nara. As he waited outside for Kakashi to finish up and pay, Kakashi made a show of ducking under the stall's flaps, seemingly just to irritate Naruto. They caught a hurried call from the stall girl to come back again before stepping outside into the gray, lifeless streets of the small fishing village. Naruto could honestly say he was having a rather strange week as he clung to the underside of a sturdy tree branch without using chakra. This technique, taught to him by Nezumi, had become invaluable recently. He was using it without chakra because he had opted for a more camouflaged outfit, aware of a stalker lurking somewhere in the forest. They were either an exceptional sensor, able to pick up his signature from hundreds of meters away, or they were incredibly lucky, always in the right place to catch him. There was a third possibility that they were simply following Naruto all the time without him knowing it, but his pride as a Black Ops operative prevented him from considering that scenario. The week had been strange for several reasons, most notably his growing confusion regarding Kakashi and his varied interactions with the man's genin team. He couldn't understand Kakashi. Everyone he had met praised his abilities and professional attitude. However, from what he observed, Kakashi was a lot like Teiko, a shameless flirt who liked to read inappropriate material in public. Once, Naruto had challenged Kakashi to a spar, believing he understood people best while fighting. However, the man had the audacity to refuse, claiming he was still recovering. Just an hour earlier, Naruto had seen him use a frivolous shunshin to escape the wrath of Tsunade after she caught him peeping on her. This had disappointed and aggravated both Naruto and, apparently, Sasuke as well. He had been requesting sparring sessions with the blonde Jounin, but those were easier to dismiss than his own request to Kakashi, who would casually cite rank and the inappropriateness of such encounters. In truth, Naruto couldn't bring himself to fight a genin, no matter how talented. There was no danger, no risk of losing, and no adrenaline rush that made high-level fights so thrilling for him. He could always experience that with his teammates, who never held back against him, making every confrontation feel like a brush with death. A genin, on the other hand, offered no excitement, unlike the game of cat and mouse he was playing with his mysterious assailant. A grin spread across his face as he recalled their first encounter. Naruto hopped through the trees, having chosen a random direction to run in. He had been talking bravely about dealing with the Gata problem alone, but he had no idea how to go about it. He was a weapon, a fighter, the type to act first and think later. Planning and scheming were not his forte. Searching the entire island nation for 2 runaway Nukenin didn't sound appealing, nor did waiting around for them to confront Kakashi and his team. As he ran, a tingling sensation at the back of his neck warned him that something was amiss. Instinctively, he pulled his head back, only to have it replaced by 3 thin objects that thudded heavily into the trunk of the tree where he landed. Blinking in surprise, Naruto turned to see a small cluster of Senbon, the combat kind. He had seen them used by an Anbu operative who also liked to use them as hair ornaments, so the weapon itself was no surprise. He recalled that it took a great deal of skill and dedicated training to use them effectively. He muttered to himself, recognizing the figure as the fake Hunter Nin. His attacker was clearly skilled at hiding, as he hadn't sensed their presence until he heard the faint whistling in the air. This time, his chains erupted from his body, swatting the irritating projectiles out of the air. They lashed out in the direction the weapons had come from, but all he heard in return were the sounds of trees toppling over. Just as he was about to pursue the assailant, he found there was no need. The imposter stated emotionlessly that if he came after Zabuza, they would put him down if necessary. From their voice and the shapeless battle kimono and mask they wore, Naruto struggled to determine their gender, but he did recognize the threat they posed, causing him to grin viciously. He replied playfully, certain he was receiving a strange look from beneath the mask, that he wasn't after their master, just the two Chunin hiding behind him. The Hunter-nin regarded him differently for a moment before he continued, noting that if they kept hiding behind Zabuza, then Zabuza would be in the way. It was unfortunate, but such things happened. The figure's posture shifted immediately, becoming tense and defensive, which only elicited a laugh from Naruto. The androgynous figure repeated their intent to stop him, this time with a hint of emotion, a cold edge that almost dared him to respond. Naruto felt it only right to reply in kind, taunting them about what was stopping them. He held out his arms to either side, maintaining his grin and making a show of his chains moving like snakes, vibrating in anticipation. The figure remained quiet before crouching down, more sunbans sliding from their sleeves. They quietly warned him that they could only give so many warnings before the thin metal weapons flashed through the air at lightning speed. They clashed uselessly against the golden chakra constructs, but in that brief moment, Naruto lost sight of the individual as they vanished back into the underbrush. This had not been their only confrontation, nor even the most interesting. They had clashed several times after their initial encounter, each time when Naruto was out searching the forest for any signs of them, which he imagined the fake Hunter-nin was covering up. It was a game of hide and seek, but when Naruto found them, he would try to defeat them instead of just tagging them, and instead of merely hiding, they were laying traps and ambushing him periodically. He had to admit the Nada Hunter-nin was becoming more creative in fending him off, a good counter to his general brute force approach. Naruto's grin was practically glowing as trees shattered around him, showering him with sharp debris and splinters. His opponent was becoming craftier with each passing day. They were fast, almost as fast as he was, and had clearly been heavily trained from a young age. It wouldn't be much fun if they weren't at least a challenge. So far, however, they seemed content to challenge his endurance and dodging abilities rather than engage in real combat, which they had quickly learned were second to none for his age group. Nobody could beat a Jinchuriki when it came to stamina, and Nezumi ensured he could dodge all manner of thrown objects. As Naruto chased his mysterious opponent through the trees, he felt he was close to cornering them. There was no way they had any Senbon left. They had already thrown an impressive number, and the battle kimono had limited space. Moreover, not a single barrage had been launched for the past few minutes, despite the few rips in his clothes from the last couple. While his opponent was fast and agile, they were still no match for a leaf-nin in the trees. His chains lashed out again, this time snagging flesh instead of wood, and he was rewarded with a startled cry as the fake Hunter-nin tumbled to a stop in a relatively open clearing. Naruto quickly joined them, landing with a splash atop the small stream that wound through the open space. At some point, the imposter's mask had fallen off, landing a few feet away. They quickly made a move to scramble for it, only to realize they still had a leg bound by a glowing golden tether. In the moment it took to free the limb, Naruto had already collected the mask, turning it over in his hands curiously. The atmosphere in the bridge builder's house had grown tense, the only sounds being Sakura's nervous breathing and the rhythmic tapping of Naruto's fingers. The blonde was perched on the back of a chair, staring so intently at Haku that the genin thought the faux Hunter-nin's head might spontaneously combust. Haku continued to stare forward at the table, her usually soft brown eyes appearing soulless and unfocused. Even when Sai walked across the room, his typical fake smile plastered on his features, and poked Haku, Zabuza's former apprentice, didn't flinch. Sai, completely unaware of his inappropriateness, casually asked about Haku's gender. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him before returning to his intense gaze at Haku, as if willing some kind of reaction. Sakura, however, was more vocal in her incredulity as she slapped the dark-haired boy on the back of his head. She expressed her frustration, pointing out the inappropriateness of Sai's comment given the tense atmosphere. She glanced at Naruto, relieved he had chosen to remain silent and glare instead. Sai rubbed the back of his head and turned to Sakura, his expression unchanged. He explained that he had read in his books that it was polite to start conversations with new acquaintances, and not knowing Haku's gender could lead to a social error. He pulled out a small book, glancing down at it, and noted that the social rules were difficult to follow. Sakura's eye twitched, clearly having dealt with this for a while. She argued that making a social mistake to avoid another was foolish. Her hands shook slightly as she looked as if she wanted to pull her hair out, preferably from Sai. Taking a calming breath, she continued, struggling to articulate her thoughts about Haku's identity. Haku, with a monotone voice, confirmed her gender, her eyes remaining unchanged and devoid of energy. It was as if something had drained the life out of her, leaving her a blank, empty shell. For Haku, that statement mirrored her own feelings. Sakura nervously defended herself, twisting a strand of her long pink hair around her finger, before returning her attention to Sai, her target for vented frustrations. She trailed off, blinking rapidly as her mind struggled to form coherent thoughts. She then asked Kakashi, their sensei, why Haku was there, especially if Zabuza was no longer an enemy. Kakashi, who had been lazily leaning back in his chair, finally lifted his head from his book to address her question. He acknowledged the question but noted that she was asking the wrong jounin. Naruto scoffed, his eyes still fixed on Haku as he glared. He was convinced Kakashi would prefer to let Haku walk away to avoid extra work. Naruto declared his intention to take Haku back to Konoha, his tone low and firm. Before the room could fall into silence again, Kakashi spoke up, maintaining his casual demeanor as he turned a page in his book. He pointed out that Haku was not a missing nin, which only fueled Naruto's determination. He insisted that he didn't care about the classification, his tone growing more intense as he dared anyone to challenge him. Kakashi remained unmoved, explaining that dragging back random people not involved in their mission was not how shinobi operated. He attempted to lighten the mood with a perverted giggle at something in his book, but Naruto countered that Haku's shinobi training made her a potential threat. Kakashi reminded him that she was not a registered shinobi, having checked the bingo book where she was not mentioned. Naruto argued that she had the training and possessed a bloodline, an extinct one. He leaned forward, grinning as he pressed his point. Kakashi countered that Konoha did not simply take in strays with bloodlines, nor did they kidnap people for them. Naruto scoffed, bringing up Tenzo as an example, which startled Kakashi and confused the other genin. Kakashi explained that Tenzo was a special circumstance, meant for his protection, and his bloodline belonged to Konoha. Naruto, with a smirk, suggested that Haku's bloodline belonged to Kirigakure, and he could easily return her there. His tone was almost playful, knowing exactly what Kirigakure would do to a bloodline user in their current political climate. Haku remained unresponsive, staring blankly ahead. Kakashi reluctantly argued that Haku was her own person and should make that decision herself. Naruto grinned, confident in his understanding of Kakashi's character. The jounin cared about people, regardless of the reason, and that compassion made him predictable. He wouldn't send Haku off to the death sentence that Kiri represented. The end, Naruto emphasized the suffix sarcastically, stating that it didn't matter. The Hokage had left matters of mission deviation up to his discretion. He turned to Haku, his smirk growing as a chain rattled out from his shoulder, hovering just inches from her body. She remained unresponsive. He continued, suggesting that if it made Kakashi feel better, Haku should argue that she wanted to go off on her own. Naruto hopped off the chair and moved around the table to stand beside her, cupping her chin and tilting her head toward Kakashi. But Haku, in a voice that was not her own, expressed her desire to stay by Naruto's side. Naruto mimicked her words, moving her jaw to match. With Haku's dull eyes, the scene was unsettling. Kakashi grimaced beneath his mask, unable to comment, as he realized that letting her go off alone would likely lead to her demise within the week. Naruto then insisted that Haku didn't want to leave them because she understood that staying with him was her best chance at revenge. For a brief moment, a flicker of something ignited in Haku's eyes before fading back into the dull haze that had consumed her since Zabuza's death. Sakura, confused, managed to ask why Naruto wanted Haku around. Naruto simply pet his head and smirked, having forgotten the genin were even there. He wanted Haku to try to reignite that fire in her eyes. Things felt incomplete as they were, and he was unsatisfied. With an oddly upbeat attitude, Naruto declared he had some business to take care of. He playfully poked Haku on the nose with his finger as he left, grinning in a way that unsettled the two genin who were not emotionally stunted. Meizu sighed happily as he took a warm bite of takoyaki, waving to a passerby who hurried past without a word. He was accustomed to the fearful looks or the averted gazes of people, likely due to the large, vicious-looking gauntlet on his hand, matched by the one on his brother's. It didn't bother him, it only made the stall owners rush to fulfill their orders, and quicker food was always welcome. They also didn't have to pay, as the viscous purple ichor from their weapons served as enough incentive. He chuckled as he finished the delicious little ball, liking his fingers clean. All things considered, he had a good life. Kiri had always looked down on him and his brother, so who needed them? Out here, the only concern was the occasional high-level shinobi or, more likely, Zabuza losing his temper. They were fortunate that Haku was always there to keep him calm, even if she was a bit of a stuck-up ice queen in the making. He still remembered how she had told him and his brother that she was a boy. It had altered his perspective for months. Reaching for another octopus ball, he frowned when he found only air. Irritated, he turned to lay into his brother for taking his snacks again, only to freeze in sudden fear. Naruto was there, having finished one of the little snacks, eating it off the thin chain it was skewered on. He looked to Gozu, who was hanging from a golden chain noose, struggling for breath. Naruto dismissed Gozu's plight and turned his attention back to Meizu, who was rooted in place, not out of fear, but because two more chains had burst from the ground, wrapping around his ankles. Naruto, with a grin, pressed a takoyaki to Meizu's lips, forcing him to open his mouth and eat. However, further torment was interrupted as Gozu's struggles began to slow, his breath coming in raspy wheezes. Irritated, Naruto dropped Gozu, letting him slump to the ground. It was unfortunate he had to bring them to the bounty office alive, but he shrugged it off, focusing back on the wide-eyed Meizu. Hiruzen sighed heavily, leaning forward in his chair, a hand supporting his forehead as he glared at the desk for several minutes. Finally, he took a calming breath, placed a smile on his face, and looked back up. Unfortunately, Naruto was still there. He had hoped to will the problem away, but childish hopes were for younger men. Naruto stated that he had completed the mission, leaning casually to one side as he set the finished mission papers down on the desk. The Sandaime groaned as he saw it add to his already heavy stack of paperwork. Hiruzen acknowledged that Naruto had indeed completed the mission, albeit a week later than expected, and without notification. Naruto's expression was serious as he addressed the Hokage, expressing his limits regarding trust in certain matters. The Hokage, playing with the end of his pipe, acknowledged Naruto's point, recalling that he had indeed left the mission parameters to Naruto's discretion. He sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. He had trusted Naruto to inform Konoha of his delayed return from a mission, knowing that as a powerful shinobi, his absence would raise questions among the villagers. The Hokage explained that Naruto's former squad had returned 3 days prior and had a message for him. From that point on, Naruto would spend 1 day a week training to control his unique abilities, as he had done before his removal from the Corps. The Hokage believed that given Naruto's recent performance on missions, this training was now viable again, especially since it was closely tied to his emotional state. Turning his attention to Yuki, the Hokage's expression shifted to one of concern. He understood the complexities of her situation, knowing that releasing her into the world could have serious consequences. Her past connections to a notorious missing nin would likely make her a target for Kirigakure, and without a shinobi identity, she would attract unwanted attention. He feared that with her training only partially complete, she might struggle against any threats that came her way, especially considering her fragile mental state. Ultimately, the Hokage offered Yuki a choice. She could leave Konoha and face the world alone, or she could stay and find a new life in the village. He assured her that with proper training, she could hold a position within Konoha's ranks, as her lack of background made her an ideal candidate. Despite his efforts to reach her, Yuki remained distant, her gaze fixed on the ground. After a moment, she lifted her head slightly, her tired eyes reflecting her resignation. She expressed her desire to stay, knowing that if she left, she would likely struggle to survive. The Hokage smiled, relieved by her decision. He explained that he would assign her a Chunin or Jounin-level shinobi to oversee her, ensuring her movements were monitored, but without restricting her freedom. He nodded, a barely perceptible acknowledgement of his words. Suddenly, Naruto interjected, surprising both the Hokage and the Anbu present. He declared his intention to take responsibility for Yuki, catching the Hokage off guard. Despite the Hokage's attempts to remind Naruto of the responsibilities involved, Yuki's quiet acceptance of the arrangement further shocked him. Naruto's grin widened, and he enthusiastically embraced Yuki, his excitement palpable. The Hokage, though hesitant, recognized that Naruto's status as a Jounin qualified him for the task. With a toothy grin, Naruto eagerly asked what he needed to sign to formalize the arrangement. It seemed that he had unexpectedly gained a ward. Later that night, Haku awoke in the dim light of the moon filtering through the window of Naruto's apartment. She had taken residence in what was technically his living room, but it felt like hers for the moment. The serene brightness of the moonlight contrasted sharply with her somber demeanor. Silently, she rolled off the couch and glided across the floor, moving with a ghost-like grace. Pausing at the door to Naruto's bedroom, she recalled the Hokage's offer of a house, which she had dismissed at the time. Naruto's unexpected generosity had led her to accept his apartment instead. With a gentle touch, she turned the door handle, slipping into the room where Naruto lay sleeping. A single chopstick, sharpened to a fine point, slid from her sleeve, a remnant of their quiet dinner together. She hesitated to use chakra to create a weapon from water vapor, but she knew it would still serve its purpose. Her hand hovered, the pointed end of the makeshift weapon just an inch from Naruto's neck. A simple slash could end his life within 3 heartbeats. He might have retaliated in that time, potentially taking Haku down with him. He had proven to be surprisingly agile and effective with his chains during their encounters. Yet, Zabuza would be avenged, and he could finally rest in peace. But why did she hesitate? Why did her hand remain poised yet unmoving? Was it because this would be her first kill, the first time she truly aimed to take a life? Blood would stain her hands, but it would be fleeting as Naruto would likely retaliate, leading to both of their deaths right there. Perhaps it was that small part of her, the instinct to survive, that held her back. Zabuza had told her that the first kill was always the hardest. Even amidst the chaos of his graduation ceremony, he had remembered the look in that first child's eyes. He had also said it was an inevitable part of a shinobi's life, something she would eventually have to confront. Haku reminded herself repeatedly that she was not a shinobi, that she didn't have to kill unless Zabuza commanded it. For him, she would sacrifice her last shred of innocence. For him, she would stain her hands so his would remain clean. But Zabuza was no longer with her, his guiding voice was silent. She was alone because a Konohanin had taken him from her just like the one lying unaware beneath her, an inch away from death by her hand. So why did she hesitate? She didn't know, and perhaps she never would. Whatever the reason, it was enough to make her take a trembling step back, the chopstick slipping from her hand. She forgot about hiding, her breaths ragged as she looked down at her shaking hand, the hand that had been ready to take a life. Wasn't her philosophy that true strength came from protecting those she cared about? What was she protecting by doing this? A memory? The pale girl felt a wave of nausea, wanting nothing more than to escape that room. Then a familiar voice broke the silence, one that sent a chill down her spine. Naruto rolled over in bed, his blue eyes wide open and alert. Bright, glowing chains shot from his body, illuminating the darkened room in hues of gold. They caught on Haku's simple blue kimono, lifting her up and digging into uncomfortable places as they wound around her. By the end, she found herself in a compromising position, her hands tied to her feet, her back arched. Haku felt a sense of detachment as she realized the absurdity of her situation. She was strangely apathetic to the potential danger she faced. Naruto, clearly frustrated by her lack of reaction, lowered her closer to him. He questioned why he would miss out on such amusing moments. Haku's glazed stare remained fixed on the bed, unflinching as he jiggled her in midair, applying more pressure to her back. She didn't struggle, it seemed to irritate him. He asked if she felt nothing, and she slowly lifted her head, admitting her confusion about his binding techniques but expressing no real concern. She felt as if she were speaking to a machine, devoid of emotion. Naruto explained that a friend of his had dedicated herself to mastering every weapon, including chains and ropes, and insisted he learn as much as he could. He chuckled, revealing a hint of mischief in his demeanor. Haku acknowledged her discomfort but remained impassive. She questioned why he kept her, feeling like an object rather than a person. Naruto's grin widened as he continued to manipulate her position, treating her like a marionette. He admitted that her confusion amused him, and she realized she was merely a plaything, a toy until he grew bored of her. Yet, beneath her apathy, a flicker of curiosity ignited. Why was she here? What did it all mean? Something shifted in Haku's expression as she looked up at the blonde boy. Haku blinked slowly, her confusion evident. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he expressed his desire to understand her strength, wanting to test it against his own. He drew her closer, searching her semi-glazed brown eyes for answers. Haku hesitated before revealing that her strength had come from Zabuza, her precious person. She had shared this before, emphasizing that true strength stemmed from the will to protect something dear. Despite the danger she had faced, the truth remained. Naruto urged her to find something new to care for, wanting to witness that strength again. Their faces were mere inches apart, and Haku managed a tired smile, the first since Zabuza's death, though it did not reach her eyes. She remarked that the heart was not so simple, implying that he, as a wild spirit, wouldn't comprehend. Her voice held a hint of righteousness, a small victory as she met his irritated gaze. Naruto insisted that it was simple, recalling the rhythm of his heartbeats whether he was trying to slow someone else's or speed up his own. His grin faltered against Haku's half-smile, and she countered that he would never be truly strong. Frustrated, Naruto challenged her understanding of strength, recalling their earlier confrontation when she had almost taken his life. Their eyes locked, his intense blue piercing into her apathetic brown. He sensed a flicker of something within her, a desire for revenge that she seemed to suppress. Haku questioned why he cared so much, and Naruto's response was filled with anguish. He admitted that he couldn't feel hatred anymore, revealing the emptiness that plagued him. He had nothing to hate, not even the villagers who had wronged him, nor the demon within him, with whom he shared an uneasy bond. He longed to feel something, and the silence that followed was heavy as they stared at one another. Haku finally acknowledged his brokenness, feeling pity for the hollow figure before her who could not even experience hatred. Suddenly, pain shot through Haku as she was thrown back, crashing through the bedroom door and landing heavily on the couch, which tipped over under her weight. As she picked herself up, clutching her ribs but silent, Naruto stood in the doorway, coldly observing her before turning away. He promised to get her a futon the next day and retreated into his room, leaving Haku alone with her thoughts. She listened to him settle back into bed before looking at her own makeshift resting place. Opting not to right the couch, she curled up on the floor, closing her eyes as a single tear rolled down her cheek. In the days that followed, the atmosphere between Naruto and Haku remained tense. True to his word, Naruto provided her with a futon, but it mostly went unused. Haku continued her nightly attempts to confront him, often entering his room silently, staring at him until he grew frustrated and threw her out. Sometimes she carried an improvised weapon, other times crafting one from ice when she thought he wasn't watching. One night, just before Naruto's squad was set to return to the village, Haku entered his room unarmed. He noticed her in his peripheral vision, unable to sleep with someone else in the room. She wore a strange expression, her hands clenching and unclenching, before she ultimately left without a word. The next morning, they did not mention it, and their interactions grew even more distant, limited to occasional acknowledgments. Naruto's mood soured as the week progressed. He was responsible for someone in the village, unable to abandon them without cause, which prevented him from taking missions that could pull him away. The high-stakes missions he thrived on were now out of reach, adding to his irritability. Even Anko seemed to notice the change in his demeanor. She seemed to be avoiding him lately, or perhaps she was simply on a mission. He believed the latter was more likely. If Anko had any tact, it was certainly not evident in her behavior. He imagined she would jump on his back even if he were surrounded by chaos, simply because it would amuse her. In a way, her absence only emphasized the change in his routine, a routine carefully crafted to prevent him from spiraling into frustration and boredom. So, a new routine was established for the blonde. He would wake up, toss his clock aside, and dive into his workout. He would rush to the Hokage early to secure the most challenging mission available, only to walk away disappointed when it was nothing remotely demanding. He would complete whatever task was assigned quickly, return, and hope for something better, only to find there never was. Evenings were usually free, so Haku would follow him around during shopping or training like a loyal companion. Then he would return home, collapse into bed, and await Haku's inevitable visit that night. By the time Monday rolled around again, his frustration was evident in the way he trained with his squad. It had been nearly a month since he had last seen them, and yet he treated them more like adversaries than longtime comrades. He trained with a fierce intensity, losing himself to the overwhelming influence of the Kyuubi. Saru suggested that Naruto's frustration was only giving the Kyuubi more power over his mind. Naruto dismissed this, using his anger as fuel to suppress the beast within, wresting its chakra and bending it to his will. By the end of the session, his body was sore and aching, but he felt as if a weight had been lifted from him. The opportunity to vent all that pent-up frustration was indescribable, and Haku was even surprised to see a small smile on his face as he prepared dinner that night. However, while Naruto returned home feeling satisfied, his squad mates were far more troubled. Teiko broke the silence that had settled over the group as they sat around the training ground, the sun dipping below the horizon and casting long shadows over the grassy clearing. He remarked that he had never seen Naruto like that, elaborating that he had seen him in similar states before, but this was different. Nezumi, looking thoughtfully at the ground, expressed her concern in her usual calm manner, indicating that Naruto was troubled. Saru sighed, acknowledging that Naruto was naturally volatile, and considering his upbringing, it was understandable. However, he had never been so quick to anger or to lose control to the beast within him. He had shown more restraint even during his first training session with this power than he had today. It was fortunate that the squad had grown somewhat accustomed to him in that state, though it was still challenging. Every training session with Naruto when he accessed the fox's chakra felt like a life-or-death struggle for all of them. Kuma, always the emotional one, summed it up sadly by stating that Naruto was angry. He had a knack for picking up the moods around him, and it was likely he would be in a funk for a few days unless something changed. Teiko voiced what everyone was thinking, questioning how they could help Naruto with his training when they were all so busy with the Hokage's assignments. Sar mused that Naruto clearly needed a healthy outlet for his emotions and suggested they convince the Hokage to allow him on higher-ranked missions. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that Hiruzen favored a systematic approach. If he did not believe Naruto was ready, he would not grant him more freedom, especially with his emotions in disarray. Kuma interjected, stating that Naruto just needed to fight, as that was how he dealt with his own frustrations. The squad trusted him to be honest about his feelings, but Teiko hesitated, not wanting to upset Kuma. Further, the thought sparked an idea in Nezumi and Sar. Nezumi suggested that Naruto needed a rival, slowly mimicking a triumphant gesture. Saru agreed, noting that rivals were beneficial for training. The group nodded in agreement until Teiko pointed out the obvious question: how would they get him a rival? This caused a cloud of uncertainty to hover over them. Saru confidently asserted that they would figure it out as they went along, though it was clear that Teiko and Nezumi were less convinced. The next day, Naruto was in a surprisingly good mood, so much so that he skipped his usual early mission. He didn't exactly sleep in, but he took it easier on his training, which reflected his lighter spirits. Haku had been in his room again the previous night, but he could overlook that. Her new habit of not bringing a weapon was becoming bothersome. He couldn't help but think that soon she might not come in at all, and that would be strange. As he walked down a quiet street in the clan district, heading to a nearby training ground where he often practiced his chain techniques, He felt an unsettling sensation that he was being watched. In the Anbu, being overly cautious was justified, so he remained alert as he strolled slowly, hands tucked in his pockets. Flickers in his peripheral vision and rustling in the treetops, too large to be mere wildlife, heightened his senses. Suddenly, a plate of warm ribs, complete with sauce, dropped into his hands, catching him off guard. He blinked in disbelief. He hadn't sensed anyone nearby, yet here he was holding a plate of barbecue. Confused, he was about to discard it when he heard heavy footsteps behind him, far too loud for anyone trying to sneak food. A voice, agitated yet flustered, called out, demanding he stop. Naruto turned, raising an eyebrow at the sight before him. A young boy, likely around his age but much larger, stood there, clearly an Akimichi. The boy had swirl-like markings on his cheeks, a scarf around his neck, and a hat that made his hair spike out oddly. Naruto, still processing the situation, questioned the boy's accusation of theft. The boy insisted that Naruto had stolen his barbecue, having finally caught his breath after a chase. It was evident that the boy was the victim of a prank, but Naruto wasn't in the mood to engage. He dismissed the boy with a scowl, tossing the plate aside as he turned to leave. The boy's eyes followed the plate as it hit the ground, and a moment of silence passed before his expression shifted to one of outrage. He wailed about his food, cheeks flushing with anger, and charged at Naruto, quickly forming hand seals. His body swelled to an exaggerated size, transforming into a comical sphere of chakra-enhanced flesh that rolled down the street like a massive bowling ball. Naruto sighed, unimpressed. Chains erupted from his shoulders and snaked into the ground, wrapping around two large support pillars before connecting across the street. The makeshift barrier formed in mere seconds, and when the boy's body collided with the glowing chains, they snapped taut, halting him just a foot away from Naruto, who remained unmoved. Coincidentally, the space where the boy's head should have been ended up right in front of Naruto. The boy inside the inflated sphere gulped at the sight of Naruto's grin and wave. In an instant, Naruto removed the slack from his chains, launching the boy through the air like a slingshot. The Akimichi flailed, propelled in the opposite direction, much to Naruto's amusement. He knew he might hear about some property damage later. The support pillars had not fared well. With a shrug, he continued on his way. Nearby, Teiko watched the interaction from a tree, scratching his head in confusion. He remarked that things hadn't gone as planned. Nezumi, ever succinct, agreed. Sar pondered whether they had made a mistake in their choice, noting that while they had selected someone Naruto's age, the two simply seemed incompatible. Kuma, in a childlike tone, marveled at the boy's transformation, prompting curious looks from the others. Feeling the eyes still on him, Naruto quickened his pace through the streets, which were beginning to fill with morning activity. He frowned, realizing that more people made it harder to identify his pursuers. Opting for a quieter alleyway, he took a detour around the Inuzuka clan grounds. However, as he glanced over his shoulder, a bucket of something was suddenly dumped over his head. Irritated, he looked up to find an elderly woman with deep wrinkles and cataract-filled eyes. She seemed oblivious to his presence, having poured something pungent over him. Suppressing his anger, Naruto continued on, wrinkling his nose at the smell. Unbeknownst to him, the old woman's appearance shimmered, revealing a small Anbu with an octopus mask. As he walked, he passed a young boy going in the opposite direction, who bore the characteristics of an Inuzuka, fitting for the area he was in. However, it was the small white dog riding in the front of his jacket that seemed to take offense, barking loudly and obnoxiously in Naruto's direction as the boy looked down quizzically. The boy began to wonder what was wrong with Akamaru, only to cringe as a foul smell hit him at the same time. His expression shifted from confusion to a scowl as he glanced at Naruto, his body language becoming aggressive and almost territorial. The Inuzuka boy challenged Naruto, questioning what he was looking at, while Naruto shot back with a fierce glare, feeling provoked by the confrontation. The Inuzuka boy boldly repeated his insult, stepping forward despite the dangerous aura Naruto was radiating. Naruto's eye twitched before a grin spread across his face. He had been seeking some stress relief. He warned the Inuzuka boy not to call him short again, his tone cold and menacing. For a moment, The Inuzuka boy seemed to waver, but the growling Akamaru spurred him on. Before he could finish his taunt, chains suddenly wrapped around his legs. He let out a surprised yelp, reminiscent of a startled puppy, before being flung across the street, crashing into the wall of the Inuzuka compound. The impact caused cracks to spiderweb out from the point of contact. Naruto walked away with a satisfied grin, dusting off his hands. He didn't think he had seriously harmed the boy, though they might need to scrape him off the wall. Perhaps this would provoke some older, stronger members of the Inuzuka clan into seeking revenge, which could be entertaining. Teiko lamented, watching the scene unfold with a frown as Kiba was pried off the clan wall by his laughing mother. He remained still, wary of inciting the clan head, some Inuzuka, who had a reputation for being fierce and irritable. She found humor in Kiba's challenge against Naruto, who was known for his own fierce reputation. Saru suggested that perhaps making the Inuzuka clan angry at Naruto was not the best approach, as they pursued the blonde boy, who was now heading toward the training field. Kuma chimed in, noting that people were often angry at Naruto, as if it were a positive trait. Teiko proposed finding someone who was already looking for a rival, prompting thoughtful expressions from the group, except for Kuma, who didn't consider himself particularly thoughtful. Nezumi brought them back to reality, questioning who they could find. Their attention was soon drawn to a loud, familiar cry that sounded slightly off. A young boy, resembling a miniature version of Mato Guy, enthusiastically proclaimed that Naruto bore the hip attitude of Guy's eternal rival, Hatake Kakashi. The squad exchanged uneasy glances, shuddering at the sight and the implications it carried. Teiko incredulously wondered if Guy had actually managed to procreate, unable to look away from the boy clad in spandex. Below, Naruto appeared equally stunned, staring at the exuberant teen pointing at him. The boy introduced himself as Rock Lee, expressing his desire to test his strength against Naruto's coolness, just like Guy-sensei. Saru muttered in disbelief, rubbing his mask as if trying to erase the sight. Naruto remained speechless, trying to comprehend the situation. Lee continued to enthusiastically challenge Naruto, his energy almost overwhelming. Nezumi felt a sense of unease, her instincts urging her to eliminate the peculiar sight before her. Finally, Naruto managed to growl a request for Lee to go away, though his confusion diluted the intensity of his words. Lee, undeterred, interpreted Naruto's response as a sign of Kakashi's influence and insisted on a challenge, proposing that if Naruto won, Lee would leave, but if he lost, he would perform increasingly ridiculous tasks to get lost. He then settled into a recognizable taijutsu stance, one familiar to those who knew its origins. Naruto, frustrated and confused, questioned what Lee was talking about, unsure of how to handle the unexpected challenge. What challenge was being referred to puzzled Naruto, but his confusion quickly shifted to surprise as he prepared for action. With a burst of energy, he shouted his signature move and charged forward at impressive speed, reminiscent of a time when Haku had used her ice mirrors technique. However, his powerful kick met an unyielding wall of chains that barely shifted. Naruto's frustration grew as he hissed, narrowing his eyes at the chains that coiled around Lee's leg at the point of impact. He demanded that Lee back off, and the chains suddenly tightened, straightening Lee's leg and catching him mid-air. Before Lee could react further, the chain whipped back, sending him flying down the street. Naruto didn't look back. As long as Lee was no longer in his way, that was enough for him. Teiko, observing from his hiding spot, frowned at the scene. Naruto's mood seemed to darken further as he walked away. Kuma chuckled, clapping his hands together in amusement at Lee's predicament, remarking on the boy's distinctive eyebrows, which went unnoticed by the others. Teiko suggested they retrieve Lee, noting his eagerness for a rival, especially if he was anything like Guy. But before he could finish, a blade was pressed close to his neck, prompting him to turn cautiously toward Nezumi. Her expression was dark, even hidden behind her mask, radiating an intimidating aura. Teiko tried to reason with her, mentioning Lee's training under Guy, but the blade only pressed closer, making him shiver at her fierce intent. Realizing the futility of his argument, he conceded and nervously asked Nezumi to lower the blade, only to be interrupted by Saru, who pointed out Naruto's ongoing confrontation. Naruto, visibly irritated, faced the next obstacle in his path, questioning why people failed to recognize his Jounin flak jacket. The boy standing before him, who had claimed to be offended by Naruto's actions against his teammate, stood firm, his cold gaze unwavering. Naruto warned him to back off while he still had the chance, feeling his patience wearing thin. The brown-haired teen, however, seemed more determined, his irritation growing as he confronted Naruto about the perceived insults to his team and the Hyuga clan. Naruto dismissed the boy's concerns with a smirk, stating that he often offended others and that the boy shouldn't take it personally. The boy's reaction only fueled Naruto's confidence, and he threatened to break the boy's fingers if he attempted to attack. As Naruto advanced, chains began to emerge from his body, rattling ominously. The boy, realizing Naruto's true strength, expressed disbelief at the sight of the Jounin's flak jacket. Naruto taunted him for not noticing sooner, and before the boy could respond, the ground erupted with glowing chakra, ensnaring him and leaving him suspended upside down. Naruto grinned, pointing out the irony of the Hyuga's arrogance, and warned him to remember this lesson before attacking someone stronger. The boy, defiantly stating his name was Niji, only intensified Naruto's grin. With a flick of his wrist, the chains unraveled, dropping Niji unceremoniously to the ground. Naruto continued on his way, unconcerned about any potential retaliation. Teiko and Saru, watching the encounter unfold, expressed their surprise at how easily Naruto had handled the situation. They noted that while Naruto attracted challengers, none had truly emerged as rivals, except for Lee, whom Nezumi had threatened to keep away from Naruto. She would not allow her student to be tarnished in that way. Kuma pointed out that Naruto's anger could provoke strangers, prompting Saru to nod in agreement. He acknowledged that rivals are often forged through a shared desire for strength, typically between those who have a close bond. They realized they may have been mistaken in pitting him against unfamiliar faces. Saru glanced at their young teammate as he headed toward the training ground. As Naruto trained, he felt a rush of energy coursing through him. His heart raced in sync with his determination. The sensation was invigorating, filling him with warmth and a sense of connection to his partner. He moved with increasing intensity, wiping sweat from his brow, a smile spreading across his face as he locked eyes with his companion. Their movements became more energetic, synchronized in a rhythm only they could perceive. In that moment, Naruto saw his own feelings reflected in his partner's gaze, a mirror of love that spiraled out of control. The pace quickened as they approached a shared goal, an exhilarating peak just within reach. He gripped the fabric of the training mat, feeling a tension build within him. As they reached a fervent climax, Naruto felt a rush of warmth envelop him, igniting his senses. He let out a passionate cry, his body momentarily frozen in a pose of exhilaration. When he finally regained his composure, he slumped forward, hair falling around his face, panting from the intensity of the experience. He was not alone. Beside him, Minato wore a comforting smile that radiated security. Naruto expressed his feelings, his voice slightly strained but sincere. A content grin spread across his face as he settled next to Minato, feeling a lingering warmth that served as a reminder of their bond. Suddenly, Naruto jolted awake in bed, his eyes wide and heart racing. In his haste, he became tangled in the sheets and awkwardly fell out of bed, landing on his side with a muffled grunt. The pain brought him back to reality, and he realized he was in his own room, not Kushina's. He quickly glanced at the empty bed, relief washing over him. Feeling cold on the floor, he shifted into a sitting position, resting his face in his hands as he tried to calm his breathing. This had become a frequent occurrence in recent weeks. Dreams that felt all too real haunted him. He often woke up disoriented, struggling to remember who he was. The fear of losing himself gnawed at him, and he wondered who he would be if this continued. The inevitability of his situation weighed heavily on him. This was not an enemy he could confront with strength or strategy. It was a battle within his own mind. His teammates had done their best to support him, but it felt like a temporary solution. He groaned as he stood up, making his way to the bathroom, unaware of Haku watching him from her futon, her expression unreadable. The dreams had become a regular part of his nights, but this time was different. As he placed a hand on his stomach, feeling a phantom warmth that shouldn't be there, he paled. He understood the concept of intimacy, having been trained in Anbu, but what he experienced felt fundamentally wrong. The thought of it made him uneasy. When he turned on the bathroom lights, the brightness was almost blinding. As his eyes adjusted, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. For a fleeting moment, it was not his face he saw, but Minato's same blonde hair, same blue eyes, with only the distinct whisker marks on his cheeks distinguishing him. Even when they didn't help, all he could see was Minato writhing beneath him, that infuriating look of love and affection in his eyes, emotions he had never seen on his own face. He could only see his sweaty body, framed by a damp veil of red hair. This time, Naruto truly felt sick, heaving loudly into the sink until his stomach was empty. He clutched the porcelain edge, the acrid scent overwhelming his senses until he was reduced to dry heaves. When he looked up, his skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, and there were flecks of bile around his lips. But that was good. The less he resembled that man, the better. As he glanced up from his haggard position, he noticed something different, a single, thick strand of red hair among his blonde locks. A growl formed in his throat at the sight of the offending crimson hair. It wasn't the first, and he was certain it wouldn't be the last. He knew better than to try and pull it out. When he did, 2 more would simply replace it the next day. As if it wasn't bad enough that he felt transformed in his own mind, he couldn't even maintain control over his own body. His low growl turned into a grunt of frustration as his hand instinctively curled into a fist and smashed into the mirror. The sharp pain from the shards digging into his skin served to wake him up somewhat, both a blessing and a curse. Haku's soft voice called out from behind him, prompting Naruto to wipe the bile from his chin and attempt to assume a semblance of his usual scowl as he turned. She stood at the doorway of the bathroom, looking in with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. The blonde felt exposed and vulnerable, wishing to hide from her gaze. Chains began to snake from his skin, their rattling a strange comfort in the stillness of the night. Haku flinched at the sight but stood firm, stepping further into the light of the small room. "You had another nightmare," she stated slowly, not phrasing it as a question. "I don't have nightmares," he shot back defensively, his scowl becoming more genuine as he reset his posture into something more aggressive. He wasn't sure who he was trying to convince, Haku or himself. Even now, his mind was bombarded with unsettling images, the wrongness of it all, Minato's body beneath his own. Haku rubbed her eyes blearily, a small yawn escaping her lips as she blinked away her sleepiness. The cool, dewy ground beneath her bare feet crunched as she shifted awkwardly from side to side. It was cold this early in the morning. The sun had yet to rise, and all she had to ward off the chill was the thin, flower-patterned kimono she had been sleeping in. The cause for her early wake-up was the pacing blonde a few feet in front of her, his face contorted in thought. Haku sensed he was engaged in some kind of internal debate. Her confusion might have been more apparent if she weren't so sleepy. As it was, her eyes were half-lidded, and her shoulders sagged slightly, causing a sleeve to slip down her porcelain shoulder. After their conversation the previous night, Haku awoke to find the apartment empty, with only the fading warmth on her back to prove it had happened. Naruto had been conspicuously absent for the rest of the day, leaving her to wait in the apartment until he returned, which he did not. Instead, she had been abruptly awakened around 3 o'clock in the morning and dragged to this random training ground. She supposed it could have been worse. The nights in Hai no Kuni were mild compared to those in Mizu or Nami, and the moon bathed everything in a silvery glow. She wished he had at least given her the chance to grab some underwear. A noticeable breeze swept through the clearing. "Okay," Naruto's voice broke the relative silence of the night, snapping Haku out of her sleepy days. "I've decided." He paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his features. "That from now on, I'm going to train you." A long silence followed as Haku stared at him, uncomprehending. Was the only response that managed to escape her lips, a jumble of thoughts swirling in her mind. Naruto nodded resolutely. He might have looked almost comical in his teacher-like pose if it weren't for his otherwise serious demeanor. Nezumi said it worked for her, and I once said that I was going to beat all of my teammates in every way possible. Another nod from him lapsed the clearing into silence again. Even Haku, who had never met Nezumi, felt incredulous at the obviously fabricated answer. "You're going to train me?" she finally managed, only to have Naruto's expression darken as his icy blue eyes locked onto hers. "You have a problem with it?" The temperature in the clearing seemed to drop a few degrees. A shudder ran up her spine. And no, of course not. She internally defended her stutter as a reaction to the cold, despite her affinity for Hayatan ninjutsu. Naruto nodded again, his expression losing its edge. "You're strong, but only when you run away," he continued, either not noticing or ignoring Haku's mildly indignant expression. She prided herself on her abilities. It was what she had strived to perfect for Zabuza's sake. She was a weapon, and Naruto had essentially called her dull from certain angles. But he was the first person around her age who could keep up with her speed. At that moment, she decided to remain quiet while the boy who could, and possibly would, skewer her at a moment's notice continued. Again, if Naruto noticed her brief moment of resentment, he didn't comment on it. Instead, he wore a grin that, while fierce, was mild by his standards. He began to analyze her abilities, stating that her speed was her greatest strength, but it would only serve her until she faced someone faster or capable of hindering her. If that happened, she would be as vulnerable as a Chunin. He pointed out that her moves lacked versatility. After just a few encounters of her running and him chasing, he had already discerned her primary affinity, bloodline, and most of her physical capabilities. Haku considered mentioning that his insights were likely due to his ANBU training, but she doubted he would care. He continued, explaining that his instructor had told him that to survive in combat, one must either toughen up to withstand blows or become untouchable. He had examples of both. Kuma, a formidable figure who could endure high-level ninjutsu with minimal damage, and Nezumi, whose kimono remained unscathed. He then presented her with a choice. Suddenly, pain shot through her left arm as a glowing chain appeared, whipping out of nowhere. Reacting on instinct, she dashed back, her eyes wide and alert, shaking off any remnants of fatigue. Across from her, Naruto stood still, grinning as chains swayed around him like golden cobras. In the dim light, with his hair casting shadows over his eyes, he resembled a twisted demon. He asked if her stillness meant she had chosen the first option. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek before splashing onto the ground. The moment the sound echoed in the clearing, both shinobi vanished in synchronized flickers. Throughout the night, the only sounds that echoed through the forest were the laughter of a predator as it pursued its prey. As Haku stood there, shivering, exhausted, and covered in sweat and scratches, she realized that Naruto's definition of training might be more akin to torture. It had been a week since they began these nightly sessions, and she had come to this conclusion multiple times. Yet, as dawn broke over the trees, she thought it again. Naruto remarked that she had done better that day, his tone unusually cheerful as he prepared to leave. Haku noted that he always emerged from their sessions looking refreshed and in a good mood, a stark contrast to her own state, marked by scratches and a defeated posture. All she could manage in response was a grunt. They had been at it for nearly 2 hours without pause. While she acknowledged that his comment had some truth, if by better, he meant she had gained experience, she had learned not to go to bed in clothes she wouldn't want to fight in. This was a quirk she had observed in Naruto, and now she understood it better. She sensed that these grueling sessions mirrored the training Naruto had endured under his own mysterious mentor. She had overheard snippets of conversations about those mentors, like comments on how Kuma would hardly notice a blow or how a few sessions with Nezumi could change her skills. Each remark added to her reasons for hoping never to meet these individuals. Still, she couldn't dispute the wisdom in their words. In just a week, her ability to dodge unexpected attacks had improved significantly. Training only with Zabuza had limited her in this regard. She was accustomed to evading his heavy blade, which, despite its speed and lethality, had predictable patterns. Naruto's chains, however, offered endless variety and creativity in their use. She realized that the conflicting feelings about the usefulness of the exercises and the pain they caused were beginning to affect her. Though she was familiar with the concept of relationships, having learned about it as any kunoichi should, she was still just a teenager, likely around 14 or 15. It was a time of change, as Zabuza had awkwardly explained after an incident she preferred to forget. Rationally, she knew that emerging from an intense 2-hour chase, feeling battered and exhausted, should not leave her feeling flustered. However, she pushed those thoughts aside for the moment, deciding to focus on tending to her wounds. She retrieved bandages from a concealed pouch and began to treat her various cuts. She had learned to hide medical supplies early in their training when Naruto pointed out that enemies often target the medic. He had demonstrated this by focusing his attacks on her waist, damaging her pouches and clothing. That night had been uncomfortable as she struggled to find a position that didn't press on her injuries. As she finished bandaging, she noticed a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision. Naruto's voice broke the silence, teasing her for noticing him. Haku felt a slight unease as a lithe young woman dropped from a nearby branch, startling her. The girl's presence was unexpected, and Haku narrowed her eyes, recognizing the signs of an Anbu Operative. The older girl, with a sly smile, placed a finger to her lips and asked about Haku's relationship with Naruto. Haku blinked, sensing an underlying tension in the inquiry. She cautiously inquired if the girl knew Naruto, immediately regretting it as the older girl's expression shifted slightly. The girl claimed to have been Naruto's junior in the Corps, her smug demeanor suggesting she held some superiority over Haku. She boasted about the insights gained from being part of the ANBU, where everything was laid bare. Haku found herself confused, recalling that ANBU operatives typically wore masks and were secretive about their identities. The older girl's demeanor darkened as she expressed disdain, implying that Haku wouldn't understand Naruto as she did. Haku felt a flicker of concern as the girl stepped closer, her fierce gaze unsettling. Haku attempted to distance herself, but the girl blocked her path, their faces mere inches apart. The girl insisted that others failed to see Naruto's true nature, claiming he was misunderstood. Haku, taken aback, quietly questioned the notion of Naruto being misunderstood, as he was quite open about his opinions. The older girl reacted sharply, demanding Haku not to refer to him in that way, her demeanor shifting from fierce to bashful in an instant. Haku was bewildered by the sudden change, watching as the girl nervously fidgeted with her shirt, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Haku tried to excuse herself, sensing the girl's instability, but the girl's fervor returned as she spoke passionately about Naruto's compassion for his teammates. Haku struggled to reconcile this image of Naruto with her own experiences. The girl continued, emphasizing how Naruto had always cared for his team, while others only saw the violence and labeled him a monster. Haku couldn't fathom this perspective. It felt so distant from the Naruto she knew. Meanwhile, Naruto walked through the corridors of the Hokage Tower, a grin on his face that revealed his canines. To the office workers and Chunin around him, he appeared as a silent predator, exuding an intimidating presence. They instinctively gave him space, crossing the room to avoid him. Even the secretary flinched at his smile, hastily waving him through. When Naruto entered the Hokage's office, the atmosphere shifted, contrasting sharply with the awkwardness felt by the Chunin in the room, who averted their gazes from the infamous Jounin. They continued their work sorting through mission scrolls, pretending that the village's outcast was just a few feet away. Hiruzen greeted Naruto with a warm smile, his hands swiftly sorting documents while his attention remained on the blonde. He hoped everything was going well for Naruto and Konoha's latest guest, adding that he assumed Naruto was there for a mission. This would be his first in a few weeks, after all. Naruto nodded, appreciating the day off he had given Haku, which allowed him to escape the village for a while. However, his good mood began to fade as the Hokage coughed into his hand. Hiruzen then informed Naruto that he had been specifically requested for a certain assignment, one he had no real reason to deny. Naruto's stomach sank as he processed the news. He would be acting as a proctor for the second stage of the upcoming Chunin exams. It took a moment for him to comprehend the statement, and when he did, his eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Naruto felt compelled to express his frustration, questioning whether it was a waste of his time. His tone was terse, causing a few Chunin to duck their heads, sensing the tension in the air. Yet, the Hokage remained composed, his friendly smile unwavering. He explained that he considered the advancement of the next generation, what would have been Naruto's generation, a top priority for Konoha. After a brief glance at his paperwork, he suggested that this assignment would offer Naruto some much-needed diversity. Naruto raised his hand to argue but stopped when he saw the Hokage's raised eyebrow, a look every Konoha shinobi recognized as a challenge. After a few tense seconds, he reluctantly acquiesced, though his disdain was evident. The thought of babysitting a group of genin through a test he could have completed at a much younger age did not excite him. The Hokage's next words sealed his fate. Before he could leave, the Hokage mentioned that he would not be the only proctor for that stage. Just as the words left the Hokage's lips, Naruto felt a familiar presence drape over his shoulders. Anko's cheerful voice rang out, her playful demeanor evident as she taunted him. It took all of Naruto's self-control to refrain from reacting aggressively in front of the Hokage. He managed to keep silent despite Anko's teasing. Naruto managed to ask what he would be doing, his voice strained with irritation. The Hokage smiled and waved him off, indicating that Anko would have discretion over the details. Naruto felt a sense of dread as he nodded mechanically and turned to leave, only to find Anko following closely behind. As they moved through the Hokage Tower, Anko cheerfully remarked on their new partnership as proctor buddies. Naruto quickened his pace, trying to distance himself from her exuberance. He responded dryly, his dark aura causing others to step aside, though Anko seemed oblivious to his discomfort. Instead, she appeared to be enjoying the moment, her grin wide and her energy infectious. Anko questioned why he seemed so opposed to the whole situation, suggesting that it should be right up his alley. The early morning air was chilly, and the frost covering the village gave Konoha a mystical feel. Ignoring the scenery, Naruto snorted at her assertion and leapt onto a nearby roof, hoping to escape her presence. Yet she followed him effortlessly. He sarcastically remarked about the joys of babysitting a group of genin. As he made his way across the rooftops, chains suddenly shot from his body, propelling him toward a building like a spider. Anko's laughter echoed behind him, and he could sense her incredulous expression. She dismissed his concerns about babysitting, insisting he had the wrong idea about being a proctor. She stepped in front of him, blocking his path, which only fueled his irritation. He wanted to reach a training ground to release some frustration. Anko explained that a proctor's job was not to determine whether candidates became Chunin. The exams handled that. Instead, their role was to test the candidates' mental fortitude while the tasks assessed their skills. Naruto blinked, taken aback by her words. Anko sighed dramatically, shifting her weight, and then added that their job was essentially to scare the candidates. This revelation caused Naruto's eyebrow to rise, prompting another laugh from Anko as she playfully slapped him on the chest. "And you wonder why I chose you for this?" It took a moment for his mind to catch up, but when it did, a new, mischievous smirk appeared on his face. He contemplated whether all he needed to do was assess if they had the will to be shinobi. His tone held a steely edge even as his thoughts drifted into darker territories. Anko, however, seemed unfazed, giving a cheerful nod and an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Ah, Naruto, a bit later than usual today?" the Hokage remarked, not looking up from his paperwork as the blonde entered the mission office. His spiky hair appeared more disheveled than normal, and the Chunin present noticed a light sheen of sweat on his exposed skin. The day after the preliminaries had left him buzzing with excitement over the sand-wielding boy from Suna, which caused him to lose track of time during his morning training with Haku. She had not appreciated the delay. "I've come for a mission," he stated flatly, trying to contain the bubbling energy beneath the surface. Haku was merely a warm-up. "Well, I assumed as much," the Hokage chuckled, shifting his pipe from one side of his mouth to the other with practiced ease. "But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you again, Naruto. Jounin are suspended from missions during the month-long break between the second and third tasks of the examinations." The Hokage glanced up just in time to see Naruto's expression darken significantly. "But..." Naruto began to protest, only to be silenced by a raised hand. Hiruzen knew him well enough to anticipate his outbursts. This isn't just about you, Naruto. This is a dangerous time for Konoha as we welcome various visitors into our village, the aged shinobi explained patiently. It's not only dignitaries and nobles looking for entertainment that come through those gates leading up to the Chunin exams. Many foreign powers may try to exploit the confusion and stress the event brings. That's why we need our best close to home, to watch for anything suspicious from our esteemed guests. In the meantime, the ANBU will handle the extra workload. They are well accustomed to this arrangement. Naruto furrowed his brow at that. He didn't recall such a PRD of increased work during his time as an ANBU. Then again, the missions his squad undertook were often far more intense than most would face. They were already working around the clock. Understood, Hokama, the blonde grumbled, realizing it was pointless to argue with the old man about this topic, as it had come up often enough. I'm glad we're on the same page. Try to think of it as an opportunity to relax and hone your skills. Hiruzen resumed his work as more shinobi entered the room for their missions. Who knows, you might find the break enlightening. Naruto could only huff as he left, shouldering past a few sleepy Chunin who seemed just as confused about being awake so early. If he noticed the tiny amphibian watching him curiously from the windowsill, he paid it no mind. After one broken training ground and a quarter of his chakra reserves later, Naruto felt significantly better. The ANBU didn't exactly appreciate him damaging their private grounds, but they also weren't inclined to stop him. If they did, he might consider using more accessible areas, risking a Chunin or even a Genin stumbling upon him in one of his moods. He was content with the arrangement, especially when it involved training grounds 60 through 65. These grounds ran alongside a series of natural hot springs, perfect for relaxing after a strenuous workout. A quarter of his reserves hardly classified as tiring, but he appreciated the hot water easing the tension in his muscles. At least he would have, if his ears hadn't been twitching at the presence lurking at the edge of his awareness. He tried to ignore it, keeping his eyes closed and focusing on the feel of the water. However, he wasn't known for his patience, and soon a chain lashed out at the source of his annoyance. A startled little orange-striped amphibian leaped from the bushes, quickly scampering away as fast as its webbed feet could carry it. It was fortunate, too. A few more seconds, and Naruto's chains would have turned it into a meal. He rolled his eyes at the little creature before settling back into the water, grumbling to himself for getting worked up over something so small. Just a frog, he muttered as he closed his eyes again. It's a toad, actually. Before the mysterious voice behind him could finish, a sudden explosion of water shook the clearing. Like a porcupine unfurling, Naruto's chains burst from his body like golden shrapnel, thoroughly soaking the clearing in the warm spring water. In moments, he was across the grassy field, hastily pulling on his trousers in a smooth, practiced motion. ANBU were not supposed to be caught off guard. Whoa, kid, calm down, the man called out with a chuckle, his furry white eyebrows raised in amusement. Remarkably, not a single drop of water had landed on him, indicating he was a shinobi and a very skilled one at that. Usually, Naruto would have asked who his assailant was. However, any Konoha shinobi worth their salt would recognize the towering figure of the village's remaining sannin. What do you want, Jiraiya? He asked, a growl in his voice as Chains carefully gathered his equipment while the older man remained still. Jiraiya seemed unfazed, watching the Chains with an expression that almost appeared sad. He quickly shifted his focus, giving Naruto a more appraising look. You know who I am. It was a statement, not a question, so Naruto felt no need to respond. All ANBU were briefed on the higher-level shinobi within their village. It would be foolish to be unaware of their abilities for various reasons. Well, that cuts out the introductions at least. For some reason, Naruto sensed that Jiraiya wasn't entirely pleased about that. What do you want? He reiterated gruffly, now mostly dressed. All the tension he had released in the spring returned, coiled tightly in his muscles, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. The larger man approached with a confident grin, causing Naruto's arms to fall slack at his sides. Of all the responses he had anticipated, this was not one of them. The older shinobi mentioned that the old man had predicted, Naruto would come and wreak havoc on a training ground after being denied missions again. He surveyed the wreckage around the hot spring, noting the disturbed earth and uprooted trees before whistling in admiration. It was clear that Naruto possessed significant power in his small frame. Naruto regarded him with an unimpressed expression, feeling no ill intentions from the older shinobi. He acknowledged his status as a jounin, his tone shifting to a more professional drone. The apathy on his face momentarily concerned Jiraiya, but the older man quickly replaced it with another cocky grin, the tattooed red lines beneath his eyes twisting with mischief. Jiraiya suddenly dashed across the clearing with astonishing speed, a feat that would have made many Anbu feel inadequate. However, instead of the shock he expected from Naruto, he found chains erupting from the boy's body in a protective manner, resembling a peculiar blonde cactus. Naruto cast a wary glance from beneath his messy hair, and after a moment, the golden constructs retracted. Jiraiya chuckled, impressed by the boy's quick reflexes, but he quickly evaded Naruto's defenses to ruffle his hair. Naruto firmly stated that he could handle himself, the growl returning to his voice. He disliked when people ruffled his hair, a habit of Saru's. Jiraiya, however, merely raised an eyebrow in response. He laughed heartily, puffing out his chest, and jested about Naruto's size, questioning how he could even reach an opponent's face. He recalled Kushina's chains, which had never looked so fierce. Naruto insisted he could manage just fine, but Jiraiya's laughter continued, challenging him to land a solid punch. Before he could finish his taunt, he narrowly avoided a punch that would have left a mark. His eyes widened as he realized Naruto was hovering a few feet off the ground, chains lifting him like an awkward insect. The moment passed as Jiraiya grinned, beckoning Naruto to come at him. When Naruto launched himself forward, the chains were absent. He curled into a ball midair, then unfurled with incredible speed, executing an axe kick that could have shattered stone. Jiraiya, knowing better than to block it, moved into the attack, grabbing Naruto's ankle in one fluid motion and attempting to slam him to the ground. However, he found himself grasping a substituted log that shattered upon impact. Before he could process Naruto's position, the boy was gone again, always on the move. Jiraiya grinned and conjured a ball of spinning energy in his hand, slamming it into the ground. It tore through the earth, creating a sizable crater. Almost instantly, Naruto burst from the ground, hands forming a seal from his underground technique. He used a tree for leverage, launching a powerful kick aimed at Jiraiya's head. The older man diverted the attack, maintaining a firm grip on Naruto's ankle to prevent him from substituting again. However, he quickly realized Naruto had anticipated this, as chains erupted from the spot where he had just been holding. As Jiraiya twisted away, he used the momentum to deliver a strong blow to Naruto's stomach, only to be met with a cloud of white smoke. The sound of chains warned him to duck as the chakra constructs filled the air above him, searching for him with their sharp edges. Jiraiya called out, questioning Naruto's use of jutsu, as the smoke cleared to reveal the blonde settling into a kenjutsu stance, a previously absent ninjato in hand. Naruto declared it foolish not to use everything at his disposal against a sannin. However, his voice came from behind Jiraiya, who turned just in time to deflect a sword strike aimed at his side. To his surprise, a line of earth was gouged clean through without the blade ever touching him. He continued turning with the movement, catching the blade of the original Naruto, who had been in front of him all along. He bent back the boy's wrist, forcing him to drop the sword, only for a chain to snap out and catch it, swinging it back in a deadly arc. Recognizing the danger of the shimmering blade, Jiraiya wisely dodged, moving his head just enough to avoid the slash. However, Naruto was not finished. He unleashed a barrage of chains from his chest. Jiraiya jumped back, rapidly forming hand signs at a speed that would have challenged even a Sharingan. A wall of earth erupted, halting the chains in their tracks. Seizing the moment while Naruto was anchored to the wall of mud, Jiraiya leapt over his own creation, aiming to deliver a decisive blow that he hoped would end the fight. The intensity of their battle was escalating, potentially attracting unwanted attention. As he broke the line of sight over the rapidly crumbling wall, he nearly stumbled. Standing on the other side was a figure that could only be described as a goddess. with pale, immaculate skin and flowing purple hair hiding captivating dark eyes. Her toned muscles danced just beneath the surface of her porcelain exterior. Jiraiya found himself momentarily stunned as he took in the sight before him. The violet-haired woman stood confidently, her presence commanding attention. He stumbled a few steps upon landing, his gaze wandering over her figure, captivated by her allure. Just then, the indifferent expression that could ignite passion in any heart morphed into a scowl. Naruto, channeling Nezumi's voice through his transformation, expressed his annoyance, calling Jiraiya a pervert. He disliked using his sensei in such a way, but he recognized an opportunity to exploit an opponent's weakness. As his transformation faded, Jiraiya finally realized the woman had appeared out of nowhere. Before he could react, Naruto's fist, wrapped in chains, struck Jiraiya's face with a powerful blow, sending him crashing into a nearby cluster of trees that had somehow escaped the earlier chaos. Despite the outcome, Naruto felt unsatisfied with the fight. He knew that had he fought on equal terms or if Jiraiya had taken him seriously, he would likely have been defeated. Turning to leave the training ground, he was surprised when Jiraiya quickly recovered, rubbing his jaw with a grin, seemingly unfazed. "That was quite a punch, kid, but a sneaky move," Jiraiya remarked, checking for any loose teeth. He had endured worse from his former teammates. Naruto, still walking away, replied coldly that he had seen a weakness and taken advantage of it. He was halted when Jiraiya appeared before him with surprising agility for his age. "That's very Anbu of you," Jiraiya commented. Naruto was unsure whether to take it as a compliment. The older shinobi's expression suggested otherwise. "How did you even know about that? I didn't think my reputation as a pervert had spread to kids like you," Jiraiya joked, but Naruto remained stoic. "It's in your Anbu dossier under exploitable weaknesses," Naruto stated flatly. Every shinobi in Konoha had an Anbu dossier detailing their skills and weaknesses, prepared in case they turned rogue. He refrained from mentioning that Jiraiya's only listed weakness was his notorious behavior, which Naruto found almost frightening. "Is it now?" Jiraiya laughed, though Naruto sensed he already knew. Bored with the topic, Jiraiya quickly shifted gears. "Well, a deal's a deal. How about some training then, kid?" Noticing Naruto's raised eyebrow, he clarified, "You landed a solid punch on me, so I owe you some training." Intrigued, Naruto's harsh expression softened slightly, but Jiraiya continued, "Just call me sensei." He gestured flamboyantly, but Naruto's guard shot back up, a scowl forming on his face. "I have a sensei, I don't need another," he replied sharply, turning to leave, only to find Jiraiya blocking his path again as if he hadn't moved. "I don't think you understand what you're turning down here, kid. Training from someone like me is valuable. Do you even know what I can do?" Jiraiya's tone was unexpectedly serious. Naruto met his gaze, his scowl deepening. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, Toad Summoner, student of the 3rd Hokage, mentor to the 4th, a powerhouse in ninjutsu specializing in fire and earth, a Hokage candidate twice, sage and... He paused, giving Jiraiya a pointed look, known pervert. Suddenly, Jiraiya wagged a finger in front of Naruto's face. "Super pervert," he corrected, maintaining a serious expression before his demeanor softened again. It made Naruto wonder about the man's temperament. "Knowing all that, you would still turn down my training? I turned a scrawny kid like you into one of the fastest and most feared men alive." "I know, he was my father after all," Naruto replied, his tone matter-of-fact. Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You knew," he whispered, astonished. Naruto feigned ignorance, reiterating that he had a sensei and didn't need another. Jiraiya quickly recovered from his shock, stepping in front of Naruto once more. "Yes, you're a sensei," Jiraiya mocked, making Naruto growl at his tone. "They clearly haven't been that great. I can already see major weaknesses in your ninjutsu." An actual snarl escaped Naruto's lips, but he remained silent, recognizing the truth in Jiraiya's words. He wasn't well-versed in ninjutsu beyond his chakra chains and shadow clones, as his sensei often prioritized physical combat over flashy techniques. "I still managed to hit you," Naruto finally stated, forcing a cold grin as he faced Jiraiya. Before the older man could respond, Naruto vanished in a flurry of spinning chains. He stopped a few training grounds away, ensuring Jiraiya was not following, and settled on a sturdy branch. Contemplating his options, he decided to get some food. It was almost lunchtime after all. He wondered what Haku was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, Anko quietly chuckled to herself as she skillfully picked the lock on Naruto's window. The blonde had finally let his guard down, and she intended to take full advantage of it. A snake she had sent into his apartment the previous day confirmed that someone was sleeping in his bed. While they couldn't confirm it was him due to the door's protections, their heat-sensing tongue provided enough assurance. After all, who else would be sleeping alone in his bed? Moving stealthily like a predator, she made her way to the kitchen, shedding her clothes along the way. Slipping on an apron, she began warming up the oven, using the food Naruto had on hand to prepare a meal quietly. This would be the culmination of her pranks on the blonde, and this time, she was determined to elicit a proper reaction from him. She wanted to see some color in those whiskered cheeks of his. The kid was too uptight for his own good. There was a buzz permeating the streets that only grew in the lead-up to the Chunin exam finals. Naruto was surprised he had never noticed it before, considering it was an annual event. Then again, before leaving the ANBU, he had rarely been in the village for more than a few days at a time. Before that, he had been quite ignorant. He left the thought there. Personally, he disliked it. Although that wasn't saying much, as the list of things he enjoyed could be counted on both hands, with fingers to spare. The influx of people, the increased noise, and the generally happy vibe of the crowd in the village were overwhelming. That was why, on the day of the finals, Naruto lay back on a random rooftop, staring up at the sky. He was enjoying the relative peace that came from having everyone else packed in one location. He was still in sight of the stadium. Every Jounin had been informed to be on heightened alert today, but far enough that the presumably deafening cheers and cries of the spectators were a muted hum at the periphery of his senses. It was the most solace he had experienced in weeks after nearly going stir-crazy from the lack of missions. Haku had been an outlet as always, but even training his strange new companion into the ground could only release so much pent-up frustration. Luckily, today also marked the last day of the Yuki's probation PRD. She had chosen to continue living with Naruto, but tomorrow he would be free to start taking missions again, including with Haku if she agreed. The ice user had been evaluated as a Chunin weeks ago, but the Hokage had postponed making it official so that it would coincide with the other Chunin graduates from today's festivities. He remarked, with a lazy tilt of his head to the left where Nezumi had chosen to perch, that he was surprised she wasn't watching the fights. He asked if no Kenjutsu users had caught her eye. She replied that they weren't her students. Her mask was on today, preventing him from seeing the tiny smile she sent his way, but he had gotten good enough at reading her to sense it anyway. She added that she didn't care for the spectacle. Naruto snorted at that, able to relate. He expressed that finally, someone understood. Nezumi slid closer to him, taking on a more relaxed posture in silent agreement. He continued, noting that people went to these events expecting to see the next Hashirama Senju or Minato Namikaze. The name slipped out before he could stop himself, causing him to scowl before continuing. He pointed out that they often forgot that all the real income, the stuff that actually keeps the village going, came from the average Chunin and Jounin slogging through their daily B-rank missions. The escorts, the protection details, the forgeries, and the political sabotage. A mischievous smile grew on his face as he declared that he loved a good fight more than most. Nezumi subtly nodded in agreement. However, he lamented that these spectators were being fed an idealized, make-believe world where being a shinobi was nothing but constant life-or-death battles. He didn't mention that was how he would love it to be, as life often wasn't so accommodating. Saru then cut in, speaking as casually as if he had been there from the start. Knowing his captain as he did, he might well have been. He remarked that they shouldn't begrudge the civilian world their flights of fancy. If this cleaned-up, friendly image was what it took for them to keep hiring shinobi, who were they to argue? Naruto shot back that they were the ones risking their lives for these people's fantasies. Saru continued, ignoring the snark, and Naruto thought for the first time that he could take some satisfaction in the fact that the man could no longer enforce his title. He explained that these exams represented the very public face of their village. While it was indeed up to the common ninja to provide the income that kept the system running smoothly, the showy, flashy side had its importance too. To the casual observer or potential client, they revealed a glimpse of the future. Naruto could only snort at that. He had seen some of the kids who would be fighting that day. If they were the future of Konoha, he wanted no part of it. Saru cuffed him lightly on the back of the head. Compared to some of the disciplinary measures he had experienced in Anbu, it felt like a warm hug. Saru continued, stating that those kids out there were a slice of Konoha's potential and as important to clients as collateral was to a banker. They lured clients in, the regular core did the work, and Anbu ensured things actually got done. Naruto finished for him, noting that it was simplified but not untrue. He then asked why Saru wasn't watching the cream of Konoha's latest crop. Saru replied that he could hardly abandon his Kohai now. What kind of captain would he be? Naruto shrugged lazily, lifting himself slightly to peer through narrowed eyes at the stadium. Something impressive must have happened to elicit such a cheer. Teiko then appeared next to him, as if he had been there all along, and chimed in that Naruto was Karasu, and Karasu would always be part of the team. Kuma, less subtle, nodded happily, his grin almost visible beneath his stylized mask. Naruto retorted that he didn't want to be lumped in with them, having seen how that rabbit hole went, and he was content as he was. Nezumi nodded resolutely in agreement, though her sentiment went unseen by the rest of the group. Saru mused thoughtfully that he had heard Jiraiya was in town and asked how the Toad Sage was. Naruto replied that he found him annoying, as he kept running into him, and never accidentally. Teiko quickly defended his fellow super pervert and not-so-secret hero, explaining that it shouldn't be surprising that the village's resident seal master was taking an interest in the Jinchuriki. Naruto rolled his eyes, knowing Jiraiya seemed more intent on getting him to admit he needed training from the great Jiraiya-sama. He concluded that as soon as Jiraiya asked, he would let him know the same thing they had known for months, that he couldn't get beyond Four Tails, and it was becoming increasingly clear that pushing for more was not worth it yet. Naruto would love to harness more of the Kyuubi's potent chakra. The feeling was indescribable. However, the more he pulled, the more of the beast's will and hatred he drew with it. Attempting to breach the fifth tail was overwhelming. Alien emotions threatened to tear his mind apart, and the subtle whispers urging him to harm were replaced by thunderous roars. Naruto acknowledged that while he couldn't agree with all of Jiraiya's methods and decisions, there truly was no better seal master available. Jiraiya might have insights on this matter that they simply lacked. He grumbled about taking his chances, not noticing the proud looks from his teammates who were paying attention. Kuma mused about what the little genin were like, completely unaware of the atmosphere. His comment helped steer the conversation back on track. Naruto smirked as he consoled Kuma, suggesting that the big man would only break the genin. Kuma nodded with a sad frown, remarking that people were too fragile. His mood brightened considerably when Naruto stood up to stretch, patting the bare-masked Anbu on the back. They shared a moment of camaraderie before Naruto turned his attention to the last member of their team. Teiko pointed to himself extravagantly, jokingly asking why he wasn't at the stadium enjoying the sights. He stood, mimicking Jiraiya with exaggerated motions leading to a big reveal, only to flop back onto the tiles carelessly. He continued, ignoring the hostile looks from Nezumi and Saru, explaining that they had Naruto to thank for their unexpected day off. Anbu were typically recalled for exams for security reasons, but since they weren't a typical Anbu squad, they were often kept on missions. Thanks to Naruto, the Hokage believed they had mellowed enough to be trusted to stay around. Saru, in his usual refined manner, groused that Teiko was not incorrect. Despite himself, Naruto smiled, pleased to see he wasn't the only one softening. Saru agreed, and the group fell into a comfortable silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant sounds of the crowd. After a while, Naruto broke the silence, prompting a grin from Teiko. He expressed his confusion over the need for increased security for the tournament, questioning how much damage could be done by a single tournament. Immediately regretting his words, All five felt an enormous spike of chakra rising from the direction of the stadium, far beyond what any Chunin should possess. Even from a distance, they sensed an insidious pull on their minds, tempting them to succumb to sleep, to feel cozy and comfortable. Naruto shook the thoughts from his head, scoring a quick cut across his leg to snap himself out of the genjutsu. The moment he did, chaos erupted in the village. Foreign shinobi flooded the streets, and panicked civilians poured out of the stadium, escorted by harried Konohinin. Enormous crashes echoed from strategic points along the walls as gigantic summoned snakes broke through the defenses, releasing more ninja into the village. Saru glanced at Naruto, his voice resigned as he acknowledged the situation. The team sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. As ANBU, their primary duty was to secure key installations and figures against incursion while Jounin fought the invaders, Chunin supported, and Genin evacuated civilians. Their skill and experience meant their targets for protection were significant. Without needing to communicate, each member of the team carved a path directly toward the stadium and the Hokage. Naruto, as a Jounin, had a measure of autonomy, which he decided to use for what he did best, taking down enemies. It was fortunate that many of the invading shinobi, including some from Suna, underestimated a young kid moving slowly through the streets, viewing him as an easy target. This allowed the genin to escort civilians to safety. However, that perception changed when Naruto drenched himself in the blood of an otonin, ripping the struggling shinobi apart. After that, he received guarded looks and wary glances as he carved a path through the invaders, eventually finding himself at the stadium, which had become the center of the conflict. Just as he was about to engage a small group of puppeteers, a shudder passed through the ground, as if everything was shifting inward toward the stadium. The earth beneath them transformed into coarse sand. When everything stabilized, Naruto found himself cast in an enormous, moving shadow. A scream filled the air, exultant and crazed, as the bijou emerged, its golden pinwheel eyes scanning the stadium with a murderous joy. While others ran from the creature, Naruto smiled a cold smile of deep, anticipatory satisfaction. The Suna kid with the gourd and sand had excited him until the Hokage had warned him not to engage Gaara, the son of the Kazekage and a Jinchuriki. That news, which should have ignited his excitement, settled like a cold weight in his stomach. Kage families were strictly off-limits, and Jinchuriki even more so. It had been a political nightmare to allow Gaara into the exams. But diplomatic immunity meant nothing when your village was the enemy, and Naruto had seen enough hourglasses among the enemy bodies to know that Suna was indeed the enemy. He strode into the dusty arena, already vacated against the bulk of the Ichibi, though large smears of blood across the ground indicated it had made its presence known. The part of his mind trained to think like an Anbu analyzed that releasing their Jinchuriki in the stadium had been a tactical mistake. The enormous stone walls, reinforced by seals meant to contain dangerous jutsu, acted as a natural prison. The Ichibi seemed desperate to express its frustration, its already round stomach bulging comically. When it slammed a fist into its own gut, a powerful blast of air struck the far wall, opposite the Kage box, creating a crater that would take weeks to repair but did not break through. Naruto observed the Kage box, now completely enveloped in a sickly purple barrier. This barrier, however, appeared flawed, missing a corner, and the adjacent sections flickered ominously. A distinct hole shaped like a bear was visible in one of the shifting purple walls. Naruto shook his head in disbelief as the Ichibi roared in irritation at being confined within the stadium. Its cries echoed with a mix of madness and desperation, providing a distraction as Naruto skillfully scaled the sandy creature's back with his chains. Some of the ninja in the stands paused to watch the lanky figure ascend the tanuki's body. The Ichibi noticed when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of its face, hanging down over one eye with a cold grin. The bijou let out a deafening scream that left Naruto's ears ringing. It shouted in fury, demanding to crush the intruder. The Ichibi swatted at Naruto, but he had already dropped lower onto its stomach, causing the massive tanuki to punch itself in the eye, visibly staggering from the blow. That moment of distraction allowed Naruto to spring into action. Golden chains filled the air, slicing and tearing at Shikaku's sandy body, leaving it looking like a beach after a storm. Though Naruto was unsure how a creature made of sand could feel pain, the Ichibi's anguished cries suggested it did. The creature shouted for Naruto to stop, and a massive hand rushed down at him with surprising speed, leaving him no time to dodge. Instead, the chains formed a protective bubble around him, preventing the sand from penetrating as it writhed restlessly against the chakra constructs. The Ichibi continued its attempts to crush Naruto, squeezing him tightly. He felt the pressure but held firm, using the orientation of the other palm to determine his position. In a bold move, he lashed out with a thick rope of chains, striking through the Biju's bulbous eye. The creature screamed again, losing its grip on Naruto, and the ringing in his ears intensified. The tone of hatred in the Ichibi's voice was unmistakable as it searched for its elusive foe, turning frantically in an attempt to locate Naruto. Unbeknownst to it, Naruto was hanging right in front of its face, swinging with the motions of its head. When the creature stopped, stamping the ground in frustration, Naruto seized the moment to taunt it, remarking on its lack of skill. As the beast fell for the same trick again, slamming its sandy paw into its own face, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He leaped onto the Ichibi's head, skillfully dodging the spears of sand that erupted from its body, retaliating with his chains to greater effect. He taunted the creature, pointing out its inexperience with being hurt and its surprise at being fought back against. With a surge of energy, Naruto called upon the power within him, causing his chains to grow wild and spiky. He dropped back toward the Ichibi's face, delivering a strike that, while minor for a human, elicited a howl of pain from the Biju. As it slapped and scratched at the wound, Naruto moved on, targeting the strange mass that sprouted from the creature's forehead. With a determined smile, he spun, his chains slicing through the approaching sand spears. He declared it was time for Gaara to wake up, wrapping his fist in a glowing gauntlet of chains. As the chains met the thick wall of sand protecting Gaara, they sprang apart, creating an opening just wide enough for Naruto to dive through and strike the redhead's chin. Gaara's eyes snapped open, and the Ichibi let out one final anguished wail before the massive sand construct began to collapse. Naruto caught himself easily, his chains lowering him to the ground like a poised spider. Gaara wasn't so lucky, landing roughly on his side and crying out in pain. The murderous teen from before was gone, replaced by a terrified child, staring at his oddly bent elbow with wide, trembling eyes. He questioned what was happening, feeling the hurt and confusion wash over him. As he looked up, he spotted Naruto approaching with a predatory grace. Alarmed, Gaara scrambled back, only to collapse to one side when his injured arm gave out. Naruto felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to find someone like himself, but up close, Gaara appeared fragile and weak. His pale complexion and thin frame suggested he had not trained as intensely as he should have. Naruto wondered if this was what he would have become if the Anbu had never taken him reliant on his chains to the point of failure, a walking storm of destruction with a core so weak that a simple fall could break him. This thought ignited a sudden, intense anger within him. He questioned Gaara's strength, his voice low and simmering with frustration. Just then, two genin, whom Naruto vaguely recognized but had not deemed important enough to remember, rushed towards them. Without even looking, a chain shot out from Naruto's back, striking both of them in the stomach and sending them sprawling back effortlessly. One of them, a girl, pleaded for Gaara's safety, struggling against the chain that wrapped around her waist. Naruto recognized her as the Kazekage's daughter, but that information no longer mattered. The chain lifted her and slammed her back to the ground, knocking her out. The other boy, after calling out for his sister, fell silent, not daring to struggle against his restraint. Naruto advanced towards Gaara, who was pressed against the wall, panic evident in his eyes. The words he spoke seemed to provoke Gaara enough to momentarily break through his fear. Gaara insisted he was not weak, raising a hand as a tendril of sand formed from the dust at Naruto's feet. Thick chains, glowing with a fierce light, burst from Naruto's body, effortlessly swatting away the feeble sand structure. Naruto continued, observing Gaara's past actions of threatening and harming others, questioning his perceived strength. One of the chains lashed out, catching Gaara in the shoulder and pinning him to the wall. Gaara cried out, struggling against the glowing chain, but each movement only caused him more pain. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper as he expressed his belief that Gaara had never truly experienced hardship or loss. He felt a strange pressure around his chest loosen with each word, and by the end of his tirade, the anger he had felt dissipated, leaving behind an emptiness. The thought of ending Gaara's life came not from a desire for vengeance, but as a cold calculation of eliminating a threat. Just as he aimed a chain at Gaara, Kakashi appeared, gripping the chain tightly and wincing from its sharpness. He reminded Naruto that Konoha did not kill surrendering enemies. Naruto, ready to retort, caught Kakashi's gaze and noticed that the stadium still held a few civilians, either frozen in fear or missed in the chaos. The message was clear: Konoha did not execute surrendering enemies in front of witnesses. Frustrated, Naruto retracted the chain with more force than necessary, causing Kakashi to wince further. He then sprinted up the stadium wall, quickly spotting the retreating forces of Oto and Suna. The remaining Jounin and Anbu were rounding up stragglers, but they were weary from battle, and many were escaping through the walls. A red haze descended over Naruto's vision. He felt empowered and could not allow such an insult to his village to go unchallenged. Though he knew he should help wrap up the remaining fights in the streets, he was drawn to pursue the retreating enemies. He must have tapped deeper into the Kyuubi's chakra than usual. By the time he realized what he was doing, he was far beyond the walls, chains moving almost instinctively as they struck down a fleeing Oto Chunin. With a grunt of exertion, he reined in the chains, advancing with more control. The chakra coursing through him heightened his senses, allowing him to detect the fear of his enemies. Determined to eliminate as many as possible before he ran out of energy, he moved forward, only to leap back instinctively as a handful of shimmering shurikens struck the ground where he had been standing. He only had a brief moment to admire the glittering pink snowflakes before he was forced to swat away another barrage. An imperious voice called out, belonging to a young woman around Nezumi's age, who stood in front of Naruto with her arms crossed, clearly signaling that he would not get past her. She expressed her surprise that such flimsy ropes could withstand his hexagonal shuriken. Naruto, feeling the burning chakra coursing through his body, growled back, his voice overlapping slightly with the resonating quality of the Kyuubi. He was captivated by her strength. She scoffed, flicking back her purple hair, styled similarly to Anko's but longer and lighter, with two bangs framing her pale face. She wore an irritating smirk that reminded him of Anko. She disdainfully remarked that she was sorry to interrupt his fun but could not allow him to eliminate any more of Orochimaru's underlings. Curious about her motives, Naruto asked why she cared. He was eager to engage in battle, knowing it was inevitable. However, there was an unspoken protocol in such encounters, a moment for both opponents to assess each other. The woman seemed to despise being there. She explained that she did not care for the weak fodder, but Orochimaru had a purpose for them, a greater meaning than simply being slaughtered in their retreat, a word she spat out with contempt. Naruto dismissed her concerns, stating that they were no fun anyway. As if an invisible referee had dropped a flag, the two moved as one. Naruto shot forward, using the chains he had embedded in the ground as leverage to appear in front of Guren in an instant, as if he had used the body flicker technique. Guren was not idle, producing a number of glinting shuriken between the knuckles of her left hand while a long, crystalline blade formed on her right forearm, also pink. She lunged forward, aiming to strike him down immediately. Anticipating her move, Naruto yanked himself back with a whip-like motion using the same chains for leverage. At that moment, two more chains emerged from his palms, snapping out like whips. They struck Guren's body with a tortured shriek as Naruto slipped between the shuriken she had thrown in retaliation. When they paused back where they had started, neither was harmed, but both stared at Guren in surprise. Two thin white lines had been drawn along her chest, revealing that she was enveloped in a near-invisible armor that was too flexible to be anything other than a jutsu. Guren was shocked that Naruto had managed to scratch her crystal armor. Naruto, on the other hand, was furious that he had only managed to leave a mark. Naruto dived to the side, narrowly avoiding another hail of sharply thrown shuriken. They seemed to be made of some chakra-enhanced crystal, lighter and stronger than the usual weapons. Since discovering that his chains could damage her armor, Guren preferred to keep him at a distance. Normally, this wouldn't have been much of an issue, but the tonfa-like blades she could grow at will were just as tough as the armor and could extend to twice the length of her arm with a mere thought. This was the toughest fight Naruto had ever faced outside of training, and he was relishing every moment. It was drawing out the tactical side of him that Saru had instilled, though he had rarely needed to apply it. From a nearby tree, he watched as his clone tested the woman's defenses. Bright golden chains lashed out from every direction except for two potential escape routes. Saru had always warned that leaving one opening was too obvious a trap. If she chose the left, she would encounter a surprise in the tree's 20 explosive tags primed and ready. Even if they didn't scratch her armor, they would create enough of a smoke screen for him to close the distance. He was confident that if he could just get close enough to deliver a concentrated blow, he could crack the armor and reach the vulnerable parts beneath. But she didn't choose left. The blonde grinned as she leaped right into his path. Launching from the underside of a branch like a coiled spring, he moved his fist into her gut. The chains wrapped around his arm released their stored energy, spinning like a drill. Though they couldn't sustain the rotation for long, it was enough. He relished Guren's shock as the tightly coiled links ground against her armor. Instead of shattering, her entire body dissolved into glittering pink dust. Naruto barely managed to turn in time to erect a weak layer of chains between himself and the barrage of enormous snowflake-shaped shuriken that whirred through the air like industrial buzzsaws. The chains slowed them down, but he still gasped as several cut into his chest, leaving painful marks instead of severing him completely. He hit the ground in a roll, already pushing aside the burning pain that felt like fire against his skin. The chains grew back quickly, but he was beginning to feel the strain. Between this fight and his previous encounter with the Ichibi, he had burned through a significant portion of his chakra reserves. Guren mocked him from a nearby branch, likely another crystal clone. She taunted him about being a one-trick pony with barely any intelligence when a real opponent showed up. Naruto took the opportunity to ensure he wasn't coughing blood, no internal bleeding at least. He retorted that she would appreciate the extra seconds during her last breath. Their game of cat and mouse didn't last much longer. Guren seemed just as eager to close the distance as he was. Fighting from afar, she couldn't inflict enough damage to take him down. With the Kyuubi's chakra flowing through him, his wounds healed quickly. An endurance battle would only benefit him. However, Guren was proving to be a formidable opponent. Naruto hadn't anticipated that a normal shinobi could possess this much chakra, let alone wield it with such powerful techniques. He recognized that her crystal release was dangerous. The ability to crystallize anything she touched, whether it was chakra or flesh, was lethal. He wasn't accustomed to fighting defensively. His sensei had always kept their sparring balanced enough for him to learn, but Guren had no such reservations. He was cautious about letting her get too close after witnessing her ability to crystallize his chains, making them brittle and dangerous. He would rather lose chakra than risk losing an arm. As she called out her technique, Crystal Wheel, he wondered if it contributed to her effortless execution. Guren surrounded herself with a wheel-like circle of bladed crystal, enhancing her mobility. The wheel was sharp enough to cleave through trees without slowing down. Naruto ripped his chains from the ground, where he had been infusing them with earth chakra. He wasn't as skilled with this chakra nature as he was with wind, so it took time he didn't have. He had been distracting her with clones, but creating shadow clones that could effectively use the chains was draining. However, it was worth it. The chains emerged encased in a layer of dense rock, nearly as tough as metal. When he swung the chains, the crack echoed as they smashed through two trees before clipping the edge of Guren's wheel. He angled the strike to distribute the force along the side, shattering her technique completely before bringing the other chain around to trap her between them. She raised one of her arm blades, but instead of cutting through the earthen chain, it merely bit into the casing. The chain within extended, bursting through the now inert rock cover to wrap around Guren's neck. It made a screeching sound as it rasped against her crystal armor, unable to seriously constrict her airway. However, it allowed him to lift her up, removing much of her leverage. She struggled against it for a moment, quickly realizing it wouldn't budge any more than her own armor. Instead, she focused on the blonde rushing toward her, chains beginning to wind tightly up his arm. She threw as many shuriken as she could produce, most of them narrowly missing Naruto, while a few embedded in his chest and arms. The teen ignored the pain, focusing instead on the chains wrapped around his arm. 3 of them, tightly bound just beyond his knifed hand, shimmered with a faint white haze. Naruto had never named his techniques, finding it unnecessary since using his chains felt as natural as breathing. It seemed like a mental exercise meant to sharpen a ninja's focus and aid in molding chakra more quickly. Back in Anbu, Teiko had taken great pleasure in naming them for him, from the descriptive to the downright silly. Still, Fujin no Tatsumaki had a certain appeal. The wind-enhanced drill struck Guren's stomach, grinding away with the force of a hurricane. A chip turned into a crack, which swiftly spiderwebbed across her translucent skin. Naruto knew he had struck true when the drill drew blood, pushing forward despite the slowing chains. Guren cried out as the drill began to tear into her, splattering droplets across Naruto's face. Instinctively, she called upon her chakra, a wild and unrefined force that erupted without hand seals. A lump of crystal blossomed from her chest, shattering outward explosively and sending the 2 ninjas flying apart. Naruto couldn't control his fall, feeling something crunch in his arm as he collided with the trunk of a tree. He attempted to rise again, but his legs gave out beneath him. He had taken too many cuts, bleeding from multiple wounds, and even the Kyuubi's chakra struggled to keep up. His head felt light from blood loss, and he hesitated to draw deeper from the Kyuubi's chakra, especially this close to the village. He was too weak to contain it properly, and despite his dire situation, he refused to submit to the beast's will. If he was going to end something, it would be on his own terms. It sounded like a last act of defiance, but in truth, long-forgotten fear began to pool in his stomach, the cold sensation filling him as his blood continued to seep out. He saw Guren staggering toward him, not looking much better herself. She clutched her stomach, and he watched as her wound began to scab over, crystallizing. She was sealing the gash with her own crystallized blood. It wasn't a real fix, but it meant she wouldn't bleed out like him. She muttered to herself, perhaps reconsidering her earlier thoughts. Maybe Naruto could still hope she would succumb to her injuries. It felt petty now. She acknowledged his strength, realizing that Orochimaru had been right to warn her about him. The imperious look she had worn was gone, replaced by something she rarely offered respect. Ultimately, though, nothing would stand in her master's way, and she would ensure that. Something about that sentiment resonated with Naruto, echoing a lesson Haku had shared during their encounters that strength came from having something to protect. His own harsh words to Gaara now seemed like a joke. Had he ever truly felt defeat? His sensei had pushed him hard enough to feel real pressure, but it was all just sparring. Simulated. He grinned, letting his head fall back, a toothy smile on his face as darkness began to creep into his vision. Guren watched him for a moment, intrigued by the acceptance he showed in the face of defeat. There was no frantic struggle, just a smile of final lesson. She could respect that, even admire it. There was something dignified in that lifeless smile. He was undeniably a feral beast that needed to be dealt with, an obstacle in her master's plans, but one could still respect an animal that fought valiantly before the end. She winced, reminded that she had been gravely injured herself. Her insides felt like half-frozen slush, and with every slight movement, the makeshift blood clots sent sharp sensations through her skin. Suddenly, she froze at a familiar rattle. A weight that had been building up subtly pressed down on her, forcing her to her knees. Her eyes widened in fear. Was the Kyuubi escaping? Orochimaru had deemed it unlikely given the 8-trigram seal, but the noxious sensation in the air was unmistakable. She managed to turn, feeling as if she were moving through thick syrup. A single mottled chain, spiky and unlike the beautiful golden constructs Naruto had used, rose from the teen's unmoving chest. His heart was not beating, but the chain rose nonetheless, driven by its own will. Naruto's skin shimmered, a heat haze enveloping him as his wounds began to hiss and steam, vanishing before her eyes. Then the chain fell, slamming into Naruto's chest with a force that made his body jerk before falling back limply. The chain rose and struck him again, and again, each impact causing his body to convulse as if electrified. On the fifth strike, his arms and legs lifted, and his chest followed. Naruto gasped for air, his eyes wide with shock. But they were not his eyes. His body lurched to the side like a puppet with loose strings, struggling to find its balance. He retched, expelling a significant amount of blood before staggering to his feet. The haze around him transformed into a vibrant layer of orange chakra, quickly taking the shape of a fox. "Humans," the QB remarked, clearing his mouth of blood. "So fragile." He took a step forward, awkwardly adjusting to bipedal movement. "And poorly designed. How do you creatures accomplish anything?" He flexed a hand experimentally. "An internalized chakra system? So pitiful, so empty." Chains began to emerge from his tailbone, 9 of them, helping him balance as he crouched forward onto all fours. "Still, we make do with what we have." His head rose, locking onto Guren with slitted red eyes that were utterly inhuman. Even Orochimaru's eyes lacked that primal ferocity. "Hello." That was all the warning she received before her world erupted in pain. Naruto, or rather the bijou inhabiting his body, lunged forward, tackling Guren right where her makeshift bandage was. He used the leverage to flip her over, 2 of his tails lashing out to wrap around her ankles and send her tumbling head over heels into a nearby tree. She landed on the ground, disoriented and feeling the sting of her reopened wound. He mused to himself that he could get used to this. Crushing his opponents beneath his paws could become monotonous. This felt much more personal. Curling his hand, his nails extended into claws as he grinned with a predatory gleam. This was not the prank-loving kitsune of mythology. This was an apex predator toying with its prey. The chain tails whipped around as a single mass, striking her side just as she attempted to stand. She had reapplied her crystal armor, but it shattered under the force of the blow. Sent reeling, her feet were taken out from under her as a chain lifted her by the ankle, leaving her dangling like a lure as the QB approached. Weakly, she tried to throw some shuriken at him, but he caught them effortlessly, snapping them like fragile glass and tossing the fragments aside with a widening grin. He found humans more interesting than he had previously thought. So many feelings and desires swirled within them, a chaotic mix of emotions. He was close enough for her to feel his breath against her cheek, and he remarked on the new appetites he sensed. A single claw traced her cheek, scoring a delicate line through her armor. She hissed as a thin red line appeared along her jawbone, his fiery red eyes watching her every reaction with curiosity. He found her awkwardness and vulnerability intriguing, believing he could find enjoyment in this encounter. Guren desperately attempted to crystallize the chains around her ankle, but the QB's chakra disrupted her control. The pink crystal moved sluggishly across the twisted chain. She tried to spit out a sharp sinbon, but it merely bounced off his thick cloak of chakra, earning an amused look from the bijou. He found her attempts adorable, but before he could finish his thought, one of his own chains suddenly wrapped around his neck, yanking him to the ground as others snaked around his limbs, holding him down. He hissed, his eyes flickering between blood red and icy blue, demanding to be let back in his cage. The chains tightened around him, causing discomfort and dropping Guren to the floor in an ungraceful heap. The chains unwound like springs, snapping back to their usual appearance, leaving Naruto panting on the ground. He staggered to his feet, the toxic atmosphere dissipating. The only sign of the brief possession were the whisker marks on his cheeks, now resembling jagged scars. He glanced at Guren, helpless on the forest floor, before turning and limping away. She called after him, questioning why he wasn't going to finish her off. She knew it was a foolish thing to say. She was truly helpless, lacking the energy to create even a shuriken. While she could use her pressure points, it would likely be detrimental in her current state. He paused, turning back to her with a bemused expression. He expressed that he had no intention of killing her, that had been the best fight he had ever experienced. He approached her, visibly favoring his right side, and she feared he might change his mind. She felt she didn't deserve to be afraid. She had failed her master, feeling like a dull, useless weapon that couldn't even cut. She believed she deserved to die. He wanted her to grow stronger, to improve so that he could fight her again. He glared down at his own stomach, where the rips in his shirt revealed the spiral seal. He wanted their next encounter to be without interruption. With a smirk that held no humor, he turned to leave, stating that this was her victory but she should improve quickly, as next time would be different. Then he vanished into the afternoon shadows of the forest, leaving Guren with his parting words to contemplate on her way back to Otogekyure. Over the next few days, Naruto oscillated between boundless energy and deep frustration. He took on mission after mission to channel the adrenaline from his fight with Guren. The village was inundated with requests for help following the invasion, with plenty of damage to repair and some civilians taking advantage of the chaos to loot while the ninja were distracted. Hundreds of clients had witnessed Konoha's selfless protection during the attack, successfully pushing back a joint assault from two villages while safeguarding the majority of innocents. This kind of publicity was invaluable, leading to a surge in requests. Thus, Naruto was never at a loss for something to do. He completed all his missions as efficiently as ever, but he felt distracted, replaying details of the fight in his mind. He considered what he could have done better, the inadequacies he needed to address. He recalled moments that felt exhilarating, reminiscent of when he was a child, imagining what it was like to be a shinobi. The most persistent thought was how his chains had struggled against Guren's armor, unable to penetrate until he enhanced them or weakened her. His teammates noticed his distraction during their training sessions, pausing when they realized his heart wasn't in it. Saru suggested he might be overworked, but it was Kuma, lacking tact as usual, who brought it up directly. After a moment of hesitation, still unaccustomed to sharing his thoughts and emotions, he confessed that he was troubled by how his chains had been stopped. Since childhood, there had been nothing he couldn't slice through with enough focus, but with her, he had been unable to do so. He recognized it was his issue. The QB had no trouble slicing through the tough crystal during his brief control. This made him question whether the chains he relied on were truly sufficient. Saru pondered this for a moment, advising him never to grow too reliant on a single technique. That was why they had trained his body, his taijutsu and kenjutsu, to encourage creative thinking. No technique was infallible, but with enough creativity, even the simplest techniques could become devastating. There was an Uchiha who had refined his use of the body flicker to such a degree that he could use it in combat, moving around his opponents as if he were teleporting. This demonstrated how devastating such a technique could be. The blonde grimaced, disliking reminders of his father. They made him think of things he had seen through his mother's eyes, things no son should ever have to witness. Saru continued, sharing his knowledge about the chains. He spoke from experience, having known two powerful wielders. He believed that in Naruto's case, it came down to a matter of will. Nezumi nodded beside him, noting the lack of focus. Saru tilted his head in acknowledgement. He explained that the chains were a manifestation of Naruto's chakra, which held an imprint of who he was. Any alterations to his spirit, mind, or will would reflect in his chains as well. Naruto blinked, trying to grasp the lesson. He wondered if his chains were blunt because his mind was. Saru had known Kushina well enough to recognize her passionate nature and fierce protectiveness. She favored barrier fuinjutsu reinforced by her chains, making them nearly impenetrable due to her will to protect. Naruto's lip twitched at the thought but remained silent. He recalled glimpses of his mother's life and understood that her defensive use of chains stemmed from a traumatic experience. She had not wanted to hurt others. Saru's unspoken words lingered in the air. Naruto was not his mother. Where she protected, he destroyed. He was aggressive and violent, and if his chains were dulling, what did that say about him? He grimly concluded that if he was losing his edge, so were his chains. The thought of needing to fix it felt like a step backward, something he despised. Nezumi placed a delicate hand on his shoulder, shaking her head slowly. She removed her mask and gave him an intent look, her brows scrunching in a way that others might have found endearing. She reminded him that he was who he was, echoing words she had shared with him during a previous internal crisis. Despite her few words, he found meaning in them. Nezumi had a way of being direct, cutting to the heart of the matter. It didn't matter what the reason for his will was, it just needed to be clear, focused, and sharp. Sar decided it was a good place to stop and walked over to where Teiko was entertaining Kuma with coin tricks. Nezumi offered Naruto an encouraging look before replacing her mask and following her captain. Naruto continued to ponder the conversation as he made his way home, where Haku awaited him on the couch. She commented on his absence, noting that he hadn't been around much lately. Naruto acknowledged that he had been busy with missions and hadn't spoken to Haku since the invasion. He inquired about her absence during the tournament, and Haku explained that she had been in the shelters, helping civilians injured during the attack. She noted that the village was critically understaffed when it came to medical ninja, prioritizing shinobi over civilians. She had been assisting those hurt by falling debris and stray kunai. Naruto grunted in response, expressing disappointment that they could have used someone like Tsunade Senju, who was in critical condition after a fight with Orochimaru. Haku understood the gravity of the situation, knowing the Hokage was in an induced coma and recovery was uncertain. Just then, Jiraiya made his presence known, casually sitting on the windowsill and taking notes in a small book. Naruto, used to the Sannin's sudden appearances, felt less surprised than annoyed. He tiredly reminded Jiraiya that he had not given permission to enter his home, knowing it was a lost cause. Jiraiya responded with his usual bravado, claiming he could be a menace when he wanted to be. Naruto raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, and remarked on how women must weep at Jiraiya's antics. The older man grinned, claiming they shed tears of joy. Jiraiya then turned his attention to Haku, noting the need for introductions. He sent a wink Naruto's way, leaving Haku feeling uncertain about the interaction. And might it be said that Jiraiya approved of the speed at which his young companion worked. The blonde, however, retorted with irritation, dismissing the notion of being a protege and looking at Haku, drawing strength from her usually calm demeanor, which was now visibly shaken. He introduced Haku to Jiraiya, labeling him a pervert. Jiraiya greeted Haku with a charming smile, closing the distance between them effortlessly. He dismissed Naruto's comment, claiming to be something more than what the boy suggested. Haku, regaining her composure, finished his sentence, acknowledging that Naruto had shared some information about Jiraiya. It still left her unprepared for the man before her. Jiraiya's grand plans for a majestic introduction deflated at Haku's words. Instead, he focused on her use of sama, sending a teasing glance at Naruto. He mused about the implications of such titles, jotting down notes in his book. Haku felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the suggestion, recalling the confusing moments from training when Naruto had bound her in chains. Sensing he had crossed a line, Jiraiya quickly tucked the notebook away. He shifted the conversation, informing Naruto that he had a mission for him, urging him to prepare for an early departure. After some time spent discussing the matter with Hiruzen, Jiraiya had learned that Naruto responded better to missions than to personal favors. Naruto mentioned he already had a mission scheduled for the next day. Jiraiya insisted that they were going to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village, especially to help the ailing Hokage. Haku raised an eyebrow, questioning the plan, aware of Tsunade's notorious temperament. Jiraiya explained the urgency of the situation, hinting that if things went awry, Konoha could benefit from a new Hokage, and he believed Tsunade was the best candidate. He paused, expecting a response from the two, but was met with silence. Disappointed, he joked about how kids today were ungrateful, but quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, urging Naruto to be ready to leave early. With that, Jiraiya vanished out the window, leaving Haku and Naruto in a brief silence. Haku asked if Naruto would go along with Jiraiya. He acknowledged that Jiraiya was technically his superior and that he had little choice in the matter. However, he was excited about the prospect of facing a Sannin. Haku expressed skepticism about the likelihood of much fighting, suggesting that their task would mainly involve locating Tsunade and convincing her to return. Naruto understood but felt a flutter of anticipation in his stomach. He headed into the bedroom, shedding his clothes as he went, eager to unwind after a long day. Haku hesitated before following him, suppressing a blush at the thought of being ordered around. Naruto woke up bright and early, a habit from his ANBU days and a healthy routine. Arriving at the mission office before anyone else, he relished the extra time for training and other activities. Recently he had added a new pastime, waking Haku in amusing ways. He had always thought of himself as a classical SDST, but seeing her startled reaction as she dangled out of a window was a different kind of fun. Jiraiya, however, was not amused. He made his displeasure clear as he approached the gate 2 hours after Naruto's arrival. Naruto pointed out that Jiraiya was late, his tone flat but edged with annoyance. Jiraiya responded with a yawn, joking about the early hours meant for roosters and bowl-cut hairstyles. Naruto retorted that people with missions to complete had to be up early. A moment of silence followed, and Jiraiya asked if he was getting paid for this mission. Jiraiya's grin was insincere as he assured Naruto that spending time with him was priceless. Naruto held his gaze for a moment before turning away, heading back toward the Hokage Tower for a legitimate mission. Jiraiya called after him, insisting he was joking and that Naruto would indeed be compensated. Naruto shot back that Jiraiya was more concerned about the risk of being stuck with the Hokage title. Jiraiya's comment made Naruto pause, and after a moment, he rolled his eyes and changed direction toward the gate, ready to get the mission over with. As they passed Izumo and Kotetsu, Naruto nodded, receiving shaky half-smiles in return. Jiraiya grumbled about Naruto's motivation for joining him, commenting on the speed at which he moved. Naruto's eye twitched at the remark, but he chose to remain silent. If anything, he only sped up. Naruto expressed his frustration, questioning the point of their trip if Jiraiya was going to remain silent. Jiraiya, caught off guard, turned the conversation back on Naruto, asking why he had agreed to come if he disliked his presence so much. Naruto pointed out his lack of choice, and Jiraiya teased him about wanting to fight Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya burst into laughter at the thought, momentarily halting their progress on the road. He quickly regained his composure, reminding Naruto that their goal was to persuade Tsunade to return, not to confront her. Naruto retorted, implying that Jiraiya's persuasive skills were questionable, and Jiraiya countered by reminding Naruto that he had managed to convince him to join the mission. The atmosphere grew tense as Naruto expressed his desire to finish the task quickly, leading Jiraiya to acknowledge that his comments about Naruto's mentors were in poor taste. However, Jiraiya couldn't resist making another jab, which prompted Naruto to react defensively. As they continued, Jiraiya suggested that their mission might take a while due to Tsunade's unpredictable movements. Naruto proposed that they could track her by monitoring fluctuations in the gambling economy, which amused Jiraiya. He encouraged Naruto to share what he knew about Tsunade, and Naruto recited details from her file, noting her impressive medical skills and formidable strength, while also mentioning her weaknesses. Jiraiya's humor faded as they discussed her vulnerabilities, but Naruto lightened the mood by mentioning her reputation for bad luck in gambling. Jiraiya, wary of discussing sensitive topics, urged Naruto to be careful with his words, emphasizing that women tend to find out when such things are said. Despite the awkwardness, Jiraiya attempted to engage Naruto with a trick he wanted to show him. The following days were not as bad as Naruto had anticipated. Although Jiraiya maintained a slow pace while searching for Tsunade, Naruto learned a great deal about Jiraiya's extensive network of contacts. Jiraiya had a knack for convincing people that he had done them favors, showcasing his persuasive abilities when he wasn't being overly flirtatious. One of the techniques Jiraiya was eager to teach Naruto was the Rasengan. Initially, Naruto was skeptical, especially when Jiraiya's explanations seemed vague. However, after witnessing the completed technique, Naruto was genuinely impressed by its complexity. In response, he demonstrated his own chain drill technique, which caused significant damage to a nearby tree. Jiraiya struggled to defend the Rasengan's superiority, but he remained persistent in teaching it to Naruto. Despite his initial reluctance, Naruto began practicing the first stage of the Rasengan with an empty balloon, finding it a useful exercise for chakra control. This not only kept him engaged but also silenced Jiraiya, who continued to watch him with an encouraging smile. It only managed to ease his boredom a little. The Rasengan wasn't the kind of jutsu learned overnight, so the pair were mostly left with seemingly aimless wandering and as little interaction as Naruto could manage. Things came to a head when Jiraiya insisted, for the third time, that they take some time to relax in a local hot spring. By now, Naruto recognized this as code for peeping on the women on the other side of the wall, and he firmly refused. Jiraiya was insistent they stay to take in the sights, while Naruto urged him to hurry up before Tsunade's trail grew any colder. They reached a compromise. Naruto decided to let Jiraiya indulge in his antics while he scouted the nearby settlements at speeds more befitting an Anbu. By the time Jiraiya returned to their rented lodgings, red-faced from more than just the steam, he found that Naruto had already determined the most likely route for Tsunade. This pattern swiftly repeated in every subsequent village. Jiraiya didn't seem too happy about the new arrangement, but he didn't put up much of a fight. Ultimately, Naruto got his time alone, and Jiraiya got his opportunity to be himself. That next week was far more tolerable for Naruto, but the lack of progress was beginning to wear on his patience. Every single village, especially those with gambling halls or bars, knew exactly who he was referring to. Tsunade's description wasn't hard to recall, even if it seemed to change between a busted 30-something, a busted 20-something, a busted teenager, and sometimes even a young girl. But that was precisely the problem. Tsunade seemed to have passed through every village or town at some point, often leaving a trail of frustrated people in her wake. There were many eager to see her brought in, given the astonishing gambling debts she had racked up. All that meant was the women had become very good at evading her various responsibilities. Right now, it was a gamble whether or not she would be in the village they tried next. With that in mind, Naruto's expectations were low as he started scouting what felt like his 100th location. It was a backwater village, surviving due to its proximity to a small offshoot of a larger trade river. They were known for their decent quality quilts and eked by on that trade. It did, however, make them just profitable enough and just out of the way enough to house a small gambling den on the outskirts of the village. That was the only reason Naruto even bothered with it. Jiraiya was still back in the last, much larger town, likely enjoying himself and socializing with women who should have known better. Naruto figured it was because Jiraiya was wealthy and wasn't afraid to flash his cash. It didn't stop the pervert from trying to mooch off him whenever he could. These thoughts simmered in the back of his mind as he stalked through the single street that marked the village's main road. The few people out and about gave him a wide berth as he approached the gambling hall. As he neared, he saw exactly the woman he was looking for stagger out the door, waving a sake bottle in her hand and shouting at someone inside. A moment later, a younger woman, whom Naruto assumed to be Shizen Kato, also emerged, bowing rapidly and apologizing profusely to the offended party. Even better, Naruto didn't even have to say anything. Tsunade caught sight of the open Chunin jacket and headband around his neck and walked up to him. She swayed slightly, and the bottle in her hand suggested she was drunk, but Naruto knew better than to trust appearances. Her file specifically warned that she had a tendency to play up her own apparent weakness to lull opponents into a false sense of security. He also knew that she was likely burning off the alcohol in her system even as they spoke. Tsunade expressed her surprise at seeing him, questioning who had sent him. Naruto schooled his features, not letting her obvious barb get to him. He stated that he was there to take her back to Konoha, as her services were needed. A grin spread across Tsunade's face, and she responded with a dismissive remark about returning to the Hokage. If she expected Naruto to be incensed by the insult to the Hokage, she was disappointed. He informed her that the Sandaime was currently in a coma, a result of his recent clash with her teammate. This revelation brought Tsunade up short. She blinked at him, clearly struggling to process the information. She mentioned having heard about the invasion and expressed her concerns about trusting Suna. Naruto didn't argue with her, sensing her continued inebriation. Tsunade's scowl returned as she reflected on the situation, expressing her resignation about life and its challenges. She turned to leave, but Naruto reminded her that this wasn't a social call. He was there to take her back to the village. There was a pause as Tsunade stood there, half turned away, before glancing back over her shoulder with another wide grin. She questioned what a shrimp like him would do if she refused. Her eyes glanced to his Chunin jacket again, but she seemed to dismiss it a moment later. She then asked where Jiraiya was, suspecting he was involved in the situation somehow. Naruto shrugged off her question, focusing on the task at hand. He had practiced ignoring people's insinuations about his age and height. It was always much more satisfying when he finally made them choke on their words. Tsunade's amusement only grew as she observed him. She noted that he had come alone, questioning who was the bigger fool. When Naruto refused to rise to the bait, she clicked her tongue, recognizing his stubbornness. She suggested a wager instead, but Naruto preferred a more direct approach. Tsunade's good humor quickly faded as she prepared for a confrontation. The blonde smiled as he shrugged off his flak jacket, fully aware of the advantages he might need. Despite her age and years away from active duty, she was still one of the legendary Sannin. What Jiraiya walked into could only be described as a battlefield. He had tracked Naruto down when he realized the boy had not returned when expected. The village remained mostly undamaged, but the road was littered with marks and strange, shallow craters. He quickly dismissed the damage as he finally came across the two combatants. He couldn't help but express his admiration for Naruto's ingenuity. Tsunade was completely restrained in Naruto's chains, suspended off the ground and bound in a way that sparked the imagination without being inappropriate. Naruto wore a self-satisfied smirk, despite his bruised cheeks and a bleeding lip. Tsunade struggled against her restraints, unable to speak clearly. Jiraiya recognized the danger of the situation and urged Naruto to release her, especially as her face turned increasingly red. He did not want to be present when she finally exploded with anger. Naruto, however, seemed to enjoy the moment, teasing that he would keep her restrained a little longer due to her attitude during their earlier fight. Jiraiya winced at Tsunade's furious expression and knew he would be blamed for this situation. He reminded Naruto that they were not there to drag Tsunade back like a criminal but to negotiate. Naruto grinned, claiming he had all the leverage in the negotiations. Tsunade continued to struggle, but her efforts were futile. Jiraiya pressed for Naruto to release her, but the blonde remained defiant, insisting that it was fair recompense for her annoyance. Suddenly, Tsunade began to change before their eyes. Steam rose from her skin as she transformed, shedding years and reverting to a younger version of herself. This change allowed her to slip out of her loosened bonds, and before she could even touch the ground, she lunged at Naruto with a fierce determination. Despite her youthful appearance, she was not as fast as Jiraiya remembered. Naruto managed to evade her attack just in time, but when she struck, he caught her fist. The moment they made contact, the chains twisted around them, absorbing the force of her blow and dispersing it into the ground. Naruto's smug expression quickly faded when Tsunade retaliated with a swift kick that landed hard against his ribs, sending him flying through the air. Thankfully, Tsunade had not aimed for any of the buildings. Instead, the Jinchuriki's body created a long, ragged trench down the main road. Jiraiya knew he could fix that with a jutsu later. Property damage was always a hassle. Tsunade muttered to herself, expressing her frustration as she patted herself down. There was little need for it, as her transformation had altered her clothes to match her new appearance. Jiraiya cast a lingering, forlorn glance at his teammate's newly diminished figure before forcing a bright smile. He greeted her with enthusiasm, suggesting they share a drink. It took a painfully expensive bottle of alcohol to calm Tsunade enough for Jiraiya to explain the situation, including the precise wording the Mednines had used to describe the Sandame's condition. Tsunade took her time to consider the information, swirling her drink in its saucer without taking a sip. She speculated that it would be just like Orochimaru to make the poison a biological reactant, noting that the patterns indicated the old man's immune system was trying to fight it off. If it weren't for the induced coma, the Sandame would likely be in agony. Given the entry point of the wound, she estimated a 60-40 chance of survival, but added that the Sandame was old. Jiraiya felt relieved that Tsunade seemed troubled by the situation. He had worried she might be drinking herself into apathy. He pressed her, asking if she could treat the Sandame. Tsunade scowled at him before downing her drink in one gulp and slamming the saucer on the counter. She affirmed that she could retrieve the fragment of the Kusanagi leaking the poison, but reminded him that she had her reasons for not wanting to return. Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly as he pressed her further, insisting he didn't understand her reluctance. Tsunade's frustration grew as she recalled the painful memories of those she had lost, including her grandfather, parents, and Dan. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to remember the people they both cared about and questioning why she would let someone else suffer the same fate when she had the power to prevent it. He hated to bring up the past, especially when he saw her flinch at the reminder of Dan's tragic end. Changing the subject abruptly, Tsunade asked about the situation with the young boy. Jiraiya sighed but decided to humor her, knowing she needed a distraction. He mentioned the young Uzumaki girl whom Mito had taken under her wing after the fall of Yuzushio. Meanwhile, Naruto woke with a start, glancing around anxiously at the small pile of rubble he had fallen unconscious in. Pain shot through his side as he realized something was wrong with his ribs. A voice urged him not to move, explaining that it would upset the bones while she worked to reset them. He looked up to see a nervous woman gently running her chakra-covered hands over his side. Unable to speak without risking further injury, he let his head fall back and allowed her to heal him, grateful for her assistance. The woman apologized for Tsunade's behavior, explaining that her mentor usually had better restraint. She hesitated, unsure how to finish her thought, but jumped slightly when one of Naruto's damaged ribs snapped back into place as he drew on the Kyuubi's chakra to speed up the healing process. She expressed admiration for Tsunade's abilities, recalling stories about her grandfather. Naruto interrupted her, questioning why she was helping him. The woman hesitated, fumbling for an explanation. She mentioned her role as a Mednin and her oath to help others. He reminded her that he had attacked her, which made her sheepishly roll her shoulders. She clarified that he had provoked Tsunade, who had a tendency to overreact. Understanding the stress he was under due to the Hokage's condition, she tried to empathize with him. Naruto expressed his irritation at her rambling, admitting he had wanted to fight Tsunade. This seemed to spark a bit of steel in the woman's demeanor, and she chided him about how that encounter had gone. Her eyes softened as she noticed him suppressing a wince of pain. He admitted that he had been overconfident and hadn't realized the henge was a physical transformation. An awkward silence settled between them as Shizune returned to her healing work, which was now much faster thanks to the Kyuubi's assistance. After a moment, she introduced herself as Shizune Kato. Naruto acknowledged her name, and she smiled warmly at him. The atmosphere felt less uncomfortable after that, though it was still quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos he had been accustomed to with Jiraiya. Curious, he asked her why she was healing him. This time, Shizune answered confidently, stating it was simply the right thing to do. Her conviction was compelling enough that Naruto found himself believing her. She added, with a hint of humor, that the way he had tied up Tsunade was actually quite funny. Don't get him wrong, he had loved being close to her for all those years, but being her apprentice could be tiring at times. Constantly dealing with the aftermath of her drunkenness, running from her creditors, and enduring intense training was exhausting. Seeing her finally face some consequences felt cathartic. Her eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe she had admitted that out loud. She quickly added a plea for him not to tell her. Naruto simply grinned as he let his head fall back again, feeling a sense of camaraderie. He thought he liked her. Jiraiya was correct in his assessment. It took just another day of convincing before Tsunade agreed to return to Konoha, but only on the condition that it wasn't a trick to make her Hokage or anything ridiculous like that. Jiraiya figured that as long as she was back, he would have plenty of time to work on that aspect later. For now, the priority was getting the Sandaime back on his feet and maintaining Konoha's strong public image. In that regard, they moved at shinobi speeds on the return trip. It was amusing when Tsunade attempted to tree run after nearly 2 decades without practice. She misjudged her weight and fell short of her mark, colliding with the branch and curling around it instead of landing on it. Naruto couldn't help but find it funny, and even Shizune struggled not to smile. The older blonde insisted it was due to her smaller stature, as she had yet to return to her usual appearance and still looked like her 14-year-old self. Apparently, she thought it was time for a change in appearance. Shizune later informed him that this was code for having accumulated too many debts and needing to let the heat cool off with a different face. Shizune was a breath of fresh air on their way back, content to engage with Naruto so that Jiraiya couldn't, but not so much that he grew irritated. She mostly asked questions about what Konoha was like since she had left, and for once, Naruto was comfortable humorously responding. There was something about her that didn't trigger his usual irritants. He figured it was because she reminded him of an older, friendlier Haku. It helped that she was polite to a fault and always seemed to know when she was crossing a line. Plus, she had extensive knowledge about poisons. Naruto had a fair understanding of toxins and other reagents, as Teiko was fond of their use, but he hadn't given much thought to their applications. His chains were lethal enough, and he enjoyed drawing out fights. However, the way Shizen described the various uses and effects of poisons sparked plenty of ideas for him. She mentioned that she would likely be quite busy once they returned to the village, as she could see the direction things were heading and was sure Tsunade wouldn't leave so quickly. However, she agreed to show him a few tricks when she had the time. If what he had told her about the state of the medical corps was anything to go by, Tsunade would want to overhaul the current system and rebuild it from the ground up. That meant a lot of work for her, especially since her mentor was not a fan of paperwork. Finally, something Naruto and Tsunade could agree on. Things remained tense on that front. The slug Sannin hadn't forgiven him for the embarrassment he had caused her, and he didn't appreciate the cheap shot that could have seriously harmed him if he were any weaker. Still, ironically for those who knew him, Naruto wasn't the type to hold a grudge. It was too much effort for no reward. He showed Tsunade nothing but cold indifference during their trip back. Unfortunately, the woman-turned-girl didn't appreciate that at all. He wasn't sure how much her appearance reflected her mindset, but her response was uncharacteristically childish. She resorted to jibes, making snide remarks as they traveled, knowing he would overhear. When he ignored her, she became more blatant, outright insulting him with a smirk. When those went unanswered, she resorted to throwing sticks and small pebbles at him. It was merely a nuisance, akin to dealing with a smaller, more loud-mouthed Anko. Eventually, she gave up and ignored him in turn, but much of the sting was lost after her earlier petulance. After that, she became subtler, stomping on passing branches extra hard so that when he landed on them, they would break. His chains would simply catch a tree, allowing him to swing on unimpeded. When they finally reached a road, she kicked up as much dust as she could, stopping only when Shizen, running alongside her, quietly complained. Thankfully, before she could devise another prank at this point, that seemed to be all they were, as much of her frustration had been vented they came within view of Konoha's walls. Naruto grinned at the sight, not realizing how much he had missed his normal daily routine until he saw who was waiting for them at the gates. Haku clearly understood the unspoken question and explained that Jiraiya had sent word ahead that they would be arriving back that day. She had been instructed to escort Tsunade to where the Hokage was being treated. The Toad Sage pouted at the snub, feeling left out. Haku glanced at him before inclining her head, apologizing and explaining that Jiraiya had sent word ahead. Tsunade's laugh came out more like a bark as she expressed her approval of Haku. She took a moment to look around the village, keeping her expression guarded. It was a reminder that beneath her youthful exterior lay an old woman with many conflicting memories of this place. Apparently satisfied with what she saw, she nodded and asked if they were heading straight to it. Haku set off at a brisk pace, quickly matched by Naruto. He questioned why she was the one to meet them, wondering if she should be training instead. Her slight smile hinted at a deeper reason for her presence. She explained that she thought it better to wait for their return and mentioned that she had taken up an apprenticeship at the hospital. The smile softened as she glanced down at her hands, recalling how helping people during the invasion reminded her of how much she enjoyed healing Zabuza. A mischievous glint returned to her eyes as she added that the apartment had been very lonely without Naruto around, and she had enjoyed the company. Naruto pondered her words for a moment before dismissing them with a sniff. Fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with our training. That was about as clear as he got with his approval. Unable to stay silent from where she had been listening a few paces back, Tsunade interjected, acknowledging the oddity of their relationship. She remarked on how strange it was for someone who appeared no older than Naruto to be living with him. Of course, Haku replied, her expression unreadable. Naruto was the one who supported me during my probation PRD. He has been nothing but generous since then, even offering me special training. Those who understood the situation exchanged puzzled glances, even Tsunade seemed skeptical. But what's with all this, Sama business? She asked, ignoring the amused chuckle from behind her as Jiraiya pulled out his notebook and began scribbling notes again. Haku simply smiled at Tsunade, stating, "The hospital isn't much farther now," and continued on as if the question hadn't been posed. In a departure from her usual demeanor, Tsunade grinned widely, jogging a few paces to catch up with Haku. "Okay, now I know I like you." She placed an arm around the taller girl's shoulders. "You say you have an apprenticeship with the hospital? That must mean you're quite skilled." Once again, the giggles from Jiraiya went unnoticed. "And you clearly have courage if you can handle this guy." She smirked at Naruto and sped up, moving ahead with Haku. "Have you thought about advancing your training at all?" A cold weight settled in Naruto's stomach. "That's quite a story," Hiruzen said, a weak smile struggling to reach his wrinkled eyes. His voice trembled, far from the confident and strong leader who had shaped her team into one of the most renowned in shinobi history. "I'm very glad you returned, Tsunade, and I think when he wakes up, Konohamaru would like to thank you as well." The youthful-looking woman glanced at the preteen curled up on a nearby chair. "I'm not proud to say it took some convincing," she admitted slowly. "All in the past, my girl. What matters is that you're here now. I hope you'll stay for a while." Just as Tsunade raised a hand to respond, Hiruzen yawned, his eyes drooping slightly. "I think." He yawned again, and Tsunade feared he might collapse, looking as frail as he did. "I think a conversation for another time perhaps. For now, rest." He was asleep before his head even hit the pillow, leaving Tsunade to close the door softly behind her. A sigh escaped her lips. The old man was a master manipulator, even now. She couldn't tell if it was all a show to make her feel guilty or just an old man's melancholy, but it was effective nonetheless. As she walked through the village, memories bombarded her. Not all were pleasant, and her heart still ached at the sights of her youth. But one thought rose clearly above all others: she was home. Konoha hadn't changed much. People still went about their day, shinobi moved just out of sight, and the Hokage, past and present, watched over them from their stone vigil. "Excuse me, young lady, this area is for—" "Oh, Lady Tsunade. I'm so sorry. I'll just be on my way." The man hurried off, and Tsunade almost wanted to thank him for lifting her spirits. She should have done this years ago. Commanding people around as a young girl was amusing, and not having to deal with the gawking fools that seemed to constantly surround her was refreshing. It only ever caused problems when patients doubted her expertise, but she quickly put a stop to that. She entered a room reserved for hospital staff. "How are you getting along?" Haku looked up from the fish, her hands glowing with the light of the mystic palm technique. It was impressive how quickly she had picked it up. In truth, Tsunade had shown interest in her mainly to annoy Naruto. He needed some checks on his more irritable qualities. But seriously, Haku would make an excellent medic. Her chakra control was superb, she had a great willingness to learn, and her bedside manner was impeccable. Most importantly, she genuinely wanted to help people. That was evident after just a few minutes in her company. "I believe I have the procedure down. The gills are functioning as the scroll describes, but I'm curious about the discoloration." The older, yet youthful-looking blonde grinned. It reminded her of a younger Shizen, back when the girl was full of curiosity. She had to remind herself that Haku was not Shizen, nor was she truly meant to be Tsunade's apprentice. While she would undoubtedly excel as a medic, she didn't have the temperament or inclination to learn everything Tsunade had to teach. Ultimately, she favored her speed and her ice techniques. Tsunade's strength and yin techniques were just not compatible. No, Haku would have to carve her own path in that regard. "Glad you noticed. Most just overlook it because they're getting the intended effects. I must emphasize that half of medicine is observation. Noticing something is wrong is just as crucial as treating it." That didn't mean she couldn't guide the girl in the right direction. "Ladies." Tsunade rolled her eyes as Haku jumped. Jiraiya might think himself clever with his mysterious entrances, but she had known him for too long to be surprised by his presence. "What do you want now, Jiraiya? Wasn't bringing me back here enough?" He inclined his head toward the door, and she sighed, turning back to Haku. Try modulating the flow of your chakra. Right now, you're causing slight ruptures in the surface capillaries, which is leading to the discoloration. Content that Haku understood what she needed to focus on. She followed her older teammate out into the corridor. Please don't tell me this is some kind of catch-up session. Now that I'm back, thanks to you, I actually have quite a bit of work to do. This hospital is in dire need of restructuring. We're understaffed, and the quality of medics is well below my standards. It was always going to be, Jiraiya replied with a grin, leaning back to avoid her playful swat. But why shouldn't old teammates get together and share stories? It's not like we talked much on the way back. You seemed more concerned with your little rivalry with Naruto. It wasn't a rivalry, Tsunade shot back defensively, inwardly cursing her younger body. It always threw her off a bit to return to a time before PBRY. That kid was in need of a serious attitude adjustment. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, skeptical about the plan. He pointed out that the kid had needed an adjustment since he was 7 years old and noted that Tsunade should be grateful he had made progress. He reminded her that the Naruto from 6 years ago wouldn't have been as forgiving after such an incident, and if she thought she had seen the limits of his abilities, she should remember that she had nearly harmed the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Tsunade looked uncomfortable. There had been an element of catharsis in her actions, but she felt the kid had deserved it. No one should humiliate her like that. Jiraiya suggested they call it even and emphasized that Naruto didn't need more antagonism in his life. They owed a debt to a few ANBU for helping him get this far and to a certain girl for helping him mellow out. He wanted to discuss both Naruto and their relationship, seeking her advice on something. He had asked Naruto to go on a training trip with him. Tsunade snorted. Having only been around the blonde for a few days, she could already predict the outcome. Jiraiya admitted that Naruto had politely declined his offer, which was perhaps worse. He had accidentally insulted Naruto's old sensei during their first meeting, driving a wedge between them. He had been trying to mend that divide ever since, feeling frustrated because Naruto was his godson. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging what he had shared about Naruto. She suggested he might have to accept this as a loss and give it time, waiting for others to help Naruto before trying again. Jiraiya expressed urgency, mentioning a dangerous group that might be trying to kidnap Naruto. He explained that was why he wanted the training trip, to make Naruto less of an obvious target. Tsunade asked about this dangerous group, and Jiraiya revealed they called themselves Akatsuki. She had heard of them, known to be a reliable mercenary group. Jiraiya clarified that they were made up of S-class missing nin, which surprised her. He informed her that they seemed to be targeting Jinchuriki, and sources indicated that the Nanabai had gone missing. Tsunade scoffed, noting that it wasn't surprising given how Jinchuriki were treated. Jiraiya added that the Nibi was also missing, which made the situation more serious. Kumo had recently started celebrating their Jinchuriki, and neither of them was likely to run away. They were powerful enough to take care of themselves. Tsunade suggested Jiraiya tell Naruto about the situation, but he hesitated, feeling it unfair to burden him with such knowledge. Tsunade pointed out that keeping him in the dark wouldn't help their relationship. Jiraiya winced, realizing she had a point. She questioned why he even wanted Naruto on a training trip if the safest place was right there, surrounded by positive influences. Jiraiya's roguish nature returned as he jokingly asked if he wasn't a positive influence. He deflated slightly when she scoffed, acknowledging her point. He considered working on gaining Naruto's trust instead. Tsunade asked how he had managed to get Naruto to help track her down, and he explained that he had framed it as a mission. She encouraged him to keep doing that, knowing how annoying he could be, but admitted that one could get used to it over time. Despite his faux indignation, Jiraiya smiled, appreciating her confidence. They reminisced about Kushina and the Yondaime, with Jiraiya making a cheeky comment about their relationship. Tsunade dismissed him, calling him a pervert, but he walked away with a sincere smile, thanking her for the advice and expressing how much he missed having her around. The next few months were strange for Naruto. Life settled into a rhythm, even if it wasn't the one he desired. Jiraiya was persistent in his attempts to build a closer relationship, though he often skirted around the reasons why. Naruto recalled flashes of memory that connected Kushina to Jiraiya, and he wondered why that mattered, especially since he hadn't met the man until he was 13. Once a week, Jiraiya would pull Naruto out on missions, ranging from simple escorts to more complex tasks involving his spy network and occasionally challenging S-rank missions. It seemed to be a mix of evaluating Naruto's abilities and trying to forge a friendship. Initially, Naruto completed every mission quickly and professionally, but Jiraiya began selecting missions that forced him to engage in complex political intrigues, the kind his old team had avoided. It was a miracle he hadn't lost his temper with a client. Eventually, Jiraiya revealed information about the Akatsuki, a group of S-ranked missing nin that might be hunting him due to the fox sealed within him. Naruto's reaction was unexpected. He questioned if they truly wanted to capture him. Jiraiya confirmed that if their goal was the Jinchuriki, they would need him alive for their plans, whether to extract the bijou or for some other purpose. Naruto responded confidently, believing that if they were after him, they would be holding back, while he could go for the throat. Jiraiya halted abruptly, placing a hand on the young boy's shoulder, aware of the danger but unable to pull away. He warned Naruto that the individuals they were discussing were formidable, capable of overwhelming him with ease. The names he mentioned, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigake, and Sasori of the Red Sands, were notorious. He reminded Naruto that Orochimaru had once been among them, a threat that could take him down effortlessly. Instead of deterring him, the list of potential adversaries only fueled Naruto's excitement. Jiraiya insisted that Naruto promise not to seek out these dangerous individuals. Whatever their intentions with the bijou, it couldn't be good. He urged Naruto to consider the chaos they could unleash with the Kyuubi. Naruto raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion of promises. He pointed out that shinobi often broke promises, a reality he was all too familiar with. Jiraiya's serious gaze remained fixed on him, but Naruto argued that he wouldn't even know where to find them, as missing nin were skilled at remaining hidden. Jiraiya remained firm, emphasizing that they would eventually come after him. He believed that taking out a few while they underestimated him could be advantageous. After a moment of silence, Naruto relented, declaring that he wouldn't actively seek out the Akatsuki, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. The tension dissipated, replaced by Jiraiya's grin. He expressed his relief, apologizing for being overbearing, but underscoring the importance of the situation. Naruto shrugged it off, eager to move on with their mission. They were nearing a village that had requested their assistance due to reports of a monster in the woods. Naruto was skeptical, suspecting it might be a ruse by bandits to scare villagers into leaving, making them easy targets for robbery. As they approached the village, Naruto decided to scout ahead, sensing Jiraiya's reluctance to quicken his pace. Jiraiya cautioned him not to confront whatever it was just yet, wanting to verify the situation himself. He advised Naruto to be smart about it, but Naruto was already off, disappearing in a blur. Frustration bubbled within him as he ran. It felt unfair to learn about such powerful opponents only to be told not to engage. He had faced danger before, even from formidable foes like Guren. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought of how he would fare against an S-class shinobi. Jiraiya had proven his strength effortlessly, and Tsunade, despite being out of practice, was still a force to be reckoned with. Reluctantly, Naruto acknowledged that perhaps Jiraiya was right. He wasn't quite ready to face such threats alone. He resolved to use this as motivation to improve, aiming to one day stand against the Akatsuki. As he reached the village, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the overwhelming scent of blood. It assaulted his senses, revealing a scene of devastation. The village, small and home to barely 200 people, was eerily silent, with bodies sprawled across the streets. It resembled a gruesome display, with remnants of what had once been life scattered about. This was no ordinary attack. It bore the marks of something far more sinister, perhaps a wild animal or a deranged shinobi. Whoever had caused this destruction was long gone, leaving only death in their wake. Navigating carefully through the chaos, Naruto sought evidence of what had transpired. He was determined to uncover the truth, especially with Jiraiya on his way. As he ventured deeper, the scent intensified, but he remained composed, adjusting his shirt as he acclimated. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pattern amidst the carnage. It seemed to converge at a central point, leading him to the crossroads of the village. Just then, he sensed he was not alone. A quiet chant had filled the air, but it abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence. A figure emerged from the mass of bodies, rising slowly. For a fleeting moment, he appeared distorted, unnatural, but that impression faded. Strangely, he bore no blood, despite having been surrounded by it moments before. His voice was smooth, almost pleasant, but there was an unsettling edge to it, a hint of madness that Naruto recognized from experience. Another supplicant had come to seek Jashin's embrace, or perhaps another misguided soul to add to the altar. The man turned, an inquisitive expression flickering in his crazed eyes. Naruto stood there, unsure of how to respond as the man's gaze swept over him, searching for something. Eventually, the man smirked, suggesting that Naruto had been touched by Jashin's essence and would make a fine convert. The thick, cloying scent of blood clouded Naruto's mind, and chains began to slide from his body, sensing a threat. Everything felt wrong in this place, as if his body was trying to tip sideways, and familiar colors appeared too bright. He firmly rejected the idea of joining the man's cult. The man's demeanor shifted instantly. One moment he appeared curious, and the next he was consumed by rage. His eyes widened unnaturally as he lunged forward, revealing an enormous scythe that swung around with surprising speed. The weapon had 3 blades stacked atop one another, and despite its bulk, the man wielded it effortlessly. Naruto barely had time to raise chains in defense before the scythe raked against them, producing a tortured shriek from both the weapon and the chains. Thankfully, they held, but the chains were not unscathed. Seeing his attack thwarted, the man jumped back, glaring at Naruto with intensity. He declared that Naruto would die for rejecting Jashin's embrace, promising to revel in his pain and tear him apart. His laughter was high-pitched and unpleasant, a stark contrast to his earlier tone. He introduced himself as Hiruzen, the executioner for the day, and expressed his eagerness for the battle. Naruto noted the red clouds adorning Hiruzen's black cloak, initially mistaking them for blood stains. He realized he hadn't sought out the Akatsuki, but here he was. The fight felt like battling a child, an incredibly fast and strong child. Hiruzen's attacks were erratic and lacked structure, swinging his scythe blindly as if hoping for a hit. Despite his lack of technique, Hiruzen's raw power was evident. He was faster and stronger than any opponent Naruto had faced, save for the 2 Sen. Naruto's usual strategies against Tsunade's strength were rendered ineffective by the reach of Hiruzen's weapon, and attempting to disarm him was impossible while defending against the mad swings. Utilizing the thick chains that had been growing from his back, Naruto swung forward to divert one of Hiruzen's strikes into the ground. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward as Hiruzen struggled to pull his weapon from the earth. The chains retracted, curling up his arm into a familiar drill, wreathed in wind chakra by the time the blades formed at the point. He was determined not to underestimate this S-rank opponent. To his surprise, Naruto's fist tore through Hiruzen's abdomen with ease. Jiraiya had warned him about the Akatsuki's strength, but this man seemed to lack the raw ability he had expected. Many jounin, including Kakashi or Guy, could have easily dealt with Hiruzen. Something was missing. His answer came when he noticed Hiruzen's lack of reaction to the wound. Instead of showing pain, Hiruzen grinned, his mouth remarkably free of blood despite the injury. He spoke of the sweet pain as a gift from Jashin, brandishing an extendable baton with a razor-sharp point. As Hiruzen swiped at him, Naruto instinctively reacted. The chains he had spun around his arm twisted outward, expanding the hole in Hiruzen's body and forcing him back a step. The sheer force of the maneuver saved Naruto, as Hiruzen seemed excited rather than pained by the injury. With his arm freed, Naruto jumped back to reassess the situation. Hiruzen took the opportunity to recover his scythe, the wound in his gut still present but not bleeding. Instead, Naruto noticed the flesh stitching itself back together, healing at an alarming rate. A wound that would have incapacitated anyone else would be mended in mere minutes. Now, Naruto faced a new problem: how to defeat something that didn't die. Hiruzen taunted him, proclaiming the futility of his efforts and boasting about Jashin's gift. He liked blood from his scythe, declaring that only actions of pain and death were worthwhile. Naruto, hoping to buy time to analyze the situation, called out to Haiden, questioning his sanity and tethi. This only incited Haiden further, sending him charging forward with renewed fury. Naruto quickly stepped aside, trailing chains behind him like a cloak, ready to adapt to Haiden's relentless assault. Haiden's first swing got his scythe tangled up in Naruto's chains. Instead of trying to free himself, he stepped in, abandoning the weapon and drawing his telescopic spike again. He lunged, but Naruto had leverage now, using his chains to drive the scythe into the ground and swinging himself back while simultaneously throwing 2 chains forward from his palms. The chains aimed to ensnare Haiden, and he batted each of them aside with ease. However, that was not the point. Once the snake-like constructs were sufficiently past him, they looped back around, wrapping around his neck from behind. Haiden jerked to a stop, scowling and mouthing silent obscenities as he struggled against the chains. In a show of frustration, he threw the baton at Naruto like a javelin. The throw was off, and Naruto barely noticed as it grazed his arm. He grinned, watching Haiden claw at his restraints. Even if Haiden couldn't bleed, he likely still needed air. Saru's voice echoed in his mind, warning him about assumptions in battle, which saved him as Haiden's scythe suddenly shot through the air on its retractable cable. Naruto ducked just in time to avoid a direct hit, but he winced as the blades sliced through several of his chains. Haiden caught his weapon in fluid motion as he hit the ground, showing no signs of gasping for breath. It was as if he were already dead, and Naruto was just fighting a corpse. The morbid thought offered little comfort as Haiden charged at him again, grinning madly. Haiden declared that Naruto was finished now. In response, Naruto unleashed a barrage of chains, looking more like a golden sea urchin than a human as he sent forth the largest attack he could muster. If he couldn't defeat Haiden, he would settle for pinning every visible inch of him into the ground and scattering his remains across the village. Unfortunately, Haiden demonstrated that he was more skilled with his weapon than his erratic movements suggested. He threw the scythe forward and manipulated the cable directly, twisting it like a thin black snake in the air, deflecting or entangling most of Naruto's chains. He seemed unconcerned with minor wounds. The battle could have continued with them pitting their skills against one another directly, and Naruto would have welcomed that, as he was finally gaining the upper hand. However, the entire exchange was a distraction. Haiden suddenly retracted his scythe, diving to the side just as the spot he had occupied became a sea of lethal gold. He rolled to his feet, clutching his extendable spike, a victorious gleam in his dark eyes. He proclaimed that the offering had been accepted and it was time for Naruto to feel pain. Naruto watched, confused and disgusted, as Haiden liked the small amount of blood that had clung to the pole when it grazed him. With his other hand, he used the scythe to make a cut on his own wrist. This wound bled profusely, soaking the ground with a large pool of his blood. In a well-practiced motion, he used the blood to sketch out a symbol on the ground, the same inverted triangle within a circle that comprised his necklace. Naruto realized that whatever this was, it could not be good. Many of the worst link death techniques required the victim's blood. Yet, he felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground. It wasn't that he couldn't move, it was more like the entire world had suddenly become more cramped. He wanted to intervene, but as Haiden's skin turned black and bone patterns emerged in stark white, he found himself frozen in morbid fascination. It was Haiden's smile that finally broke the spell over him. It was a toothy, victorious grin that incited Naruto to action. He rushed forward, intent on pulling Haiden out of that circle, which looked crucial to whatever he was doing, but it was already too late. Haiden moved the spike down into his own stomach. Naruto was unsure which was more disturbing, the self-inflicted wound or the satisfied sound Haiden made. It was a strange act, but the wound was not fatal, hitting no vital organs. It was the kind of injury that would cause significant bleeding rather than quick death. Naruto began to wonder if Haiden derived some sort of power from pain, making his task even more difficult, when Haiden suddenly doubled over, white-hot lances of agony erupting from the very spot he had punctured. Haiden cried out in joy, pulling the spike from his body. Naruto could only watch in shock as the same wound appeared on his own flesh. Haiden reveled in the pain, declaring that it was the realization of Naruto's demise that he lived for. He grinned madly, the white skull pattern stretching across his blackened skin, and proclaimed that he was there to turn those sweet moments into a symphony of suffering. He lifted the spike again, stabbing it through his leg just as Naruto attempted to rise. Once more, it was a slow wound, deliberately avoiding major arteries and bones. Haiden's plan became clear. Why bother learning technique when he had an immortal body and only needed a single drop of blood? Now Naruto understood what made Haiden so dangerous. A connection with his opponent and none of the mortal risk. Yet, Naruto had seen Haiden's leg shudder when he stabbed it, indicating that he could still feel pain. The strike had been designed to avoid major muscles. Haiden's leg had given out due to shock, not damage. Haiden pulled himself to his feet again, his leg trembling slightly. He let out an unsettling grunt, his eyes widening even further. Naruto recognized that look, reminiscent of those under the influence of psychoactive substances. Haiden expressed his delight in watching his opponents struggle, claiming that the moment their existence was extinguished became all the sweeter. He changed his mind, declaring that Naruto would make a fine offering to Jashin. As Naruto tried to advance, Haiden slashed his arm. The blonde pushed through, his face twitching but otherwise betraying none of the pain he felt. Haiden frowned slightly and drew the point of his weapon across his chest, leaving an identical bloody line along Naruto's. The teen bit his lip to stifle a cry as Haiden's mouth twitched, and Naruto closed in on him. He responded by driving the spike into his other leg, deep enough that the side of his fist touched his skin. Naruto felt his leg give out beneath him. There was no artistry in that wound, just raw anger. It was serious, bleeding dangerously. Still, he only growled, his eyes fixed intently on the cultist. A chain lashed out from his shoulder, scoring a line across Haiden's stomach. This time, Haiden almost cried out as the wound mirrored on his own flesh. The connection between them was deeper than he had anticipated. The cultist continued to slash at his own body, creating shallow, painful wounds that turned Naruto's skin into a tapestry of red crisscrosses. Yet, the teen never cried out, and Haiden's frustration only grew. He was unaware that Naruto was channeling the Kyuubi's chakra to keep himself going, but the blood loss was affecting him. With every failed attempt to elicit visible pain from his opponent, Haiden's slashes became wilder and less controlled. He spat in anger, declaring that if Naruto refused to accept Jashin-sama's blessing, he should simply curl up and die. The telescopic pike rose again, and Naruto knew with certainty that its target was his heart. Kyuubi's chakra or not, he didn't want to discover if he could regenerate a vital organ. Haiden had proven adept at batting away the weakened chains that Naruto sent his way. His mind was clouded from pain, making it difficult to focus enough to make them a threat. He didn't need to, however. As the spike rose, a chain slid from his shoulder and speared through his own arm. Haku had never seen Naruto so focused before. He always had an intensity about him, but this was different. He transformed his fury into a blade, turning irritation into amusing revenge, and squeezed every last drop from his brief excitements. On the battlefield, he was wild and uncontrolled. His chains felt like separate living entities that followed the blonde's whims because they found them just as entertaining. That version of Naruto was gone. For months, he had thrown himself into rigorous training like she had never seen. He barely took missions anymore, except for the ones Jiraiya managed to drag him along on. Ever since their strange conversation, he had seemed unsatisfied. He no longer viewed his chains as beautiful instruments of slaughter but as chakra constructs, the tools they were meant to be. They were even more dangerous for it. He was dueling Nezumi. Haku had met Naruto's sensei and teammates, finding them likable enough. Saru especially seemed happy to offer pointers, even sharing what he knew of the Yuki clan before they had been wiped out in the bloodline purges. It wasn't much, as he had only encountered them in conflict, but it sparked a few ideas for new techniques. Teiko was less appealing, but after dealing with Jiraiya's antics, the man's perversions seemed tame in comparison. Kuma, on the other hand, was a delight. She found his childlike innocence refreshing. Coupled with his ability to discuss killing in a way that resembled a toddler talking about breaking toys, she should have found him disturbing. but ignoring him would have felt like neglecting a child. Plus, he always complimented her ice, calling it pretty or sparkly. Her father had found it abhorrent, Zabuza had thought it useful, and the demon brothers claimed it was an unfair advantage. Naruto only ever said it made her a challenge. To catch, though, that was a compliment in its own way. She had never had someone simply appreciate it. Nezumi, however, left her uncertain. The woman was reserved but not reticent, undeniably beautiful, yet Naruto's relationship with her felt like that of a particularly unruly younger brother. Haku wasn't even sure Nezumi realized how attractive she was, with her lithe, graceful figure. Naruto certainly wasn't paying attention to that as he moved forward with determination. His footwork resembled that of a swordsman, even though he held no blade. Instead, his chains rose around him in curved arcs, like a sideways insect. Previously, they had held an animalistic quality, swaying as if alive. Now they resembled fearsome weapons poised to strike. They still swayed, but not with wasteful movements. They accounted for any gaps in Naruto's guard. Fighting Naruto had always been a daunting prospect. Now it looked downright terrifying. He had even changed his appearance to match, abandoning the mismatched outfit he had worn months ago. Now he donned a utilitarian gray vest over his fishnet shirt, with a collarless Jounin jacket left open. Haku could see the Anbu influences in the outfit, but it was softened, not as rigid. It wasn't a uniform, it was a choice. Nezumi stepped in, her sword flashing forward so quickly it left a silvery trail in Haku's vision. Naruto stepped into the movement, 3 of his chains lashing forward in perfect synchronization. The first struck the flat of Nezumi's blade, normally insufficient to divert a strike as strong as hers, but the second struck just a fraction of a second later. The combined strength of the blows forced Nezumi to spin the attack into a sweeping strike aimed at Naruto's base. He stepped back, a chain whipping back to anchor him and prevent him from losing balance. It snapped taut, launching him forward into a powerful kick that Nezumi barely managed to block. Haku had experienced one of those kicks firsthand and was surprised the blade didn't snap. Like a jellyfish closing its fronds, the rest of Naruto's chains collapsed inward, propelled by the sudden halt to his momentum. He forced them to spin as they shot forward, each transforming into its own miniature drill. Nezumi let her blade fall to the side, focusing with her usual blank intensity to evade the chains. Each one came close enough to slice her clothes, but none touched her skin. Naruto drew his own blade as she moved into his guard, and suddenly they were a flurry of movement, slicing, blocking, and parrying so quickly that the clinks of their swords seemed out of sync with their actual movements. Naruto curled his chains inward to strike at her back, and Nezumi responded by lengthening the arcs of her blade. This made her a fraction slower, but it allowed her to parry Naruto from the front while deflecting a chain from behind, repeating the process seamlessly. It was the most beautiful display of swordsmanship Haku had ever witnessed. When she had asked Sara why Nezumi had never taken a student before, she was surprised to learn that she had indeed tried. Apparently, the poor guy was now perpetually ill and terrified of mice. Nezumi sped up her footwork, forcing Naruto to turn with her or leave his side exposed. This meant his chains trailed slightly, moving in a much wider circle than Nezumi did. It eased the pressure from Nezumi's rear, and she pressed her advantage, keeping the blonde on the defensive. Not long ago, Naruto would have snarled and increased the aggression of his assault. Now, however, he looked the perfect image of Nezumi's student, his face mostly impassive as 2 of his chains coiled around his arms. Suddenly, Nezumi found herself struggling to force him back. Blows he would have normally parried were now being blocked, and those he would have blocked were countered. It was almost imperceptible, but Haku had eyes accustomed to high-speed movement. With each flex of his arms, the chains coiled or relaxed, adding bursts of strength to his movements. It was something she imagined required incredible focus, but in just a few short months, Naruto had managed to refine his new technique adapted from his observations of Tsunade's strength into an action as natural as breathing. In the strange position of being the weaker opponent in a kenjutsu match, Nezumi flipped backward, landing on one hand. Using the longer reach of her legs, she caught the 2 chains Naruto sent after her between her toes. She abruptly did the splits upside down, pulling the chains apart and causing Naruto to stumble slightly forward. While he was briefly off balance, she threw out a handful of shuriken with her free hand. She executed all of this in one smooth motion, never appearing to improvise. Haku felt a twinge of disappointment when most of the shuriken flew wide. However, she was surprised when Nezumi pushed off her hand, completing the flip, and launched another handful of weapons. Naruto's chains were busy deflecting those that would have been on target, ignoring those that soared past him. That was a mistake. The second volley had been thrown with much more force, catching up to the first and deflecting off their companions. Naruto winced as 5 shuriken embedded in his back at an impossible angle. A moment later, his wince turned into a smile. Haku understood why. From what he had told her, Nezumi rarely used ranged weaponry, preferring her sword or other melee weapons. That he had pushed her even that far was a good sign. Suddenly, an unmistakable feeling filled the clearing as the Kyuubi's chakra began to weigh on the atmosphere. It felt as though warm molasses was being poured over her body, and her mouth went dry. It was reminiscent of standing in the dunes of Kaze no Kuni. Almost immediately, his wounds fizzled and steamed as the shuriken were forced out. The small gashes on his back healed rapidly, leaving no scars. He had mentioned that some kind of god had removed the Kyuubi's will from his power. Haku was unsure what to think about that. He had certainly become more comfortable with its use, occasionally bringing it out during their training. Likewise, his chains no longer became the mottled, ugly things they did under the beast's influence. The blades at the ends became sharper and serrated, but otherwise remained the golden constructs she had come to know. Despite that, whenever he used the Biju's chakra, he became more aggressive. It was still him, and according to his own testimony, he still had his faculties and awareness. But he tended to be crueler, more vicious, choosing options that would inflict maximum pain instead of mere damage. The Kyuubi's chakra was a potent force that required a steel will and enormous hatred to wield. Even if it was still Naruto under that burning cloak of energy, using that power brought out the worst in him. Or, perhaps more accurately, he poured the worst of himself into it. Saru called from the sidelines, signaling the end of the match. Haku felt thankful for the respite as, moments later, Naruto restrained himself and let go of the chakra cloak. It was just getting interesting, Naruto complained half-heartedly, already sheathing his sword. Saru easily lectured that training oneself to exhaustion was not always the best approach. Dedication had its place, but it needed to be balanced with moderation and temperance. Naruto rolled his eyes, having probably heard the same speech countless times before. When he was in a talkative mood, he enjoyed recounting some of his exploits in Anbu. Technically, he wasn't supposed to share anything about his time there with outsiders, but Haku felt privileged that he ignored that rule for her. In Naruto's case, it may have just been his usual disregard for what he considered trivial regulations. Nezumi shrugged, giving a thumbs up in Naruto's direction. She complimented him on the fight. The slight smile he gained might have surprised Haku not too long ago, especially seeing it up close as he walked toward her. She suggested a few rounds, mentioning a new technique she was curious about. Haku couldn't help but smile. She had mentioned it during one of their nightly chats, almost in passing, and was surprised he even remembered. It was a technique for reducing targeted inflammation in the brain, not a combat technique. He clicked his teeth, expressing disappointment. She shook her head, explaining that Lady Tsunade had requested she return to the hospital after lunch. She had followed him there because she thought it would be nice to get some reading done. She hefted the scroll in her hands slightly, although her attention had not been very focused on it while Naruto was sparring. Thankfully, he ignored her reddening cheeks and latched onto something else. He asked if Lady Tsunade had her calling her that as well now. Haku shrugged, explaining that despite Naruto's personal issues with her, Lady Tsunade was an incredible doctor. She had learned more than she could have imagined from her, even in such a short time. In truth, she and Hiruzen shared the opinion that Naruto and Tsunade's little feud was amusing. Perhaps it was their immature appearances, contrasting their respective abilities, that highlighted just how childish it all was. Maybe it was simply that both could be surprisingly inventive in causing each other increasing consternation. By now, there was no real enmity in it. Naruto wasn't the type to hold a grudge, despite appearances, and Tsunade had forgiven him a while ago. They just enjoyed winding each other up. As Haku packed up her things, Naruto looked up thoughtfully and remarked that maybe it was about time he took a mission. Haku smiled, breathing an internal sigh of relief. That meant no training tonight, which was a relief. Naruto was dedicated to months of intensive self-improvement, but her stamina was not nearly as limitless as his. She hoped this meant the current situation was winding down. Still, she needed to try to enjoy herself. 3 figures were huddled around the remains of a young deer, their behavior more animalistic than human, driven by hunger and anger. Naruto observed them from a nearby branch, suppressing his chakra as much as possible. Despite his efforts, he could still feel it, brimming beneath the surface, eager to be unleashed. Since gaining better control over the Kyuubi's chakra, it had become increasingly difficult to ignore. The power was always there, ready for use at a moment's notice, patient and waiting. He had more control over his energy than ever before, yet the desire to abandon his training and tap into that limitless well of power lingered, simmering just beneath the surface. The Kyuubi may have gone quiet, but the demons of his own creation were louder than ever. He had achieved control over 2 tails of the mightiest Biju's power. Beyond that, he struggled to grasp any more, as if his body were a sieve, unable to hold onto the last elusive grains of power. So, he trained tirelessly, both body and mind, striving to close those final gaps and truly master that chakra. To enhance his senses, he filtered a small amount of chakra towards his nose, sharpening his sense of smell. The creatures below were alone, and he would be able to detect if there were any more nearby. They carried a foul, corrupted scent, reminiscent of tree sap mixed with something unpleasant. These were Orochimaru's cursed creations, ugly and malformed, their skin mottled in dark shades of gray. They were the unfortunate ones who had survived the procedure but were not truly alive. Their minds were lost, making them a challenge to deal with. However, that wasn't Naruto's immediate concern. These creatures had been causing trouble in the area, attacking livestock and the occasional unlucky traveler. He was here to uncover their origin. Then he would put an end to their threat. Naruto pressed 2 fingers to his throat, producing a low, rumbling growl, a trick he had learned from Nezumi to mimic other creatures. He chose the sound of a mountain lion, even though they were not native to this region. The cursed creatures below reacted instinctively, scattering in fear. He quickly created clones to pursue 2 of them while he followed the third, keeping to the trees. Occasionally, he would repeat his growl to urge the creature onward. After nearly 20 minutes of pursuit, it led him to a waste disposal pipe jutting out from a rocky overhang, covered in vines and dirt but clearly distinguishable from the undergrowth. With a swift motion, Naruto ended the creature's suffering with a flick of a chain, a blade striking cleanly. He didn't linger, knowing that Saru would be proud of his efficiency. Memories of similar encounters in the woods flashed through his mind as his clones dispersed. 3 less creatures to worry about. With that task complete, he entered the pipe, once again suppressing his chakra. Naruto found Orochimaru's bases to be rather uninspired. Once you had seen one, you had seen them all narrow, twisting passageways adorned with chevron paneling, any of which could be a trap waiting to be triggered, with the occasional inlet. For a candle, he chose to walk along the ceiling, where the packed earth allowed him to use a simple Doton jutsu to check for hidden surprises. There were none. This appeared to be a typical research station. Orochimaru had dozens like it scattered across the elemental nations, some of which he had created himself, while others were repurposed from old bunkers used during the shinobi wars. At first glance, this one seemed abandoned, but the cursed creatures roamed the halls freely. However, signs of recent habitation were evident to those who knew where to look. The long-lasting chakra candles were only about an eighth melted, indicating they had been replaced recently. The attacks had been occurring for at least a week, suggesting someone was intentionally releasing the creatures, some kind of experiment. It seemed a bit lazy for Orochimaru's standards, but he had many lieutenants who operated with more autonomy than most of his subordinates. Following the candles that were most used, Naruto traced their path to a large, open chamber with a raised gallery surrounding a sunken earthen pit. It resembled a training ground or gladiatorial arena, the uniform gouges in the walls suggesting the former. He was getting closer. Something else caught his eye, a slight glitter among the scratches, a thin layer of shimmering crystalline dust that was pink. Naruto grinned, an exhilarating feeling growing within him as he approached the only other door in the room. This was perfect. It was exactly what he needed, a test to measure how far he had come and how far she had progressed. As he neared the door, it opened unexpectedly. A lithe young man with prematurely gray hair, whom Naruto vaguely recognized, emerged, carrying a loose sheaf of papers. His large, round spectacles glinted in the flickering candlelight as he looked up, surprised to see someone else in the room. He began to speak, wondering when the rejects might draw official notice, but his words were abruptly cut off as a golden chain shot through the air, striking him without mercy. The chain curled around his throat and violently threw him aside, snapping his neck in a swift motion. He was likely gone before he even hit the wall. He raced through the complex, following subtle hints that suggested more regular habitation until he burst into another large chamber, resembling a rough-hewn operating theater. It featured a brightly lit, sunken stage surrounded by tiered seating. One of the cursed seal abominations lay strapped to an operating table, lifeless. Guren stood to one side, eyeing the creature with disgust. When Naruto entered, she turned with a sneer. She had hoped to avoid encountering him again. Naruto grinned, expressing his eagerness for a rematch. He felt the score was unbalanced and he wanted to change that. The woman scowled, crystal blades appearing on her arms, faster than he remembered. This indicated she had grown stronger. She questioned what made him think this encounter would end differently. Naruto crouched, chains snaking down his legs, and declared it was time to find out. He sprang forward, the chains uncoiling violently to propel him across the room in a blur. Guren barely raised her arms in time to defend herself. She attempted to slash him, but he twisted midair, using the blades of the chains under his feet like ice skates. The two weapons screeched against one another, but the chains held firm. Guren's surprise was overshadowed by Naruto's elation. Realizing she could no longer cut his chains with ease, he kicked out, spinning in the air. Chains swirled around him, forming a deadly disc. The first struck Guren on her side, impacting harmlessly against her crystal armor. The second hit the same spot, causing her to gasp. The third hit cracked the armor, and the last shattered it completely, sending her flying across the room in an ungraceful arc. She regained her footing, but Naruto was already sprinting toward her, aided by the coiled chains around his limbs. Each chain flexed and tightened with the rhythm of his movements, providing an extra burst of power. Guren, concentrating, began to rotate her arms, summoning the crystal wheel she had favored in their last fight without uttering a word. As Naruto charged, she prepared for a direct confrontation. At the last moment, he dove over her jutsu, landing in a crouch behind her wheel. Two chains trailed behind him, curling around the inside of her technique. She desperately tried to sharpen the interior, but it was too late. The chains lifted her wheel and threw her across the room like a discus. Disoriented for only a moment, she landed in a crouch against the wall, slapping her hands down to let crystals spread from her touch. The newly pink wall erupted with 10-foot-long spikes just as Naruto dove toward her. He would have been impaled if he hadn't left a chain trailing behind him, which bit into the floor and halted his momentum. In that brief moment, she unleashed a flurry of hexagonal shuriken, flying forward like deadly pink snowflakes. She smirked, confident that he wouldn't have time to defend himself. To her surprise, he drew a thin ninjato from his back, using it to deflect or block the shuriken aimed at him. Guren tensed, wary of the blonde berserker she had faced before, who would have simply absorbed the attack. Naruto flipped back, assessing the blade. While his chains could withstand her crystal, the metal was another story. It was nicked and scratched, the tip shorn clean off. He muttered about how Nezumi would be displeased with him before discarding the weapon, deeming it dead weight. Cracking his neck, he observed Guren, still stuck to the wall, surrounded by her crystalline spires. With just a thought, she could command them into any shape she desired. It was a marvelous ability, tough, versatile, and beautiful. He noted that his sensei often spoke of the need for subtlety and tact, but he felt there was also a place for overwhelming force. Chains began to slink out of his body by the dozen, over 100 coiling and swaying in the air like a golden avalanche. They surged toward Guren's crystal forest. She moved her hands forward, and the crystal grew like a living being. The spires lengthened and thickened, forming a massive spiky shield. The bijou-enhanced chains slammed into it and continued forward. The sound of falling shards filled the room as the chains drilled through the shimmering pink shield faster than Guren could create more. There were too many of them. When one slowed, another took its place. Naruto stood at the heart of it, watching the pink dust cloud expand from the destruction. Then something broke. Perhaps he had damaged the crystal too much, or perhaps Guren's strength had simply given out. An ear-shattering crack echoed as the entire crystal defense collapsed inward, leaving the wall of chains unopposed. Guren flew up out of the dust cloud, shrouded in shimmering green energy, revitalized by her chakra. She slammed her hands together, a diamond prism of perfectly translucent crystal growing around her, one point aimed directly at him. With her chakra-wreathed hands on the parallel points of the diamond, the entire prism erupted in light. Naruto was forced to dive out of the way as a beam of pure energy lanced out from the tip, scoring a deep trench in the floor and instantly melting the rock. It tracked him, following closely as he withdrew his sea of chains. He jinked madly, trying to throw the deadly beam off his trail. Guren's aim was unerring. He burst into a cloud of smoke, 5 clones darting out in different directions moments later. Guren remained undeterred, manipulating the shape of her prism until the beam split into 5 slightly weaker streams. Naruto knew he just had to hold out, scowling as 2 of his clones were caught. The technique was clearly putting enormous strain on her, and the prism was gradually dissolving from the back, weakening the beam. Another clone was destroyed, and the last seemed to think it was better to sacrifice itself than just die as a distraction. It threw itself in front of the original's beam, puffing into smoke with a defiant grin. Naruto seized the opportunity, launching himself under the beam and sprinting back toward Guren. She desperately tried to adjust her aim, the white lance of light close on his heels. But it wasn't fast enough. Thin, almost delicate-looking chains snaked down his arm. His eyes narrowed in concentration, certain that without the Kyuubi's chakra providing enough power, this would be impossible. The chains crisscrossed in a careful pattern down his arm, across his back, and around his legs, curling around his fingers as if he wore bright gold knuckle dusters. They coiled tighter, digging into his skin. He still hadn't completely mastered this technique, but he hoped it was enough. His strides grew longer, aided by the chains around his legs, cracking the stone beneath his feet. Suddenly, Guren was in front of him, her shocked features clear through the near-invisible crystal. The blonde didn't hesitate, throwing his fist forward as the chains unfurled explosively. The crystal didn't even crack. His hand simply punched through as if it weren't there. The moment it connected, an all-encompassing boom echoed through the room. He was nearly thrown back from the force, only kept in place by the anchoring chains across his legs and back. His fist continued on in the semi-completed technique he had devised to replicate Tsunade's strength, hitting Guren right in the chest and shattering her crystal armor as easily as glass. She had a single moment to look surprised before she was sent flying. Guren crashed through the back of her own technique, tumbling uncontrollably until she smashed into the stone wall on the other side of the room. The second boom mingled with the first, leaving a drone that lingered even as the dust began to settle. Naruto staggered for a moment before finding his balance. His arm fell limply at his side. He could already feel the Kyuubi's chakra beginning to heal it, but it would take a moment. He still hadn't perfected the timing on that move. A bright grin spread across his face as he peered through the settling dust. A smattering of crystal powder hung in the air from where Guren's armor had shattered, creating an interesting sight. He felt exhilarated, adrenaline coursing through him as he bounced on his feet. He moved forward, trying to catch a glimpse of Guren. Slowly, her silhouette became visible and he tensed, wary of a counter. As the dust settled completely, he realized she wasn't moving. She lay slumped against the wall, propped up by the crater her body had made. His canine poked out from his lip. It seemed the score was tied, but when he received no answer, his brow furrowed. He approached with a roll of his eyes, thinking she needed to step up her game for the tiebreaker. When he reached her, he frowned, blinking slowly. She wasn't merely unconscious. The dust had hidden it, but her chest was almost entirely caved in. His eyes widened as he dropped to his knees, fingers going to her neck. There was no pulse. He pulled his fingers back, face suddenly blank. He moved her so she lay down, glancing at the mortal wound he had caused. Panic surged through him as he repeated, "No." He didn't know any healing techniques. He hadn't paid much attention during basic first aid training in ANBU. Frustration boiled over as he slammed his freshly healed hand into the floor, caving in the stone and scraping the skin on his knuckles. He couldn't believe it. She wasn't supposed to die. He had wanted another round. She had been fun and tough. She wasn't supposed to go down so easily. His teeth clenched as he looked at the back of his hand, where the skin was already stitching itself back together. It was so easy for him. The Kyuubi's chakra ensured that only the most lethal blows would take him down for good. Other people were fragile. Kuma had said it so often that it had become background noise. Now, Naruto couldn't shake the thought. He glared down at the lifeless form, as if he could make her apologize for dying too easily. But she just lay there. He picked himself up, knuckles fully healed, and walked away, leaving Guren where she lay. She was dead. What did it matter? He moved back through the underground compound with a scowl. He still had a job to do, cleaning up the rest of the curse seal rejects. Not long ago, the thought of such a hunt would have thrilled him. Now it only reminded him of limp purple hair splayed out in a pool of stillness. As he was about to leave the room, he glanced down and noticed a shard of pink crystal that must have broken off at some point. Without understanding why, he stooped to pick it up, staring at it for a moment before slipping it into a pocket. It rested heavily against his leg as he moved through the compound. There was no joy in the slaughter, no thrill in the hunt. There was just death and the dead. Haku shifted back, making sure never to leave the ground for too long. Naruto had superiority in the air, so she kept her footwork light but grounded. It was a dance, in her mind at least. The nature of her sparring partner's ability forced her to chain her movements into one seamless flow to avoid being hit. For once, though, the incentive wasn't to avoid their sharp points. In fact, Naruto had blunted the tips of his weapons so that all Haku would receive were the occasional bruises. She hadn't even known he could do that. It wasn't the only thing amiss during their training session. Naruto lacked his usual intensity. The chains moved slower, almost lazily. Far from his normal attitude, he didn't seem intent on pushing her. She breezed through the exercise, and he had barely increased the difficulty. In hindsight, it should have been a warning sign that she noticed something was off due to her lack of injuries. It was the mission from the day before. Ever since he returned, he seemed different. Though he often appeared thoughtful due to his dislike of socializing, now it was clear he was troubled by something. She drifted back, like a leaf in the wind, allowing a lazy flick of the chain to skim the front of her kimono. Naruto barely seemed to notice. She began to subtly shift her positioning, moving forward in wide arcs that allowed her to continue dodging the lackluster swipes. She pivoted her foot, letting the ground absorb a blow aimed for her chest without losing her stance. Then, suddenly, she was in front of him. She asked if something was wrong. It was a testament to how far he had come that, when startled, Naruto simply took a step back instead of retreating defensively. He blinked, as if only just realizing they were still training, before glancing over at where Haku should have been. He remarked that she shouldn't have been able to get that close to him. Haku shrugged and explained that he seemed distracted. The blonde appeared ready to argue but thought better of it, giving a half-hearted shrug of his own. He admitted he was unsure, acknowledging that he was indeed distracted. Haku gracefully descended to the ground, patting the spot next to her and inviting him to sit. He hesitated for a moment before flopping down beside her, his chains catching him gently. He pondered for a moment before expressing his desire to learn how to heal. Haku blinked, noting that such a decision shouldn't be made lightly. Naruto scowled in response, insisting he never made decisions lightly. His indignation faded in the face of her soft smile. She clarified that she was merely curious about his sudden shift in priorities. For months, he had focused solely on becoming stronger and faster, so this change seemed unexpected. He tersely insisted there was no shift, but he deflated again under her persistent smile. He frowned, looking down at his hand, where a chain snaked out of his shoulder and coiled around his limb. She hadn't seen him do that in quite some time, a remnant of his more theatrical days. He confessed he felt like he was only good for killing. Haku pointed out that this had never bothered him before. Normally not this blunt, she knew nothing less would draw answers from the stubborn teen. He admitted, almost reluctantly, that it hadn't bothered him until recently. He paused, clearly struggling to continue. She placed a hand on his knee, noting that he only tensed for a moment. He confirmed that something had happened on his mission. When she asked if it was a client, he humorlessly shook his head and explained it was an enemy. He released a long breath and leaned back, propping himself up with his hands to look at the sky. He reflected on how he used to think fights were more thrilling when life and death were at stake, but now he realized the true excitement came from the struggle itself. His smile was almost fond as he recalled a past encounter that taught him this lesson. He had wanted to repay the favor but felt he had gone too far, admitting he didn't want to kill her. The frown returned, and Haku felt something tighten in her chest as he spoke of this mystery woman. He lamented that he had wanted to prolong the fight, but now he felt hollow, realizing he had never thought he could excel at killing. He finally seemed to remember Haku was there, wiping the emotion from his features as he expressed a desire to know how to fix what he broke. However, she looked at him with sadness and gently told him that he would never be a medic. Before he could respond, she raised a hand, an unusually forward gesture for her. She explained that healing wasn't something he could simply train for, it wasn't about control or determination. She laid a hand on his leg again, and this time he was already tense. She reminded him that as a Jinchuriki, his chakra was toxic to others. Any argument died on Naruto's tongue. He looked lost for a moment, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He glanced away, then back at Haku with an indecipherable expression before sighing and turning his gaze back to the sky. Haku realized she had never heard him sigh before. He jokingly remarked that he should have paid more attention to first aid training in Anbu. Haku offered a weak smile, assuring him she would be happy to help with the physical aspects of healing. However, he wondered if he would ever be able to heal like her or Tsunade. She shook her head, and he sighed again, a sound she didn't like coming from him. He concluded that all he was good at was killing, his mouth twisting as if he had tasted something sour. He noted that at least it played to his strengths. Haku quietly reminded him that she hadn't said that either, earning a bemused expression from him. He motioned with his hand, and the chain unfurled, its dulled tip sharpening to a wicked edge. Haku looked at the chain fondly, shifting closer to him and reaching out. It swayed in the air for a moment before coiling up her arm. It squeezed gently, and she knew it had enough power to snap her arm, but it merely rested against her skin, smooth like metal yet warm. She softly stated that he didn't want to be a healer, explaining that while healers had good intentions, they were often those who arrived too late. They took in the injured and helped them heal. Wouldn't it be better if they were never hurt at all? Medics didn't have that power, she thought as she looked up and caught his eye. The intensity of her expression was something he had never seen before. But he did. She stroked the chain and watched it uncoil from her arm. He was strong, but strength didn't have to be used selfishly. When he defeated an enemy, he also protected his allies. By removing a threat from the world, prevented harm to someone else. He frowned, contemplating her words. It seemed like a matter of perspective. His enemy could easily be someone else's ally. She shrugged, surprising him with her nonchalance. They didn't live in a perfect world. In fact, it was a broken world, filled with broken people trying to make uneven pieces fit. Zabuza had once told her that they were shinobi. It was a job like any other, except instead of building houses or catching fish, they took lives. She had never understood him, always feeling that such a job shouldn't exist. Her smile faded. Just because she believed a job shouldn't exist didn't mean others would share her view. As long as they did exist, The world needed people like him. He expressed doubt, suggesting that the world would disagree with her. Most people believed there should be fewer killers. She shrugged again, and he could feel it from their close proximity. There was a whole village nearby that probably thought the same way. People who tolerated ninjas because they allowed them to live easy lives, never considering how many had to die to ensure that life, how many lives he had taken. He admitted he had never thought about them when he killed. He did it for the thrill. But she reminded him that he wanted to change. It wasn't a question, and he nodded slowly in agreement. Then it didn't have to be for anyone else. It could be for one person, a place, or an idea. If he let his actions mean something, then it wasn't just slaughter, it was protection. He still seemed troubled, but his expression lightened enough for him to smile wryly. He joked about being a bad influence on her, and she leaned in, giving him a cheeky smile. He later wondered why he hadn't leaned back as she moved closer. In that moment, all he could think about was the feeling of her lips. It was a clumsy encounter, and it took him a moment to reciprocate. They were both inexperienced, and it showed when their teeth accidentally clashed. Yet, she didn't pull away, maintaining the connection for a few seconds before smiling as she drew back. She asked why he had come to her instead of Lady Tsunade. The question caught him off guard, his senses still filled with her scent, reminiscent of flowers after heavy snow. He quickly regained his composure and smirked, mentioning he had his sensei. The answer would have meant little to anyone else, but she understood. She stood, feeling oddly weightless, and waited for him to follow. As soon as he did, she leaned in for another kiss, this one shorter but more comfortable. She thanked him, and he collected himself more quickly this time, waving her off with a casual gesture. He never thought he would hear her say that. Neither had she. He wondered how she had gone from wanting to kill him to this moment. She explained that they were both broken, and their jagged edges just fit together. He laughed at the absurdity of it before a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. He realized he hadn't been paying much attention just then and wouldn't have gone easy on her. She felt a flutter of nervousness, but the slight warmth in her cheeks reminded her of her own brokenness. Yet, she began to think that it wasn't the worst thing in the world. He watched her walk out of the training ground with a subtle limp, contemplating her feelings for him. He wasn't going to take it easy on her. If anything, he would push her harder. He still wasn't entirely sure how he felt about this new development. The kiss had been enjoyable, and he couldn't deny that he had come to appreciate her company. Before meeting his sensei, he had never thought he could confide in anyone. People had always been strangers to him, except for the glimmer of light that was the Hokage. The old man had too much on his plate to pay attention to a 7-year-old orphan, even if he was a Jinchuriki. But Haku, perhaps it was because she had been completely at his mercy. He had nothing to fear from her, which made it easier to accept her than anyone else in his life. Trust was a strange thing. A chain slid from his arm, coiling and twisting in front of his eyes. Since he had started sleeping alongside Haku, he hadn't experienced a single flashback to his mother's life. He didn't know why or what it meant, but he wanted it to continue. The slow, grinding loss of identity was one of his greatest fears. Haku was a bulwark against that fear. An undeniably attractive bulwark. He chuckled to himself, bemused. He had never given much thought to the opposite SEC, even with distractions like Nezumi and Anko, but now he couldn't stop thinking about it. Young love was indeed a curious thing. Suddenly, someone mused from his left, catching him off guard. He quickly turned, chains whipping out to cover his blind spots. If the intruder thought they would get a witty remark from him, they were mistaken. The intruder merely skipped out of range of his chains with a chuckle, giving Naruto a chance to size him up. The red clouds of the man's Akatsuki uniform caught his eye first, followed by the orange spiraling mask that led to a single dark eye hole. His body tensed even further. The man feigned shock at Naruto's reaction, claiming he wasn't there to kidnap him. The blonde remained tense, not relaxing for a moment. The man cheerfully announced that they wouldn't be disturbed because he had taken care of everyone at the nearby training grounds, sharing the news like a child presenting a gift. This was definitely someone to be cautious around. Naruto carefully assessed the situation, noting that the man wasn't on the list of potential Akatsuki members. While Jiraiya didn't know all their members, he had made some educated guesses, and there weren't many high-level rogue ninjas around. The man introduced himself as Toby, expressing excitement about being new and thanking Naruto for taking out Haiden, which had allowed him to join the group. Naruto found the childish cordiality unsettling, expecting threats or psychotic rants instead. Toby continued with a cheerful demeanor, claiming Naruto was a good boy, much like himself. Naruto wasn't convinced and prepared to attack, aware that Toby had made no aggressive moves yet. A shinobi could do a lot out of sight, and he had 3 shadow clones hidden nearby. Toby playfully questioned if Naruto was underestimating him, which Naruto found annoying. Suddenly, all 3 of Naruto's clones disappeared, revealing they had no idea what had happened. Taking this as his cue, Naruto charged forward. Toby raised his arms defensively, but Naruto leaped into the air to strike down. To his surprise, he passed right through Toby, barely managing to land in a crouch. Toby, unfazed, began patting himself down, joking about the encounter. Naruto, confused, quickly tried to pulse his chakra, but nothing changed. Toby crossed his arms, making a buzzer noise, and declared it wasn't a genjutsu. Frustrated, Naruto decided to test Toby's defenses with a chain strike. Toby seemed to bounce with excitement, but when Naruto's chains struck, they pierced Toby's stomach and arm. Toby staggered back, blood trickling from beneath his mask, clearly shocked. Naruto, equally surprised, yanked the chains back, ensuring they caused maximum impact. Toby coughed, more blood escaping, and stared at Naruto in disbelief. The blonde was baffled. How could this man, who seemed so carefree, actually bleed? Before Naruto could process what was happening, Toby's form began to distort, swirling around his eye before vanishing completely. The clearing fell silent, and Naruto cautiously scanned the area, wondering if it was a trick. After a couple of minutes without incident, he began to head back to the village. With Toby's teleportation ability, it was clear how he had infiltrated the village. Naruto promptly informed the Hokage about the encounter, and ANBU teams were dispatched to search for Toby, though they found nothing. This only heightened Naruto's unease, especially since Toby's childish demeanor had shifted at the end, suggesting it was all an act. What was his true intention? After relaying the details to Jiraiya, who appeared equally troubled and unable to identify Toby from Naruto's description, Naruto found himself wandering the village, seeking distraction. Training felt unappealing after the unexpected visitor, and Haku was busy with her hospital duties. He sensed his teammates before he saw them, not even turning as Teiko dropped beside him, out of his ANBU uniform and wearing a strange green shirt and hat. "So?" Teiko asked, a mischievous giggle creeping into his tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow, mirroring the question. Sar joined them on the other side, looking dignified in his traditional attire. "I believe my colleague was trying to ask how things are progressing with young Haku," Sar stated, prompting another giggle from Teiko. Kuma, a giant of a man, arrived at the back, announcing that they had seen Naruto and Haku share a kiss. Naruto glanced back at him in exasperation, taking in his yellow vest and red shorts. The man never truly moved on from his underground fighting days, despite his clothes appearing comically small on his massive frame. Perched on Kuma's shoulder, Nezumi, dressed in a surprisingly feminine pink kimono top and dark thigh-high socks, gave him a thumbs up and a wink, which looked odd on her otherwise neutral expression. Teiko grinned as he looped an arm around the teen's shoulders, noting how he had to raise his arm to accommodate the now taller boy. He remarked that it was surprising how much taller the blonde had grown. Kuma barked with laughter, declaring that Teiko was the smallest among them. Teiko would have retorted, but he turned to find Nezumi smirking at him, causing him to deflate slightly. He feigned despair, asking if she was teasing him too. Despite his exaggerated reaction, he managed to dodge the shuriken she threw at him. He quickly turned back to the blonde, eager to know how far he had gotten with the others. He lamented that they wouldn't let him stay after things had gotten a bit too NTMT. He pressed for details, asking if it was good and if she was good. Naruto, feeling a flush of embarrassment, avoided eye contact, insisting that they weren't being NTMT. Teiko's grin only widened as he claimed to have pictures to prove otherwise, moving his hand back just in time to avoid having his camera damaged by a chain. He teased that a certain master of literature would pay handsomely for those pictures. Naruto fought to suppress his embarrassment and attempted to mimic Nezumi's icy stare, questioning the appropriateness of such pictures involving two underage teens. Teiko took the accusation in stride, smirking in triumph and claiming that Naruto had admitted to it. This prompted both Naruto and Nezumi to throw shuriken at him again. Obito stumbled into the room from his Kamui dimension, ripping off his mask and tossing it aside. Swirly, the oddly patterned Zetsu, rushed in, fretting over Obito's condition. He asked what had happened, noticing the wound in Obito's stomach. Obito growled, demanding to be healed. Swirly sighed theatrically, opening his body to allow Obito to climb inside. The Zetsu closed around him, sealing the wound and starting the healing process. Swirly inquired about how Obito had gotten hurt, noting that it was unusual for him to be caught outside his Kamui. Obito dismissed the creature's curiosity and staggered over to his bed in the Spartan hideout he had instinctively chosen. He wondered how Madara had survived in such simplicity after enjoying the luxuries of being the Uchiha clan head. But those thoughts were fleeting. Madara was dead, and Obito hoped it would stay that way. He scowled, recalling that the attack had not been a lucky shot at all. His Kamui had been active, yet the brat's chains had ignored it completely. The sight of those chains filled him with a sense of dread, reminding him of a past he wished to forget. He shouted for Kakashi to help him out of the predicament he found himself in, struggling against the snare that had him hanging upside down. Kakashi's voice came back, reminding him that such language was inappropriate for a budding young ninja. The wire was suddenly severed, and Obito dropped to the ground, managing to twist and land on his feet. He found himself face to face with Kushina, who laughed at his predicament. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, avoiding her gaze as he noticed the softly glowing chakra construct emerging from her back. He was curious if it was one of her chakra chains. Kushina seemed uncertain about her technique, recalling that Minato had mentioned it. Obito nodded eagerly, recalling how their sensei often spoke fondly of his fiancée. Kushina blushed at the compliment, reflecting on the chains as a means to protect her loved ones. Obito grinned, recalling another lesson from their sensei about stealing ramen bowls. Kushina's demeanor shifted as she swiftly approached him, her hair splitting into 9 distinct tails, warning him in a playful tone. He quickly reassured her that he hadn't meant anything by it. She playfully bopped him on the head, her dangerous aura dissipating into a cheeky smirk. Obito shook his head, reminding himself that the past should remain in the past until he could erase it altogether. He sank onto the bed, feeling Swirly work on repairing his body, and sighed, leaning back against the wall. Still keeping secrets right to the end, huh, sensei? He shook his head, trying to avoid painful thoughts. Instead, his eyes hardened as he focused on the task at hand. Sensei's son, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, had become too dangerous to leave alone. The Akatsuki was not yet ready to move against all the Jinchuriki, and the 9 tails would be one of the last to be sealed. However, that didn't mean they could remain idle in the meantime. He contemplated who to send. Sasori had been restless, but he quickly dismissed that idea. They still hadn't found Sasori a new partner since Orochimaru's betrayal. Besides, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had already demonstrated the ability to defeat someone as relentless as Haiden. He couldn't rely on Sasori's version of immortality to protect him any better. No, there was no sense in holding back the big guns this time. It was time to pull Nagato out of his ivory tower. As they traveled along the wide, well-paved road of Fire Country's main highway, Jiraiya complained about Naruto's serious demeanor. He expressed that if he wanted someone pensive and introspective, he would have brought along Sarutobi-sensei's son. Naruto shot him an irritated glance before returning his gaze to the road ahead, feeling the weight of Jiraiya's words. Jiraiya playfully poked him in the chest, questioning what Naruto had to be unhappy about. He pointed out that Naruto's training was going well, he had exceptional control of his bijou for his age, and he was almost tall enough that Jiraiya would have to stop calling him shrimp. He even mentioned that things were heating up between Naruto and his friend, which earned him a scathing look. Most importantly, Jiraiya emphasized that Naruto got to be out on a mission with him on such a glorious day. Naruto felt some annoyance dissipate as he realized he was getting used to Jiraiya's antics. He remarked on the track record of their missions, which often left him bored, frustrated, or even in conflict with the Akatsuki. He wondered what kind of day it would be this time. Jiraiya, unfazed by Naruto's pessimism, assured him that this mission would be as uneventful as they come a simple border dispute in the north. He explained that while it was usually not worth his time, it was wise to be cautious regarding Rice Country, as Orochimaru could be a tricky player. Curious, Naruto asked for examples of what to look out for. Jiraiya shared that he had originally discovered Orochimaru's location through discrepancies in grain exports, emphasizing that sometimes it was the minor details that mattered. Naruto smirked, teasing Jiraiya about the Hokage's pressure on him regarding his succession. He noted that Jiraiya had been taking him on missions more frequently, suggesting he was avoiding his sensei. Jiraiya playfully denied it, and they continued to discuss potential candidates for Hokage, dismissing various names for different reasons, from the ANBU commander to Shikaku and Guy. When they reached the topic of Kakashi, Jiraiya expressed that while he might have considered him a candidate in the past, he realized Kakashi had many personal issues to address before he could lead anything. As they continued their banter, Naruto felt a sense of camaraderie with Jiraiya, despite the serious undertones of their mission. They were partners, navigating the complexities of their world together, and for now, that was enough. She had been trained by a former Hokage and had the endorsement of a Sannin. Naruto remained skeptical. She was also known for her heavy drinking, often passing her paperwork onto her subordinates, and resolving most of her disputes with threats or outright aggression. To top it off, she didn't even want the job. Jiraiya, adopting a mock-sagely demeanor, remarked that sometimes the person best suited for a role is the one who never desired it in the first place. He believed she would make a wonderful leader if given the chance, suggesting that true potential often emerges when responsibility is moved upon someone. Naruto, rolling his eyes, acknowledged Jiraiya's words but pointed out that his persona was slipping. Jiraiya grinned and continued walking with his usual boisterous energy, playfully teasing Naruto about his height. Then, without warning, everything changed. One moment they were walking peacefully, and the next, Jiraiya had pushed Naruto aside just in time. A thin black rod whizzed past, narrowly missing him. If Jiraiya hadn't acted, it would have struck him directly. Naruto quickly rolled back to his feet as the strange black spear embedded itself in a tree across the road, creating a massive gash in the trunk. The force was enough to uproot part of the tree, and Naruto realized just how close he had come to serious injury. The fact that he hadn't sensed the danger until it was almost too late unsettled him. A deep voice broke the tension, commenting on Jiraiya's quick reflexes. The voice belonged to a tall man with orange hair, dressed in the Akatsuki uniform. The sight of him set Naruto on edge, though Jiraiya's presence provided some comfort. The man's face was adorned with piercings, and his unsettling gaze, filled with concentric circles, made Naruto uneasy. Jiraiya seemed taken aback, recognizing the man. He called him Yahiko, revealing a past connection. Naruto, surprised, asked if Jiraiya knew him. Jiraiya explained that he had helped train Yahiko and his companions after the Second Shinobi War. Naruto felt a wave of tension wash over him. The man was not only part of the Akatsuki but had also been trained by a Sannin. Jiraiya expressed uncertainty about Yahiko's intentions, noting that he had heard rumors of his death. Yahiko, or Pain as he now identified himself, spoke of the downfall of Hanzo, claiming that the destruction he had wrought felt hollow. Jiraiya attempted to lighten the mood, but the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He questioned what had happened to Nagato and why Yahiko possessed the Rinnegan. Naruto, though unfamiliar with the details, recognized the significance of the name Nagato from Jiraiya's stories. He understood the threat they faced, feeling that a confrontation with such a powerful opponent could lead to dire consequences. Yahiko insisted that Yahiko was gone and that they were now. He then revealed that he was not alone, as 5 other figures emerged from the treeline, all wearing the Akatsuki robes and sharing Yahiko's features, each possessing the Rinnegan. Jiraiya, shocked, took a step back, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yahiko explained that their existence was a miracle, inviting them to witness it firsthand. Before they could react, Yahiko raised his hand, and Naruto instinctively threw himself to the side, using his chains to pull Jiraiya down to the ground. The air above them remained still, but the trees nearby buckled as if struck by an unseen force. Jiraiya, now alert, rolled to his feet just in time to see a black cartridge that had been fired between them. The resulting explosion was immense, sending both Naruto and Jiraiya flying in opposite directions, but they were ready to defend themselves against whatever came next. The older man understood that being outnumbered and separated would lead to disaster. He suspected Pain was aware of this as well. As he attempted to move back toward Naruto, he was confronted once more by Yahiko's cold expression. Yahiko asserted that he was Jiraiya's opponent and advised him not to forget it. Raising his hand, Jiraiya braced himself for another of those strange, invisible blasts. However, it was a feint. One of the other orange-haired men had positioned himself behind Jiraiya, this one sporting long, flowing hair that would have made any Yamanaka envious. When Jiraiya instinctively recoiled from the anticipated attack, the man seized his wrist. A chilling sensation spread from the contact, and Jiraiya was horrified to see something translucent and ethereal being drawn from his body. Acting on reflex, he drove his shoulder into the effeminate man's chest. The impact was not as effective as he had hoped, feeling akin to colliding with a tree, but it was enough to loosen the grip on his wrist. He then swung his hair around, transforming it into a spiky, steel-hard club at the last moment. Leaping back from both opponents, he narrowly avoided another invisible blast that crashed through the tree-line with tremendous force. His arm felt unnaturally cold and weak, but he sensed that feeling and mobility were slowly returning. He knew he had to avoid contact with the long-haired man again. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about the strange experience he had just endured. Yahiko, surprisingly, explained that his mastery of the Rinnegan was complete, and what Jiraiya had just experienced was the human path. The newly named Ninjendo picked himself up, appearing unscathed from the otherwise brutal encounter, maintaining his blank intensity. Caught up in the fight, Jiraiya felt the adrenaline surge within him. He knew he needed to return to Naruto, but the urge to engage in his usual fighting banter was overwhelming. He remarked on how creepy the experience was and questioned why Yahiko couldn't be more like Nagato. Yahiko seemed amused, but Jiraiya had little time to ponder why before the two renewed their assault. The others were nowhere in sight, and if he was struggling against two of these foes, he worried for Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was grappling with his own challenges as he faced off against the two men who had driven him away from Jiraiya. One wore traditional Suna headgear, while the other was a portly man adorned with fewer but larger piercings. Both bore a slashed-aim headband and, crucially, the Rinnegan. As he dodged the latter man's attempt to ensnare him in a bear hug, Naruto pondered the legendary Dijutsu. He recalled overhearing Saru's musings about it, understanding that only the Rikudo Sannin had ever possessed it. Speculation suggested it had evolved into the Sharingan or Byakugan over time, but those claims seemed more like empty boasts meant to elevate clan prestige. The likelihood of such a power manifesting in 6 different men 7, if he considered the implications of Nagato without prior discovery, was astronomically low. The shared orange hair hinted at a familial connection, but Naruto's keen senses detected the unmistakable scent of chemical dye, suggesting many Anbu preferred old-fashioned disguises over traditional transformations. Frustration welled within him as he faced these puzzling adversaries. Big, fuzzy pieces of a puzzle floated in his mind, refusing to connect into a coherent picture. However, that was the least of his concerns. He was forced to leap back as the Suna-looking man transformed his hand into a buzz saw, while the other continued launching explosive capsules. Reluctant to test his chains against such a fearsome weapon, he focused on the portly man. He knew that size did not determine a shinobi's speed or power. Akimichi were a prime example, but he was fueled by frustration and anger, channeling a significant portion of the Kyuubi's chakra. 2 chains extended from his tailbone as he sprinted across the open ground, a skill he had yet to master since gaining refined control over the Bijuu's energy. The chains coiled tightly around his arms, providing excellent balance and allowing him to stay low as he ran. This saved him from a potentially disastrous fate when another capsule sailed over his head. One of the tail chains swatted it back at the man, distracting him as Naruto closed in on his portly opponent. They were fast but surprisingly not faster than him. Their durability, however, posed a significant challenge. He had attempted to catch one off guard during their initial separation, aiming to strike him down immediately. The attack had been surprising enough to prevent the man from dodging, yet he remained unscathed, the chain glancing off his arm as if it were made of metal. This time, Naruto was determined to take no chances. His chains were already infused with wind chakra as he approached, the familiar shriek of energy filling his ears as he unleashed their latent power to spin his drill. The man appeared ready to dodge, but at the last moment he stopped, planting his feet and raising his hands as if he could block Naruto's piercing attack. Naruto would have scoffed at such self-assuredness, but Anbu had taught him to be cautious. Committed to the attack, he allowed his second tail chain to dig into the ground, providing him with leverage. This decision likely saved his life. As he drove his chain drill into an invisible barrier surrounding the hefty Akatsuki member, it simply dissolved without warning. No lights, no announcement of a technique, the chakra comprising his chains vanished. The man showed no signs of fatigue, despite the impossibility of the action. Naruto quickly realized why when the man surged forward with sudden energy. Only the anchoring chain he had left behind allowed him to pull back and avoid being crushed again. He flipped back and landed in a three-point stance, glaring at the larger man with renewed caution. He had initially perceived the other as the greater threat and silently chastised himself for being misled by the flashier techniques. It was the quiet ones he had to pay attention to, especially when they could absorb his chakra. He decided to approach the situation in a more traditional manner, drawing the sword from his back. He was relieved to have replaced it after his earlier confrontation. Engaging a chakra thief in close combat was not something he wanted to do. Suddenly, his chains reacted to something in his peripheral vision, whipping around to catch a capsule mid-flight. They encased it completely, bulging as they contained the explosion, allowing him to shoot a fierce glare at the human multi-tool responsible for it. He hadn't forgotten about that one. His breathing quickened as another chain emerged from his spine, the whisker marks on his cheeks deepening. He felt the anger rising within him. The more they provoked him, the stronger he became. Using the trees to his advantage, he led his pursuers on a wild chase while focusing his chakra. It frustrated him to maintain a ram seal, but it required intense concentration. Still, he was far from defenseless. He kicked off a tree trunk just before it splintered under an invisible force. Yahiko had shown an impressive ability to both pull and push with incredible strength. The names of their techniques echoed in his mind, a reminder of their shared history. He wondered what had happened to his old companions, Nagato and Konan. He turned his kick into a spin, using the momentum to launch a powerful strike at the human path. The names they had chosen for themselves felt pretentious, a reminder of how far they had strayed. So far, this opponent had only shown remarkable speed and durability, along with that unsettling ability to absorb chakra. He didn't want to dwell on it. Instead, he hardened the end of his hair, using it as a counterweight to twist his body around the long-haired man. The moment his feet touched the ground, he spun, channeling all his strength into a devastating roundhouse kick. Unfortunately, the man reacted with almost supernatural reflexes, deflecting the kick and avoiding the worst of it. He cursed under his breath, accepting the setback as he noticed Yahiko watching him from a distance, a nagging feeling tugging at his mind. Deciding to test a theory, he swung his hair again, hardening it at the last moment to maximize momentum. Instead of attacking, he struck the ground, sending a cloud of dirt and leaves into the air. He saw Yahiko's arm raised, ready to blast away the distraction. But it wasn't a distraction, it was cover. He dove into the dust, spinning until he was behind the human path once more. He repeated his maneuver, this time with the full force of his technique, and succeeded. The long-haired Akatsuki member was propelled through the air, arching backward from the impact. As the obscuring cloud dissipated, Jiraiya grinned. They didn't just share the Rinnegan, they shared fields of vision. The joy of discovering this tactic was quickly overshadowed by concern. That ability was dangerous when used by 2 people. How was Naruto managing against 4? He felt reassured that Yahiko was still engaged in the fight. If they had captured the blonde, they would have retreated. Plus, Naruto was spirited, no one would take him without a fierce struggle. His grin returned as he felt his chakra calm at last. He wasted no time in slamming his hand into the ground, focusing intently on his target. He summoned a powerful ally, enveloped in a cloud of smoke just as the human path charged at him, likely seeking revenge for the earlier blow. The man emerged from the smoke, crashing into a tree and continuing onward, limbs flailing at awkward angles. Yahiko observed the scene with indifference. His path hadn't grasped what his former sensei had done, but it was evident that something powerful had occurred to cause such damage. The smoke cleared quickly, revealing Jiraiya standing in the same spot, but changed. He hadn't grown taller, yet his presence felt more imposing. His nose had grown bulbous, the warts more pronounced. The red tattoos below his eyes had extended into intricate patterns, and his eyes were now small and beady, with thin bars for pupils. Most notably, 2 small toads perched on his shoulder, ancient by the standards of summons. "You never showed us this side of you, Jiraiya-sensei," Pain remarked calmly, seemingly unfazed by the transformation. Jiraiya simply grinned, a teacher revealing a few secrets. He settled into a confident stance, ready to demonstrate his abilities. Meanwhile, Naruto felt he was holding his own against the odds. However, holding his own wasn't enough. Whenever he attempted to take one of the Akatsuki down, the others covered for their weaknesses. He had figured out that the one who could transform his body into various weapons was surprisingly fragile and wouldn't survive if he could just get his chains in place. The heavier one relied solely on his chakra absorption ability. Naruto was confident that with the power of 4 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra, he could defeat him if he could just get close enough. The Akatsuki members worked well together, preventing him from gaining the upper hand. The one in the cowl stopped his chains from attacking, while the bald one threw explosives as if they were endless whenever he tried to approach the absorbing one. He scowled as he rose into the air, supported by his chains like a gangly spider. He needed better internal names for these opponents. He called out, slightly distorted by the Biju's energy, asking who he was fighting. "Gakido," the heavier one replied monotonously. "Shurado," the other added, surprising Naruto with how easy it was to identify them and how unsettling their voices sounded. Naruto sneered, raising himself higher, the 4 tail-like chains swaying threateningly beneath him. He questioned why the strongest opponents always seemed either eccentric or pretentious. He didn't see the need for such grand titles. His own name was simply a ramen topping. He didn't feel the need to elevate it to something grandiose. The 2 Akatsuki merely observed him, neither responding to his jab. The Ajurpa raised his arm and fired another capsule, ready to continue the battle. Naruto swatted the projectile away with a chain long before it could reach him. It wasn't an explosive, though. Once it reached the peak of its arc, it burst into a thick cloud of black smoke that quickly enveloped the area around him. At the same time, the Preta-path rushed forward, hands outstretched as he expanded his chakra absorption field to its maximum. As he passed beneath the suspended blonde, the chains anchoring Naruto to the ground dissipated, causing him to drop. The tubby man realized his mistake when he saw Naruto emerge from the cloud with a grin and his sword raised. The Azura Path attempted to respond, but his companion had positioned himself directly beneath Naruto, and the blonde was falling too quickly. He tried to transform his arms into a long barrel that glowed ominously, but by the time he fired a lance of pure energy, it was too late. Naruto tucked his body into a ball, allowing the beam to pass harmlessly over his head. At the last moment, he unfurled, knowing that using his chains was futile against this opponent. Instead, his sword flashed out as Nezumi had taught him, deflecting the vicious-looking black rod that Gakido produced from his sleeve. He continued the spin, feeling his abdomen wrench uncomfortably as the centripetal force nearly tore the sword from his grasp. He held on, delivering a swift slash across the Preta-path's chest. He felt the sword bite deep and grinned, eager to press his advantage. However, His moment of overconfidence left his footing uncertain when the ground beneath him suddenly erupted. He jumped just in time to avoid being swallowed by the monstrous creature that emerged, but he still received a painful gash to his leg from one of its mandibles. The creature was grotesque, jet black with bright orange highlights and an enormous black spike protruding from its head. It was a massive centipede, likely some kind of summon. That wasn't what captured his attention, though, as it loomed over him menacingly, its body coiled back and ready to strike. He growled, exhaling a long breath as the cut on his leg healed rapidly. Staring down the hideous summon and feeling the odds shift against him only fueled his anger. Neither of the two had summoned the creature. He would have noticed something so blatant. This meant one of the others was hiding nearby. His grin turned vicious with the surge of power coursing through him. If they were hiding, it meant they didn't believe they could win in a direct confrontation. He was eager to test their assumptions. 4 miles away, a certain monkey-masked Anbu felt a distant, oppressive presence of the QB's chakra. Nezumi confirmed quietly that she felt it too, staring into the distance with concern behind her mask. They were on their way to a mission, but all 4 of them had paused when they sensed that familiar sensation. Kuma noted that it was a significant amount. Naruto rarely pushed himself that far, only doing so once before. Teiko, trying to keep his voice light despite his anxiety, suggested they go see what trouble their young comrade had gotten himself into. The ground cratered where Jiraiya landed, his feet spread wide in a sturdy stance. Pain mused that durability seemed to be the theme of Jiraiya's transformation. He was faster, stronger, and tougher, with more powerful jutsu and an uncanny quickness that seemed to warn him when danger approached. The first blow to his human path had been devastating. To a lesser being, it would have meant instant death. As it was, Pain had to summon his Naraka path from its hiding place. He was sure Jiraiya had noticed the figure and continued to hold that suspicion when the human path returned to the fight, completely healed from what should have been a crippling injury. Despite his claims of divinity and everything he preached with conviction, Pain felt nervous. He remembered the white-haired man clearly, the sensei to 3 little orphans, a figure of power and mystery. Now he was fighting that very same man, his power divided to keep him apart from the QB Jinchuriki. The child had proven irritatingly difficult to pin down, demonstrating impressive control of the beast's chakra and being well-trained in its use. Although Pain had paired the 2 paths best suited to cover each other's weaknesses, the boy remained elusive. It had frustrated him to commit the animal path, as he had hoped to keep it away from the conflict until they captured the Jinchuriki. Now, that plan was no longer viable. Still, the combined power of 3 paths should be more than enough to handle the child. They would need to leave in a more conventional manner, but with the variety of summons he could bring to bear, that shouldn't pose much of an issue. What remained was to keep Jiraiya occupied until then, a prospect that now seemed more challenging than he had anticipated. He raised an arm and felt the familiar surge of power travel from his eyes to his hand. He whispered the incantation, targeting Jiraiya directly and pulling the man toward him from where he had been fending off a joint assault from the Naraka and human paths. If only he could stab Jiraiya with one of his chakra rods, he could disrupt whatever strange techniques sustained his immense strength. He prepared one at his side, forming it from pure chakra and catching it deftly as it dropped from his sleeve. Jiraiya was far from unprepared, twisting his body in midair and taking a deep breath. Pain remained unconcerned until the 2 elderly toads on Jiraiya's shoulders joined him, and he sensed the immense amount of chakra they were molding into the jutsu. Jiraiya unleashed a fountain of thick, viscous oil, ready to counter the impending attack. The 2 toads on either shoulder unleashed powerful blasts of wind and flame, merging into a massive funnel of intense heat. It surged forward, propelled by Pain's technique. Nearby trees ignited from the sheer proximity of the force, and he felt its overwhelming heat long before it approached. He abandoned the universal pull, crushing the chakra rod back into pure energy and reabsorbing it. Channeling that power into his free hand, his eyes pulsed with urgency. He unleashed his technique, creating a powerful repulsive force. The roiling sea of superheated oil parted, and a massive scoop was ripped out and sent hurtling back toward its origin. However, it never made contact. Jiraiya wasted no time in following up his technique, a sound like a contained whirlwind roaring to life. The sage burst through his own technique, holding an enormous sphere of pure chakra in his outstretched hand. Pain felt a moment of awe at his sensei's accomplishment. The manipulation of pure shape on such a scale was truly worthy of his legendary reputation. Yet, the massive Rasengan never reached him. The senjutsu-enhanced Jiraiya was tackled out of the air by his human path. The puppet body grasped him, attempting to draw out his soul. It felt more challenging now, as if uprooting a tree, and that extra resistance gave Jiraiya the opportunity to twist and deliver a powerful kick that sent Ninjendo flying into the treeline. Pain directed Jigakudo to assist him, noting how Jiraiya's eyes tracked the figure sprinting after the human path. He couldn't allow that suspicion to grow. Jiraiya had already proven capable of inflicting significant damage to his paths. This enhancement is impressive, Jiraiya-sensei, but it is still not enough against God, Pain remarked. Jiraiya retorted, his eyes narrowing as they flicked back to his former student. He guessed that with the naming theme Pain had adopted, it would make him Tendo. Pain shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the assumption, simply stating that they were Pain and that their message to the world was one of understanding through shared loss. I never taught you arrogance like this, Yahiko, Jiraiya replied, his expression twisting. Pain barely reacted to the reminder of such an old wound. He thought Jiraiya would be proud, as they sought the same thing. I highly doubt that, Jiraiya responded. Meanwhile, Naruto growled as he rolled to the side, chains whipping out but scoring only superficial lines across the newly summoned rhino. Even as it recoiled in pain, the Azura path rushed forward. A segmented blade emerged from its back, striking with the speed of a scorpion. Chains blossomed around him, and the tail bounced off a hastily ected barrier. But then the Preta path appeared, wading through his technique as if it were non-existent. Naruto attempted to close the distance to eliminate the irritating chakra absorber, only to receive a painful blow to his side. The impact sent him spinning through the air, and he narrowly avoided being swallowed by a massive, drill-beaked creature. Reacting on instinct, he wrapped chains around his arm and used their strength to grab onto the creature's beak before it could engulf him. He had already faced that with the chameleon. Not again. The bird-like creature tried to crush him, and when that failed, it swung its head to dislodge him. He didn't want to risk a dangerous fall, so he used a chain to swing onto its back. With a few more chains, he managed to entangle its wings, bringing it down in a rapid descent. The cloud of smoke from its return to wherever it had been summoned cushioned his fall but also obscured his vision. A thin black rod struck him in the back, inches from his spine. Immediately, his chains began to fizzle and distort as chakra leaked from them, causing him to lose control of the technique. He yanked the rod out of his back and hurled it like a spear at the Preta path. The chains snapped back into focus, and the Kyuubi's chakra began to heal the wound, but he could feel his reserves dwindling. He was losing ground. He crossed his fingers and burst into 10 identical duplicates, half of them immediately dogpiling the Azura path. While they wouldn't inflict much damage, they could be quite distracting. The others obstructed the furious summons, cautious after the incident with the multi-headed dog. It had taken one of Pain's own chakra rods, stolen from the Preta path, to eliminate that threat. He charged at Gekido, chains falling flush against his body where he couldn't absorb their energy, and drew his sword. It hadn't proven much use so far, but it was better than engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the bulky opponent. He had already determined that the Preta path could only absorb chakra within a thin shell around his body, which he could expand or contract at will. Inside that bubble, it was fair game, but if the orange-haired man got a grip on him, he could absorb the chakra right out of his body. At the last moment, he feinted, throwing his sword forward with a chain-enhanced throw. The large man was forced to block it with a hastily created chakra rod. In that instant, where sparks flew, his chains sprang outward again, each carrying a shuriken, and flew around Gekido. As they reached the peak of their arc, they snapped back, pulling their shuriken with them. The Preta path instinctively blocked the threat, absorbing the chakra from the chains. However, even with them gone, the shuriken flew forward unimpeded, embedding themselves into the man's back. It was far from a crippling blow, But in that split-second moment of distraction, Naruto closed the distance, throwing his fist forward with a fierce yell. Gekido might have absorbed the chains around his fist, but he couldn't reach the ones crisscrossing his back. They pulled taut, and Naruto's fist struck the man's face with tremendous force, sending both of them back. Naruto regained his footing, shaking his undoubtedly injured hand with a hiss. The Preta-path wasn't as fortunate, skidding across the ground in an uncontrolled manner. The blonde almost cried out about the unfairness when he noticed something strange. His punch had managed to tear out some of the piercings on the left side of the man's face. Not only were the sudden wounds not bleeding odd enough on their own, but the man's face sagged as if he had suffered a severe injury. Most notably, his left eye no longer bore the rippled pattern of the Rinnegan. It was now a glassy brown. Naruto had encountered those kinds of eyes countless times before the eyes of a dead man. His moment of realization was abruptly interrupted by a faint whistle, prompting him to instinctively scramble out of the way of an explosive canister. His clones had not managed to hold Shurato for long. He was caught by the edge of the blast, sent tumbling ungracefully across the open ground toward the Preta-path. Despite having apparently lost one of his Jujutsu, the man showed no signs of slowing down. A chakra rod was already in his hand, poised to strike the flailing blonde. However, the rod met hard steel instead. Nezumi admonished the situation, easily deflecting the blow to the side and following up with a swift strike that forced the Preta-path to retreat. Naruto huffed from behind Kuma, not bothering to thank the man for saving him mid-air. Saru, having just landed with Teiko, after a hard sprint through the trees, quickly assessed the battlefield. He remained silent upon spotting the Rinnegan in their opponent's eyes, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Naruto dismissed Saru's concern, snapping his wrist back into place as the Kyuubi's chakra surged through him. Saru pointed out the urgency of their predicament, asking where Jiraiya was last seen. Naruto gestured in that direction, and Saru commanded Kuma to retrieve their ally, feeling the tension rise as the brief lull in battle came to an end. He asked Naruto if there was anything else they needed to know. Naruto explained that Shurato was a living weapon who absorbed chakra, while Gekido was summoning strange creatures that were not human. He advised them to target the piercings on their opponents. A strange calm settled over the battlefield before Saru shattered it with a sharp clap, rallying everyone to action. The lull in battle ended abruptly as everyone sprang back into motion. Kuma charged toward another fight, Nezumi closed in on the Preta-path, Teiko faded into the background, Saru advanced to confront the Azura path, and Naruto focused on avenging himself against the troublesome summons. The ground shook as Gamahiro slammed his sword into the earth with astonishing speed for a toad of his size. Jiraiya rode atop his shoulders, observing the chaos and using his heightened senses to locate pain. Under different circumstances, he might have summoned Gamaken, but Gamahiro's twin swords proved more useful against their fast-moving opponents. Gamahiro complained about the situation, expressing his belief that he should only be summoned for worthy battles. Jiraiya assured him that their opponents were indeed worthy, though he struggled to keep his senses attuned to the fluctuating natural energy around them. The toad's blade swung in a wide arc, effortlessly cutting through trees as he spotted the human path, questioning how dodging could be considered worthy. Jiraiya grumbled in response, earning a light bop on the head from Ma. Pa chimed in, suggesting that Jiraiya's lack of training was the reason for his struggles. Jiraiya complained about the distractions, only to receive more playful taps from his companions. Despite the banter, anxiety loomed over them, especially with the legends of the Rikudo Sannin weighing heavily on their minds. Jiraiya began to formulate a theory regarding their opponents. Suddenly, Gamahiro was struck by an invisible force, causing him to skid back through the forest, uprooting trees in his path. Jiraiya grinned as Yahiko revealed himself, leaping off Gamahiro with a swirling Rasengan forming above his palm. As Yahiko descended, Jiraiya focused intently on the irregular flow of his chakra. When Yahiko shouted the name of his technique, Jiraiya instinctively curled into a protective ball, his hair hardening around him. The blast of force met him head-on, lifting him off the ground. However, Gamahiro quickly adapted, bringing the flat side of his blade down to redirect Jiraiya forward again. What followed was an unusual and brief exchange, as Jiraiya shot back toward Pain with remarkable accuracy. Yahiko had no time to evade, and if Jiraiya timed it right, he would not have a chance to summon another attack. If it had been a one-on-one fight, Jiraiya's strategy might have worked. Instead, Ninjendo positioned himself between Jiraiya and Yahiko. Fortunately, Jiraiya's hair was infused with chakra, making it difficult for the human path to interfere. Jiraiya's body crashed into Ninjendo, creating a crater in the ground. As he counted in his head, he dived out of the way, feeling the air ripple as a powerful force surged through it. He allowed Pain to lead him away, engaging in a sparring match during the brief moments when he could unleash his powerful technique. He taunted Pain, claiming to be deciphering his tricks, and suddenly reversed his position, forming hand seals with determination. He guessed that this was a technique Pain would have preferred to keep hidden. Before Pain could intervene, he slammed his hands into the ground. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a technique that transformed the area into a deep, chakra-infused bog, ensnaring the Naraka path, who had been preparing to revive Ninjendo. Jiraiya was unsure how he would stop this, but he knew it was crucial. His hair spiked outward, individual strands shooting back like long white quills aimed at Yahiko. Although the needle Jizo was not intended to harm, Yahiko effortlessly swatted the projectiles away. However, the moment those white hairs filled the air was enough to create a distraction. Once he figured out how to use this to his advantage, he would strike. With Pain's view of Gamahiro obstructed, the Forgotten Summon swung both of his blades down in a powerful arc, mercilessly crushing Ninjendo and Jigakudo into the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Jiraiya could only hope that the Naraka path could not revive himself, or he would truly be in trouble. Just as he felt a momentary sense of victory, a quiet voice broke the stillness. Jiraiya spun around, his enhanced reflexes alerting him to the imminent threat. A chakra rod shot forward, faster than any kunai, narrowly missing his spine but piercing through his arm instead. A grunt of pain escaped him as he struggled to pull it out, feeling the disruption it caused within him. He was determined not to become one of those cursed toad statues. Dropping to his knees, he fumbled with the rod, which had entered at an angle, making it difficult to remove. Yahiko approached, hand raised, but Jiraiya realized with a sinking feeling that this was not Yahiko. The foreign chakra interfering with his own confirmed his fears. His student was gone, and someone presumably Nagato was manipulating his corpse like a puppet. He demanded to know why Nagato would do this. Pain's dull monotone response revealed the pain and betrayal they had endured after Jiraiya's departure. Yahiko had upheld Jiraiya's ideals, leading them through the darkest times. In a moment of sacrifice, he had thrown himself onto Nagato's kunai without hesitation. The pain of that loss had granted Nagato power, and he intended to extend that understanding of loss to every nation, believing it would lead to peace. Jiraiya struggled to comprehend this twisted logic, insisting it was not what he had taught. He questioned whether this was truly what Yahiko would have wanted, gesturing to the animated corpse before him. Nagato dismissed his concerns, stating that Yahiko had martyred himself for his ideals, and he was giving him the chance to be the figurehead of a new world. With a heavy sigh, Jiraiya expressed his inability to understand what had led Nagato down this path. His control over his chakra was still unstable, but he felt Ma and Pa beginning to mold their technique, having remained quiet until now. Nagato's resigned tone suggested he did not believe Jiraiya would ever understand. Suddenly, Jiraiya was interrupted as Pain was sent flying back through the trees, cut off mid-sentence by a powerful kick. Thanks to Sage Mode, Jiraiya had witnessed the impact in vivid detail. He knew that, for some reason, Yahiko's body seemed more resilient than the others, but this unexpected intervention saved him from a last-minute counterattack. He thanked Apachai, the towering figure who helped him to his feet. Apachai's cheerful demeanor reminded Jiraiya of the past, and he inquired if the rest of the team was nearby. Apachai confirmed that they were there to fight together, bringing relief to Jiraiya, knowing that the others were supporting Naruto. However, he noticed pain rising again, irritation evident on his face. Jiraiya recognized that it was time to act quickly. Trees were the domain of Konoha ninjas, And while it was said they were unbeatable in forests, determination could turn the tide in any environment. Takeo, who had come from a different background, was a master of stealth, slipping through the shadows of the trees with ease. Tracking the third Akatsuki member was a challenge, as they were skilled at hiding their presence. Yet, Takeo focused not on the hidden figure but on the summoned creature they were using as a disguise. He scoffed internally, realizing that they were not the first to think of using their summons in such a way. Based on what he could see, it was some kind of giant chameleon appropriate, but not perfect. Something that large always left a mark on the environment, even if it was just in the way it scattered the natural inhabitants of the forest when it moved through. He had real respect for the Aburame clan. Few people paid attention to the insects. There was no ripple or distortion in the air, like there might be for a regular invisibility technique. Those were notoriously difficult, and even he didn't make a habit of relying on them. Still, he could tell the chameleon's exact position from the way a tree bough was bowing more than it should. He grinned beneath his mask, noting how this position gave him a good view of the battle going on in the nearby field. Well, if they wanted a show, who was he to disappoint? Naruto felt like he could cut loose for the first time in the fight. Surging with the Kyuubi's chakra and with his squad around him again, he felt invincible. Chains coiled all across his body, providing bursts of speed and strength as he launched himself at an enormous ox summon. He met its charge head-on, slamming his hands down in a double-fisted strike at the last moment, his chains uncoiling explosively. The beast's head crashed down as if struck by a divine force, cratering the ground and plowing to a stop in a thick trench of its own making. The chains unfurled from his body, wrapping around the beast's horns as he continued his descent. He landed on its forehead and pulled, snapping the creature's neck. He continued to twist, letting go of one horn and using the other as a fulcrum to launch himself forward again. This time he angled low, sliding across the ground beneath the gigantic carapace of something that looked like the unholy offspring of a crab and a lobster. It slammed its claws on the ground ineffectually, trying to pin him down, but he was too fast. Chains trailed behind him, flaring out to wrap around the crustacean's thick, chitinous legs. He completed his charge by sweeping up and onto the back of the creature's shell. He slammed down hard enough to drive a few chains through even its tough outer shell, earning a shrill squeal of protest. It tried to turn, ungainly claws coming up to scrape him off. It only served to trip itself up on his chains, crashing to the ground and sending dust and leaves flying. He exerted himself as he struggled to keep the creature down as it fought against his chains, feeling the strain. He finally gave up, drawing the chains back towards him before coiling them beneath him like a spring. He sprang up, finding himself high above the battlefield in less than a heartbeat. A surprising revelation to most, but Naruto actually listened to advice once in a blue moon. When it was pointed out to him that he lacked in ninjutsu, he decided to do something about it. He was a straightforward person by nature, so he sought something big, practical, and that grew stronger the more chakra he pumped into it. He played to his strengths. He unleashed a stream of fire that was already white-hot the moment it left his mouth. When he twisted his fingers, narrowing the stream even further, it turned a pale, near-ethereal blue. He was actually kept aloft for a few ponderous moments by the sheer force of it before the chakra he had molded in his lungs ran out, and he dropped again. This time his feet crunched on the blackened surface of what used to be a summon before it dispersed in a cloud of smoke a moment later. He was about to turn his attention to the giant panda, which had been too slow to interfere before now, when the forest to the north erupted in a magnificent explosion. The wave of air alone forced Naruto back a step, causing his eyes to glint with excitement. The panda vanished, as did the ugly bat summon that had been harassing them from the air. Good, Takeo had taken out the summoner, or at least removed them from the fight. It made no difference. It was almost funny, the subtlest of their squad's members, Takeo certainly had an unusual flair for the dramatic. Still, there was no time to dwell on nostalgia when there were still opponents to fight. He gave a cursory glance across the field and decided Nezumi's fight was more pressing. Not that he doubted his teacher's skills, but he couldn't imagine Saru not coming off the better in his fight. That, and if they managed to remove the chakra absorber, Naruto could operate much more effectively. With that in mind, he drew his sword and launched himself forward. It was time to see if all those unwanted memories of sword training in his head were actually worth something. In the trees, just out of sight, barely more than a shadow that was a little too thick to be natural, a single yellow eye gleamed out of the darkness. Tracked the various fights, feeling the shifts in the air that culminated with the arrival of the Anbu team. It had sensed them coming, deliberating on whether it was worth intervening and slowing them down. Without their interference, Pain would have been able to subdue the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and escape. Was that the optimal solution, though? Pain had long ago become a wild variable, strong enough to pose a threat to the overall plan if left unchecked. The boy was never supposed to take to the eyes so well, certainly not summoning the Geto Mazo. No, watching the events unfold was the better option. It usually was for a being so accustomed to patience. They could take advantage of this situation no matter the outcome, that much was certain. Now it was simply a matter of ensuring the pieces fell where they should. With a course of action decided, it sent a subtle signal through the earth and settled in to see how all of this would conclude. Pain moved through the forest, unhurried. He scowled, irritated by the loss of the animal path. Any escape plan he would make now would be much more difficult without removing all the obstacles in his way. The ANBU unit that had stumbled upon the fight had been unplanned. It was much harder to account for Konoha's movements since losing Sasori's more prominent spy in the village. Still, he had been handling Jiraiya perfectly well before they arrived. Dealing with a few grunts wouldn't increase the difficulty too much, even if they were putting up a remarkable fight. He watched through his remaining path's eyes, noting the woman's excellent sword technique. It was inconsequential now. With 3 of the paths taken out of commission, he could double the chakra sent to those that remained. Each was now twice as strong, and he made good use of that strength. The Azura path was always the most challenging ability to control, requiring both focus and precision to shift its body, but with his attention split only 3 ways, it became significantly easier. The body discarded its cloak, revealing the 4 additional arms that made its name fitting. With its pale, shiny skin and numerous piercings, along with a permanent grin, it resembled a demon from another realm. The taijutsu bout intensified, all 8 arms moving in a blur. The monkey-masked captain shifted his feet, clearly searching for an opening, but he would never find one. His Rinnegan could see every move, and any attempt to flank the Azura path was rendered ineffective by the 2 additional faces. After Tendo, it was his most powerful body, with arms strong enough to tear steel and a body tough enough to withstand the most devastating jutsu. This man, with his simple and predictable taijutsu, stood no chance. He was more concerned with his Preta path. Without that one, subduing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki might prove difficult without resorting to drastic measures. The woman it was fighting proved skilled with a blade, easily fending off his flurry of swipes with a chakra rod. Among the 6, Gekido was his slowest body, further hampered by the damage inflicted by the Jinchuriki. Its ability to absorb and utilize an enemy's chakra was usually sufficient. Irritatingly, the woman barely seemed to use any, only enhancing her own body. Pure Kenjutsu was, admittedly, a poor matchup. He pressed harder, knowing that if he didn't finish her soon, one of the others might get the drop on his body. With 2 sets of eyes on the field and the extra coverage Shirato provided, he had good visibility of the entire battlefield, but not perfect. With that in mind, he forced Tendo to pick up the pace slightly. A god could never appear impatient, but he increasingly felt the need to bring this to a swift conclusion. It came too suddenly. One moment he was keeping perfect track of both fights, the next he felt one of Shirato's arms fall to its side, limp. It was quickly followed by another. He forced the body to move back, but the ENBU captain pressed forward, his arms seeming to speed up. No, he realized, the man wasn't speeding up, the Azura path was slowing down. His connection with the puppet body was weakening. He soon understood why when he noticed the slim black piercings littering the ground at their feet. He had been so focused on the man's hands that he hadn't noticed what they were doing. Still, to remove his path's piercings in the middle of a taijutsu bout? His scowl returned as he forced Shirato to leap away, disengaging long enough for him to channel chakra through the body. It bowed forward, the top of its head splitting open to reveal a metallic chamber that glowed intensely. He knew the man wouldn't be able to move out of the way in time. Nothing could move faster than light. The lance of pure energy surged forward, splitting the air with a tremulous whine. He maintained it for a solid 3 seconds, ensuring that nothing would survive, only to frown. His eyes never lied, and he detected nobody in the path of the stream, just, "You shouldn't look down in the middle of a fight," a calm voice informed him from Shurado's ears. The substitution. The taijutsu had been so natural and fast-paced that he had almost forgotten one of the most fundamental shinobi techniques. It was too late, though, and he nearly cursed as he felt his connection with the Azura path cut out completely. Through Gekido's one remaining eye, he could spot the man dropping the remaining piercings to the ground, casting a glance toward the Preta path. How dare they mock God? Naruto had been carefully making his way around the field, ensuring he stayed out of sight of both paths. Nezumi was holding her own, and he was certain that with enough time, she would come out on top. But Naruto wasn't the type to give his opponents that time. Shinobi were too fond of their last-minute reversals, and he hated dealing with those, even if the surprise was much more amusing when he still defeated them regardless. He would end this with a sword through the man's spine, not even risking using his chains in case that chakra-absorbing ability extended to some kind of sense for it too. However, as he approached, keeping to his blind spot, he found he didn't have to. One moment the man was furiously engaging with Nezumi, the next, he slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. It would have almost been funny if it wasn't so confusing. "Incoming!" Jiraiya called as he and Kuma emerged from the forest, skidding to a stop and quickly assessing the situation. Pain emerged a few seconds later, calmly pacing forward. The slight frown on his features was the only indication of his displeasure. "This has gone on long enough," he announced solemnly, gazing at the assembled Konoha ninja with a gaze far more piercing than anything from his other paths. "Tall words, Nagato," Jiraiya called back with his characteristic grin. His arm hung limply by his side, but he seemed otherwise unhurt. "By my count, you're down to your last puppet." "You understand nothing, sensei," Pain replied, eyes narrowing. Naruto intended to get that particular story out of the Sannin later. "Every path that I lose allows me to funnel more power into the remaining bodies, exponentially. You stand no chance against me. Surrender the Kyubi Jinchuriki, and I may yet let you go unharmed." The white-haired man glanced at Naruto and raised an eyebrow. "Couldn't make him if I wanted to." His expression hardened. "But you're right, Nagato, things have gone far enough. I don't know what drove you to this, but I'm putting an end to it now." Off to the side, Saru coughed into his sleeve, making Jiraiya roll his eyes. "We're putting an end to it." Pain gave them all an even look before inclining his head slightly. "If that is what you have decided." Teiko chose that moment to attack, flying out of the treeline without so much as a whisper. His arm was outstretched in preparation for a knife-handed strike. The faintest coating of chakra fluttered around the very tips of his fingers, granting them a keener edge than most swords. It was a textbook ambush, never leaving Pain's blind spot for a moment. It would sever the man's spine cleanly at the neck, an instant, painless end, if he weren't already lifeless. Pain didn't even turn around. He simply moved an arm behind him, caught Teiko by the neck, and slammed him into the ground. Cracks spread through the earth, and they could all hear the faint gasp of air being forced from the small man's lungs. Pain hadn't stopped looking at them for a moment. He remarked that it seemed he was still being underestimated, his expression returning to a neutral mask. Naruto stared down at Pain's broken body with a sense of detachment. The evidence of the Azura path had retreated, leaving an ordinary corpse lying in the rubble of his technique. Ordinary, except for the piercings that had given him the appearance of a god. Naruto scoffed at that. If it wasn't a hallucination, then he had met a real god. Pain couldn't begin to compare to the sheer otherworldliness of Jashin. He could still feel the subtle burn of her symbol keeping the will of the Kyubi at bay. Pain certainly didn't look godly now, half-naked, with a leg missing and his other limbs twisted and broken. Jiraiya approached carefully, patting Naruto on the shoulder as he navigated the loose earth and rocks. He was still using that strange technique, which Naruto suspected was the only thing keeping the older man going. Even now, Jiraiya wore a grim expression, clutching at the stump of his left arm and rubbing something brown and gloopy into the wound. Naruto didn't care to ask what it was. He surprised himself by asking if Jiraiya needed a hand, feeling detached from the situation, as if he were merely an observer. Without the burn of the Kyuubi's chakra rushing through him, he felt colder and emptier. Jiraiya responded with a dry remark, staring down at Pain's body with a strange expression. The two toads on his shoulders remained quiet, sharing in the man's pensive mood. Naruto turned his attention back to the body, which felt like nothing more than a corpse to him. His eyes widened slightly as he turned, but Jiraiya caught his arm, holding him in place. He assured Naruto that she was fine and that he could see her later. When Naruto glared at him, Jiraiya finally tore his attention away from Pain. He acknowledged that the wound was lethal but mentioned he had made arrangements to get her and the rest of Naruto's Anbu friends back to Konoha. He gestured, and Naruto spotted the group in the distance, where Nezumi was being delivered to the rest of the team, currently in the process of being swallowed by a large toad. Jiraiya explained that normally her wounds would be fatal, as would Saru's, but toads had remarkable abilities. The elderly toads on his shoulders seemed to preen, and Jiraiya winced as he showed the sticky substance on his fingers, explaining that toad oil had light restorative properties enough to get them back to the village, but not enough to save them completely. Naruto's face showed relief, but it quickly tightened back into a scowl. He insisted on going with them. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, expressing frustration at Naruto's sentimentality. He stood there for a moment, grimacing in irritation as he struggled with his one hand. He motioned toward Pain's body, explaining that the bodies they faced were just puppets, and they still needed to confront the real threat. Naruto questioned how they could do that in their condition. While he wasn't outwardly hurt, the Kyuubi's chakra had taken a toll on him, and he was quickly approaching exhaustion. Jiraiya muttered that he wasn't thrilled about it either, acknowledging his own limitations. He sighed, stating it was better than letting Nagato regain his strength and face them again. Naruto glanced around at the destruction, grimacing at the completely ruined field. They had been fortunate with the arrival of his squad. He wasn't sure he and Jiraiya alone could have defeated Pain. Reluctantly, he agreed to follow Jiraiya, asking if he had a way to find Nagato. He couldn't imagine the man sticking around after such a defeat, if it even was a defeat. Jiraiya believed he could find him and stooped down to rip one of the piercings from Pain's arm, curling his fingers around it and focusing intently. He told Naruto he would explain his altered appearance later. A grandfatherly-looking toad quipped that it was a secret of Mt. Mayabok, meant only for toad summoners. Naruto glared but didn't have a chance to respond before Jiraiya's eyes snapped open, settling into a determined expression. He instructed Naruto to follow him. The two quickly moved north from the field, and Naruto paused at the edge, glancing back at his squad. He saw Teiko, the least injured, helping to lower Nezumi into the toad's mouth. The short man waved at Naruto to go, and the blonde felt some weight lift from his chest. A moment later, the toad vanished in a burst of smoke, and Naruto hurried to catch up to Jiraiya. It wasn't difficult to find where Nagato was hiding. A large tree made entirely of what looked like camouflaged. Sheets of paper stood before them. Naruto recognized it must be a jutsu of some kind, as it would be impossible to construct by normal means. It stood out to those who knew what to look for, but he admitted that, in passing, he likely wouldn't notice anything different from the surrounding foliage. As they approached, a section of the tree parted like tent flaps, revealing it was entirely hollow. Jiraiya walked in with confidence, seemingly unfazed by the unusual sight. Inside, it was dark, but a few cracks in the paper facade allowed enough sunlight to provide dim lighting. Naruto thought that was probably for the best as he caught sight of a sickly, emaciated man propped up in a strange machine. The man leaned forward on twig-like arms, plunged into large cylinders that controlled the crab-like device he rested in. Even in the gloom, Naruto could see the man's skin was papery and semi-translucent, unhealthily pale, with lank, lusterless red hair drooping over a skeletal face. The most unsettling aspect, aside from his extremely prominent ribcage, was the multitude of black rods protruding from his back, resembling a twisted version of a porcupine. If it weren't for the dull Rinnegan peering out from sunken eye sockets, Naruto would have never believed this was the same man he had fought just moments before. Nagato, the emaciated figure, acknowledged Jiraiya with a wary glance around the space. His voice came out as a croaky whisper, suggesting he had relied on pain as a mouthpiece for a long time and was unaccustomed to using his true voice. Jiraiya, after a long silence, inquired about what had happened to him. "Life, sensei," a new voice interjected. A woman seemed to materialize from countless sheets of paper peeling off the walls. Naruto hadn't sensed her presence and felt a sudden wariness about what else she might have concealed in the room. In stark contrast to her companion, this woman appeared in perfect health, floating above the ground on large papery wings that resembled those of an angel. "Konan," Jiraiya greeted with a sad smile, acknowledging her beauty. Naruto, though not particularly attuned to such matters, could see why Jiraiya felt that way. Konan's blue hair and vibrant orange eyes gave her an exotic allure, but the cold look in her eyes and her guarded demeanor turned that allure into a stern, unapproachable beauty. "And you are as incorrigible as ever," she replied neutrally, surprising Naruto with her cordiality given the circumstances. Jiraiya expressed his relief that she had continued with her origami, lamenting the thought of such a beautiful ability being lost to the world when he had heard of their supposed deaths. "An inappropriate time for flattery, don't you think, sensei?" she remarked. Jiraiya's tired smile widened slightly as he replied that it was never the wrong time for flattery. Nagato interrupted, shifting the mood as he stared intently at Jiraiya. He pointed out that, despite Jiraiya's tired and wounded state, his victory was far from guaranteed. Naruto scowled, chains beginning to emerge from his back, hovering over his shoulders expectantly. Konan floated a little higher, the edges of her wings shifting into sharp points. This tense standoff lasted only a few seconds before Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, calming the young man. Nagato inclined his head, and Konan relaxed. Jiraiya asserted that threats would not benefit anyone in this situation. Nagato responded by questioning what Jiraiya had expected to happen, noting that they could not have assumed they would stand aside out of mere sentimentality. He reminded Jiraiya that, despite the destruction of his paths, the Akatsuki's goal had not changed. Jiraiya demanded to know what that goal was, his tone rising with anger. Nagato's quiet reply revealed that it was the same dream they had shared with 3 hungry orphans, the dream of peace. Jiraiya was taken aback, recovering quickly to shake his head sadly. "Peace? You must be delusional to think you can achieve peace through violence," he countered. Konan shifted, her lips curling into a slight scowl as she glanced at Nagato, who narrowed his eyes in response. "And you must be a fool to believe that anything worth having, especially peace, can be achieved without sacrifice and pain," Nagato retorted. Jiraiya pressed on, questioning whether this was all about the act, the facade of being a god, and whether Nagato believed he could intimidate people into peace. He reminded Nagato that such a path was tyranny, and he had taught him better than that. Nagato paused, appearing thoughtful as he recalled the aftermath of the Second Shinobi War. Jiraiya nodded, understanding the reference. He knew Nagato wanted him to acknowledge that peace followed tragedy, but he argued that this was a child's view of the world. The so-called peace was merely a waiting PRD for the next conflict, as the world powers regained their strength to settle old grievances. Nagato countered, asking if that mattered to ordinary people. He pointed out that a farmer only cared about the peace that allowed him to provide for his family. He acknowledged that wars left devastation in their wake: poverty, homelessness, and orphans. "And your answer is?" Jiraiya pressed. "A weapon," Nagato whispered, a fervor igniting in his eyes. He envisioned a weapon of such terrible destruction that it would end any war instantly for fear of its use. Jiraiya's realization dawned grimly as he understood that the weapon would be created from the combined power of the Bijou. He questioned whether Nagato or any one man should possess such power and what would happen when he was gone. Nagato replied that he did not intend to prevent its use. He believed that human memory was fleeting and that greed, corruption, and avarice were inevitable, growing within societies like a tumor. He envisioned his weapon as a constant reminder of the consequences of causing suffering and war, ensuring that when humanity forgot, the weapon would be used again, a true cycle of suffering and peace. Jiraiya suppressed his horror, incredulous at the thought of sacrificing hundreds for a fleeting peace he knew would not last. Nagato argued that it was better than the thousands who would die in a prolonged conflict among shinobi. He believed that a clean, instant death was preferable to the slow decay of extended battle, draining entire nations. There shouldn't be a cost for peace, Jiraiya countered. It should be a shared understanding, a transcendence above the cycles of revenge. Moment of frustration, Nagato tore one of his arms from the machine with a sharp sound, slamming it back down as he expressed his determination to honor Yahiko's sacrifice. He calmed himself, returning his hand to the machine and resetting his features. Jiraiya's idealism was met with Nagato's harsh reality. He lamented that they could not always be the protagonists in an adventure story, battling villains and solving the world's problems in a single climactic fight. They lived in the real world, Jiraiya sensed. What a shame that was, right? A new player emerged from the shadows as Toby stepped into view, acting as if he had been there all along. Mada? Konan half-greeted, her tone cold. Madara? Naruto thought to himself, though Toby caught his gaze. He had traded his swirling orange mask for a smooth white one, resembling a helmet, patterned with concentric circles similar to the Rinnegan, but with Magatama cut out for eyeholes. He had also discarded his Akatsuki cloak, opting for a light purple battle kimono tied with a white obi that looked almost ceremonial. Despite the change in appearance, his relaxed posture and mocking tone were unmistakably Toby. Oh, did I tell a little lie when I said my name was Toby? How dreadfully rude of me. When his lazy gaze shifted to Naruto, the blonde was surprised to see two Sharingan peering out from the darkened eyeholes. That should have been possible unless this man was secretly Itachi Uchiha, but then why the pretense? Naruto had heard much about the wayward Uchiha in Anbu and couldn't reconcile the two. It would make sense if this was truly Madara Uchiha, but the legendary founder would have to be nearly 100 years old. What are you doing here, Madara? Nagato croaked, his voice a warning. What am I doing here? The whimsical man replied. I'm distracting you all, obviously. A moment of confusion passed before Nagato cried out. Something black, like a shadow with substance, crawled over his body, quickly overtaking the entire right side. The Rinnegan eye was replaced by a solid yellow orb, staring unblinkingly at the assembled crowd. No mouth appeared, but a voice emerged from the ink-like creature. That's better. It's been some time since I had to take a body forcibly. His tone was low and sibilant, immediately putting listeners on edge. Zetsu, Konan hissed, torn between helping Nagato and confronting Toby. She hesitated, fearful of what the shadowy creature might do. What's the meaning of this? Quite simple, Toby or Madara answered through the creature. Our dear Nagato took out a loan a long time ago. I'm merely here to collect. What are you talking about? Nagato wheezed, struggling to speak. Naruto suspected he wasn't the only one exhausted after their recent battle. Those eyes in your skull, Toby continued. Did you really think some no-name orphan in the back end of Aim no Kuni would develop such a legendary Jujutsu? He waved his arms dramatically, continuing without waiting for a response. Of course not, only Madara Uchiha has the visual prowess to develop such powerful eyes. You, my wonderful little puppet, have just been keeping them warm for me. His tone darkened, becoming dangerous. And now I want them back. He remained still as a barrage of razor-sharp paper shuriken flooded his body, passing through harmlessly. The masked man glanced at Konan, who floated nearby, glaring daggers at him. A Konan as adorable as ever. I think we both know how this particular song and dance goes, don't we? Do we? Naruto interjected with a fierce grin. He had been mostly quiet during the philosophical exchange, feeling bored and regaining his energy. Now, with the promise of a fight and someone who intrigued him, he couldn't suppress his anticipation. The glance Toby sent the blonde was wary, but his tone retained that playful edge that was disconcerting. Naruto-kun, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little while before I deal with you. Important things are happening, backs are being stabbed and such. You know how it is. I won't let you hurt him, Konan spat, practically vibrating in the air as she deliberated on her next move. She clearly couldn't harm Toby meaningfully and still didn't know what Zetsu wanted. Hurt him? The man parroted bemusedly. Dear, I'm not going to touch a hair on his emaciated little head. Conan had only a brief moment to look confused before Nagato suddenly pulled his hands free of his walking contraption, struggling against himself as he did so. Slowly, agonizingly, he began forming a chain of hand seals that even Jiraiya didn't recognize. Stop, he grunted, arms shaking as he fought Zetsu's manipulation. Part of the creature's face split apart, parodying a victorious grin. I'm afraid you have one last role to play, Nagato-kun, one that your entire life has been leading towards. The hand seals continued, and everyone in the room could feel the enormous pressure mounting behind the technique. Jiraiya tensed, preparing to intervene, but he was too late. When Zetsu spoke, it was with Nagato's voice, forcing the Rinnegan user's mouth into position. Geto, Rinne. Nagato's gasp was almost as relieved as it was pained, a sword suddenly piercing through his chest from behind. Zetsu's furious scream echoed as the technique was abruptly cut off, the chakra dissipating harmlessly. The scream seemed to reverberate strangely as the ink-black creature began swirling in place, vanishing into a vortex, similar to how Toby had escaped the first time. Aim no Kuni's name was well-deserved. The rain fell in heavy sheets, and from what he had heard, it was nearly constant. It couldn't be, of course. It would be impossible to grow food if it rained every day of the year, but apparently, it rained enough. Naruto let the rain soak over him, circulating his chakra to keep warm. He didn't think funerals were his kind of affair, Haku remarked, having been smart enough to bring an umbrella, though he was certain she wouldn't have minded the rain either. Cold didn't bother a Hayaton user. They're not. I think they're pointless wastes of time, he muttered back, keeping his voice low enough that Conan and Jiraiya couldn't hear. He couldn't explain it, but it felt wrong to make such disparaging remarks in such a solemn atmosphere. But they gave me a good fight, and Jiraiya insisted I be here. He couldn't see why. Toby might have been the one to kill Nagato, but without the destruction of his paths, he wouldn't have been nearly as vulnerable. Still, Conan hadn't objected to his presence, so here he was, in the back end of Aim No Kuni, standing outside a random cave system. It must have had some significance to Nagato and Yahiko, but nobody had bothered to tell him what that was. The graves were simple, dug into the hard rock with Doton ninjutsu and ornamented only with a small pile of stones. On one grave, Jiraiya had inscribed a simple design resembling the Rinnegan, while on the other, he engraved the symbol of Amigakure, marked through like a missing Nin's headband. Conan placed a paper flower on each grave and spoke a few words. Naruto stood at a distance, feeling profoundly out of place, but he was grateful to have Haku with him. Her presence eased his discomfort. He was puzzled by the lack of animosity between Conan and them. They had effectively ended her last friend's life, yet she treated Jiraiya as an old mentor once more. As the leader of Amigakure, she was likely not in Konoha's custody because the Sandaime had deemed the potential instability in such a strategically valuable region more costly than allowing an Akatsuki leader to remain free. Conan had confirmed that the members of the mercenary group had disbanded almost immediately after realizing Pain was dead. This was a mixed blessing. As a group, they were more organized and potentially more dangerous, but also easier to monitor. As rogue agents, they were less effective but more spread out and difficult to track. Although Conan had provided a list of them, it was of little use now. Still, like a wolf catching the scent of prey, Naruto felt anxious. He had been feeling somewhat indecisive about his future. His goals had once seemed vague, to become strong and to be recognized. The fight with Pain had sharpened those goals, and now they felt lacking. With the Akatsuki gone, it was up to him to decide how to proceed. Thanks to the list, he now knew exactly what he wanted to do. The thought of all those S-class fights was exhilarating. Haku quietly brought him out of his thoughts, noticing that Jiraiya and Conan had moved to the side to talk. She asked if he was going to say anything, and he replied that there was nothing to say since they were dead. Haku shrugged and approached the two unremarkable graves, which seemed oddly plain considering who lay in them, a man with legendary eyes and a revolutionary. Haku noted that his presence must mean something, to which he replied that Jiraiya had made him come. She smiled softly, and he felt a hint of annoyance at her teasing. He acknowledged that he let her get away with too much. Haku folded her hands and lowered her head, unable to suppress a small smirk as she suggested he would have to punish her later. He almost laughed, but the somber atmosphere held him back. He remarked that she seemed different, and she explained that she had been thinking a lot about her place in life and what she wanted to do. This resonated with Naruto, who had been wrestling with similar thoughts. When he finally approached the graves, he bypassed Yahiko entirely, standing at the foot of Nagato's grave and struggling to find the right words. He admitted he didn't know Nagato, feeling foolish as he glanced at Haku, who was distracted by Jiraiya's injury. He sighed, realizing he was wasting time. He expressed that it felt ridiculous to talk to a grave, but acknowledged that Nagato had been a worthy opponent. He reflected on how Nagato had believed in his cause, even if Naruto found the idea of peace unexciting. He confessed that he was unsure of what he meant. Haku returned to his side, looking at him expectantly. When she asked if he felt any different, he grumbled that it was just as pointless as he had thought. She shrugged, suggesting it might not be for everyone. When he pressed her about what she had said, she playfully replied that she hadn't known either of them, and he realized she was teasing him again. Jiraiya approached, and Konan did not join him, which suggested she only barely tolerated his presence. Jiraiya announced that they were ready to leave, as Konan needed to return to her people, and they had reports to file. Both Naruto and Haku shivered at the thought of paperwork. Haku asked about the future of Amage Cure, expressing curiosity about how the villagers would adjust now that pain was gone. Jiraiya explained that Nagato hadn't made many personal appearances, and for a while, Konan could imitate him with her paper clones. He smiled fondly as he watched her take flight, disappearing into the rain. He believed she would make a good leader for her village. Naruto pointed out that Konan seemed to have accepted Jiraiya easily after everything that had happened. Jiraiya explained that Konan had always been reserved and likely struggled with the changes. When Naruto pressed for more details, Jiraiya only grinned in response. Naruto then asked about the strange transformation Jiraiya had used earlier, to which Jiraiya jokingly replied that Toad summoners were exclusive. He teased Naruto about accepting his brilliance and taking him on as an apprentice. Naruto retorted that he preferred learning useful techniques rather than how to spy on women in an onsen, to which Jiraiya responded that there was often overlap between the two. Haku observed the playful banter among her companions from a few steps behind, a fond smile on her face. It became increasingly clear to her that shinobi were often deeply flawed individuals. However, the more they came together, the better their chances of supporting one another. She felt a sense of joy knowing that Naruto had surrounded himself with people who helped him navigate his challenges, and she was grateful to have found him as well. As the playful exchange continued, one of her friends called out for her to join. They planned to subdue their target, and Haku felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of using her abilities to assist. It was an unconventional partnership, but in that moment, she couldn't envision it any other way.